Hey guys. You are watching your anime world, how are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part what if Harry Potter was raised by the noble House of Black. Here is short summary. Kidnapped from Privet Drive, young Harry is raised by the powerful House of Black. Trained in magic, legacy, and secrets, he returns to the wizarding world not as a boy who lived, but as the heir of darkness and destiny. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Peter Pettigrew executed. As it was reported yesterday, Peter Pettigrew was found alive. He was convicted of betraying the Potters as well as many prominent members of the Order of the Phoenix and the murder of 12 Muggles. The manner of his escape framed Sirius Black in the process. For his crimes, he was sentenced to death by passing through the veil at 5 p.m. last evening. According to a press note released by the Ministry, at 5 p.m. Peter Pettigrew was carried down to the bowels of the Ministry to the Veil Chamber situated in the Department of Mysteries under the watchful eyes of the Minister of Magic, the Chief Warlock and the head of DMLE. At 5 p.m., he was banished through the veil at the hands of the head of the DMLE. The Ministry assures its citizens that it will look into the convictions of the prisoners at Azkaban to see that there wasn't any other miscarriage of justice. Harry put the paper down and eyed the two men who were looking nonchalant as if they had not a care in the world. Kreacher served him eggs and toast for breakfast with pumpkin juice which he finished quickly. After breakfast, Lord Black started addressing him. Harry, I know that you are eager to meet Sirius but I want to give you a word of caution before we go to St. Mungo's. Sirius's mental state is fragile and he can get excited easily, so, please do not talk to him about something which would excite him. Harry nodded that he understood. As they came out of the house, Remus caught hold of Harry's hand and disappeared with Lord Black following suit. When they appeared in a deserted alley, Harry whined, "Never again. I will never get used to sidelong apparition." Moony guffawed, "It is either this or portkey to places where you cannot flow except by permission." Harry looked around. "Where is the hospital exactly, Moony?" "Not far from here lad. Come along now," said Lord Black who had materialized beside them at that moment. Harry started following the two men. He could not resist asking Moony however, "Why did they build the hospital here, Moony? Won't the Muggles notice us? When we needed to have a wizarding hospital in London, the Ministry looked for a suitable location but there was none available. They were either too remote or there was not enough space even with expansion charms at work. We could not put a hospital underground because fresh air and sunlight help with recovery. We could not make it look like a Muggle hospital. That would have led to complications we didn't need. In the end, the decision was to hide it in plain sight. Since the location is in the middle of London, there are no designated apparition points. Most prefer to apparate somewhere in the vicinity and then travel on foot to the hospital." When they turned the corner onto the main street, Harry looked up at the front of a building that must have been at least 8 stories tall. There was a big sign hanging from the 3rd floor that proclaimed, "Under renovation. Opening soon." By the looks of the accumulation of city grime and the fashions on the mannequins in the one window that was not boarded up, soon had been over 20 years ago. Lord Black leaned toward the mannequin at the center of the window and said, "We are here to see Sirius Black." Harry thought that he had lost his marbles until the dummy blinked and he disappeared. Remus shut his open mouth and pushed him forward until he found himself in what he thought was the lobby of a hospital. The lobby was bustling with activity with wizards and witches present and waiting for their turn. A few of them were in line at the reception desk. There were posters on the walls around them with slogans like, "A clean cauldron can keep you safe from being poisoned." Remus steered him past the reception desk to a private room on the 2nd floor. The room was as big as his room in the Black townhouse and in the middle of the room was a bed on which laid Sirius Black being tended to by his healer. Harry had the time to look at him properly for the first time. He had heard from Remus how Sirius was considered one of the most handsome men and he had seen the photos too but he wanted to see for himself. At the moment, the said Sirius Black was sleeping while the healer was working some spells on him. "Have we come at the wrong time, Healer Meredith?" asked Lord Black. No, you have come at the right time. I was just going to administer the Wiggenweld potion to him. As it is, he has been sleeping since we brought him back from the Ministry. Now that you are here, I want to see how it goes so that we can decide about further treatment for him." The healer gave seats to them and then administered the potion to Sirius. It took a few minutes before Sirius was fully awake. He whimpered when he saw Lord Black. "Grandfather. Are you still alive?" Arcturus growled. "What? Were you hoping I was dead?" Sirius hastily said, "No, I was surprised, that is all." "You did not interfere when I had to run away." "No, I did not." "We can talk about that when you are stronger," Arcturus said in a decisive tone, meaning the topic was closed for now. Sirius's eye then wandered to Moony, who sat in front of Harry, hiding him. He jumped down from his bed and bear-hugged him. "Moony, you are looking so young. I am so glad to see you here. I never thought that I would see you again." Moony's voice was cracking. "I am delighted to see you again, Padfoot." It was then Sirius noticed the little boy sitting in the chair behind Remus, and his breath hitched in his throat. He did not need to look into his emerald green eyes to know that it was his godson, the toddler, whose first word was, "Pa, Fu," rather than mother or father. The toddler he had loved like his own son. The son of his brother Harry Potter. He sat on his knees to come at eye level with Harry. "Hello Harry, do you know who I am?" Harry gave him a grin. "You are Pa, Fu." The word had barely tumbled out of his mouth before Sirius was hugging him and crying in his shoulder. Harry tried to comfort him, but the older wizard refused to calm down. Several minutes passed before Sirius let him go. In that moment, it was like everything else had ceased to exist. Sirius was only looking at Harry, trying to take in everything about his appearance and affix it in his mind, tears streaking down his face. Many minutes passed and everyone sat in comfortable silence until Sirius broke it. "Harry, I am sorry that I was the reason for James and Lily's death. They wanted me to be the secret keeper, but I had suggested Peter to be the one. He was a talentless thing, so obviously no one else would have thought that he would be given such a responsibility. He sold us all out. If only I had become their secret keeper, your parents would have been alive to this day, or I could have convinced James to let Dumbledore become the secret keeper, but the rat filled us with doubts about each other." Harry said kindly, "Sirius, it was not your fault. Pettigrew had even fooled Dumbledore and played spy for Voldemort. He had even made you suspect Remus, who was loyal to you and my father. My parents knew what they were fighting for, and they died doing what was their duty. I would accept that I miss them sometimes, but I am proud of them to have stood for what they believed in. I know they would be angry with you for blaming yourself for their deaths. They died because they placed their trust in the wrong person. You would have died for them, but Pettigrew was a coward. I forbid you from ever saying this again." Why are you referring to him in the past tense? "Because while you were lost in sleep, my idiot grandson, the traitor, was sent through the veil by Amelia Bones, who by her own admission was very happy to have done it," Arcturus growled. Sirius turned to Harry. "I have a lot to talk to you about, Harry. First, tell me who raised you. Did Alice raise you? Second, tell me if you have turned out to be the always serious, no punt, no fun bloke, or a prankster carrying forward the legacy of your father and godfather. This would be your first year at school. What are the classes like?" Arcturus murmured, "Looks like you will be here for a long time, Harry. I will go now and wait for you at the townhouse for dinner." Arcturus left and Sirius grinned at Harry. "I am still waiting for answers, godson. Are you going to make me beg?" Remus laughed. "At least you retained your sense of humor." "That I did, Moony. I also want to apologize to you for believing that you could have gone over to Voldemort. Will you forgive me, Padfoot? That is past now. In fact, even I was hoodwinked by that traitor into believing that you had become a spy for Voldemort under pressure from your family. I hope you will forgive me for thinking that you could have betrayed James and Lily." After the two old friends had reconciled, Sirius turned to Harry. "You know, godson, I am still waiting for your answers. As you well know, Hagrid took me away from the ruins of the cottage. Dumbledore did not know anyone else on my father's side of the family who was alive to take me in. Even with Voldemort gone, most of his Death Eaters were still free. He was caught between a rock and a hard place. Giving me to a wizarding family to raise would have exposed me and them to the possibility of Death Eaters finding and killing all of us. Or, he could give me to my only living blood relative, who hates everything about magic, but the Blood Wards would protect us. He made some protections from the sacrifice of my mother based on blood magic and erected wards around their home which prevented any magical with a dark mark or having hostile intentions towards me from entering the place. The Muggles, as you probably know, were a nasty piece of work. They kept me in awful conditions. Sirius looked ready to brawl. Do you mean he left you with Petunia and her monstrous slug of a husband? They are the meanest muggles alive. Remus patted his arm. He is not yet finished telling, Padfoot. Now calm down or Healer Meredith will throw us out and douse you with a sleep potion again. Healer Meredith, who was sitting nearby, glared at Sirius to show that she might just do as Remus suggested. You know Mr. Black, one of the healers here has sung your praises saying how helpful you were to ladies before your incarceration. That you never created a fuss with them, but ever since you have come into my care, all you have done is cause trouble for me. If you say one more word before Mr. Potter Black is done telling his part of the story, I will have you doused with sleep potion and forget to enervate you. Sirius looked towards Harry. You heard the healer. Prongslet. Go on with your story. I will not say another word now. Harry continued, there are things that I should not speak about in public, so we will talk about them when you are home, or maybe Remus will be able to fill you in on it later. I will answer as many of your questions as I can hear. Alice Longbottom, who was my godmother, did not raise me because a few days after my parents were killed, she and Frank Longbottom were tortured into insanity by the Cruciatus curse at the hands of Bellatrix Lestrange, Rudolphus Lestrange, Rabiston Lestrange and Barty Crouch Jr. They are alive to this day, but they are not conscious of the world around them. Since their incapacitation, they have been residents of the permanent spell damage ward here at St. Mungo's. After I was rescued from the Muggles, I was raised by Lord Black and Moony. No, I am not a studious bloke but a fun-loving prankster. I started at Hogwarts this year and the classes have been fun mostly except for Severus Snape. Snape, who let that Death Eater be a teacher? Sirius bellowed. Remus glared at him. Padfoot, we will talk about that later. When you get well and are at home, we will have a long talk about it. Sirius turned to Harry. Sorry, I could not control my feelings. So what else do you like to do? Harry grinned. Oh, I am a flyer. I love flying and Lord Black had me attend flying lessons on a hippogriff, Abraxan horses, and I own my own broom. There is also a sort of surprise which I do not want to spoil for you, but you will have to see it for yourself when they let you out of here. Harry was recounting his school experiences and bits about his lifetime to Sirius for some time when Healer Meredith interrupted them. Mr. Potter Black and Mr. Lupin, it is past visiting hours now. If you want you can visit him later. Sirius Key. At his forehead telling him to take care and that he would see him soon. Hogwarts, the next day. Harry returned to Hogwarts halfway through breakfast time, flowing into Professor McGonagall's office. Morning, Mr. Potter Black, she said from her chair, make sure that you are not spreading ash all over the carpet. Morning, Professor, he replied while he banished the soot from his robes with a Scourgify charm. When he came to the Great Hall, the lions were sitting in a huddled group. As they saw him, they all started hailing him and made a point of it to show off to the Slytherins that he was back. He asked one of the twins, Mate, what is this all about? I know I am famous, but such a reception. The twins grinned. Oh, Malfoy has been spouting all over the place that you were expelled and how his father has taken care of you. We just sent a message to him that he can go soak his head. Don't worry. He has to pay for the stunt he did on Thursday. Are you both up to some pranking? The twins grinned. What do you have in mind? With their heads close together, Harry explained his plan to them. As they were talking, Owlpost started coming in and a big tawny owl landed in front of Ron, extending its leg to him. Ron took the letter and the bird did not instantly fly away. He supposed it was waiting for an answer and opened the letter. Dear Mr. Weasley, my name is Arcturus Orion Black, Lord of the ancient and most noble House of Black. I know that we have had no occasion to talk before this, nor was there a reason to do so. I understand that recently, you lost your pet and I feel partly responsible. This created a debt between us which cannot be left unpaid, so I have bought this owl, Marion, as a gift to you to replace the pet you lost. I apologize if you feel that an owl cannot compensate for a rat. I have an aversion to rats. In my opinion, they make poor pets anyway. Sincerely, Arcturus Orion Black, Order of Merlin First Class, Lord of Ancient and Most Noble House of Black. Ron turned to Harry. What is the meaning of this, Harry? Harry just shrugged. Lord Black does not like to owe debts to anyone. He never forgets to repay any good deed or bad deed done to him. However, you are at liberty to either accept the gift or leave it. Ron caught hold of the owl and caressed its back lovingly. I like him. I'll take him. Classes were easy for Harry as they had been the previous week. First class was Charms, where Professor Flitwick had them repeat the Incendio for this lesson. While most were done with Incendio, he wanted every student to be perfect in it. Harry also submitted his homework scroll to the tiny teacher, and it was a little more than the 2-foot parchment that he required. However, after concisely articulating all the information he wanted to convey, it was not easy to contain it within 2 feet. He had not put any special effort into the essay but had made sure to write everything in it that was asked of him. Ron had submitted a scroll which was barely 2 feet, and his handwriting was such that if Harry were to write only that much in his parchment, it would be 6 inches short of the required length. Neville's was an even 2 feet, but his words were small and cursive. Hermione had submitted 3 feet of parchment, and Harry wondered what she had included in it to exceed the required length by a full foot. This class he sat with Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott. Susan, he found, was fun to be around and liked pranks, while Hannah was equally funny, however always looked towards Susan to lead her. As they were talking, Harry asked her in an undertone, "Susan, how do you feel about a prank?" "It sounds like fun to me." "Good, because I will need your help for one. I am planning to announce my pranking debut at school." She asked him, confused, "What are you talking about?" "Oh, Madam Bones has not told you yet that my father and his friends were the best pranksters in this school." She gave him a smirk. "Yeah, she mentioned it once, but I thought you would take a different route and be the studious type." He scrunched up his forehead. "Where is the fun in that? I plan to make our 7 years full of joy and laughter." "So, are you in?" "Of course I am. I hope it will be worth it." In herbology, Professor Sprout introduced them to Spiky Bush, which was a bush with large piercing spikes growing out of it. She began to speak. "This is the spiky bush, which is used in a couple of potions as a stabilizing agent. It has no other use. The plant has a defense mechanism which activates when one tries to harm it. The plant shoots spikes at anyone in the vicinity. If a spiky bush is attacking you, you have to use the Incendio charm on them. I advise you to stand well back when you use the Incendio charm on them so you do not get hit by the flying spikes." For herbology, he sat with Ron and Neville. "Hello you two. How were 2 days without me?" Neville answered, "Very wearing. I had to answer 100 questions about you and why you were at the ministry. I heard nothing, saw nothing and said nothing." "Well then Neville, you are in for a treat. The plans for our debut are in place. Trust me when I say that we will have such a spectacular opening that if anyone knew about it, we would be expelled post-haste." Neville grinned and then set about destroying the plant. They took turns at trying to destroy the bush from a distance. Neville outperformed the others because he could take a shot at them from much closer than others. He had worked with the plant for years. He sought the claws during lunch, knowing they would not otherwise talk to him in class. As he had been assured of help by Lisa and Michael, he sat with them. "Lisa, I distinctly remember that you had promised help to me for a prank. You had also complained that things were boring in the eagle's nest. How do you feel about shaking up the order of things?" Michael answered, "I believe I speak for both of us when I say that we are positively delighted with the idea. What is the plan? I will let you know in due course, however, be warned that this will not be as easy as it may sound to you. One mistake and you will jeopardize a lot of us." Challenge accepted, Harry. In Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall collected the homework assigned to them in the last class before she started. In the last class, some of you accomplished the Transfiguration. There are still many of you who could not. This lesson, we will revise what we studied in the last lesson. That lesson was spent with Professor McGonagall singling him out and again appending a stack of matchsticks in front of him. Grumbling about the unfairness to Mandy and Sue Lee, he spent the lesson transforming the matchsticks into needles. That evening, Harry had planned for his revenge on Malfoy for the stunt he had pulled during the flying lesson. He had Neville smuggle out a vine of the prickly bush during the class, which was hidden inside his robes wrapped in his scarf. They had tailed Malfoy to the library where they spent an hour on a table in the back watching him. Malfoy got tired of the library soon, and as he was leaving, Harry took a few shortcuts and arrived before Malfoy on the way to the dungeons. Neville uncovered the vine and they placed it in the middle of the corridor while making sure that there was no one around to see them. There was not even a portrait visible to them, and after they had set the plant in place, He and Neville stood under the invisibility cloak directly in front of the vine, their wands out and ready. Soon enough Malfoy came their way flanked by his ever-present goons, Crabbe and Goyle. As he was nearing the spot, they each sent a stunner from under his cloak in the direction of Malfoy, shouting, "Stupefy!" at the top of their voice. The stunners were not meant for Malfoy but Crabbe and Goyle, who were just behind him. As they hit the ground with a thud, Malfoy whipped his wand out and sent a bludgeoning hex in their direction. Harry and Neville, however, had moved out of the spot seconds ago and the hex hit the vine instead. Just as Professor Sprout had described, the plant's defense mechanism activated and fired a huge volley of spikes at Malfoy, peppering him with them. By the time that he realized what had happened and started to scream, he looked like a hedgehog with the spines on the wrong side. Harry and Neville scurried away under the invisibility cloak as fast as they could because they knew that Malfoy's wailing would attract attention, and cloak or not, this place was soon going to be too hot for them. Mere seconds after they had vacated the corridor, Snape came running that way with cloak billowing behind him, his wand raised. When he understood the situation, he destroyed the vine by fire. He enervated, then interrogated Crabbe and Goyle. When they failed to provide any coherent answer, Snape sent them to their dorm. After they were on their way, he conjured a stretcher and levitated his godson into it, carrying him to the hospital wing. He vowed revenge on whoever had done this to Draco, but he had no idea that things were just getting started. Hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey was about to go to bed when Severus entered the hospital wing levitating a stretcher, and a student was in it, covered with what looked like spikes from a spike bush. As far as she knew, herbology classes did not take place in the evenings, nor did Severus Snape teach them. She had to wonder how this came to be. "Severus, what happened?" she asked worriedly. "I was in the potions dungeon inventorying the ingredients when I heard cries and found him in the corridor covered with spikes and a vine of spiky bush attacking him. There were 2 more students there who were stunned and unconscious but otherwise unharmed. I sent them to their dormitory. I will complain to Dumbledore that someone attacked my students." She chided him. "Really, Severus? Is that what you think? I have treated worse than this from the hands of your students. You never spoke up then. These are just spikes which I will get out of him in a trice and give him a dreamless sleep potion with something for pain. He should be fine by morning. I do not think you need to trouble Dumbledore about it, but by all means, do as you see fit." Headmaster's office. Severus had disregarded Poppy's advice and went to complain to Dumbledore anyway. The headmaster was sitting behind his desk lost in contemplation when Severus entered, bellowing, "Headmaster, someone attacked my students. I want the perpetrators to be punished." "Calm down, Severus. Tell me what has happened." Severus recounted everything that had happened. Dumbledore sat thinking over things for a few moments before he started to speak. "Do you know the identity of the one who attacked Mr. Malfoy? Was there any portrait or ghost in that corridor who can help you in any way?" "No, Headmaster, but I know the attacker used a stunner to render my students unconscious." Dumbledore eyed him skeptically. "And you want the teachers to check everyone's wand to find out if they used a stunner recently?" "Really?" Now that Dumbledore asked him, Snape realized that this was a silly thing to do. Hogwarts had hundreds of students and a stunner was a really common and easy spell. The chances of finding a wand that had fired a stunner recently was near absolute certainty, and that would be a lot of work to prove nothing. He was about to leave, when Dumbledore stopped him. "Severus, before you go, I have been informed that you had some disagreement with Mr. Potter Black. You deducted points from his house, despite him giving you all the correct answers. Also that you ordered the students to start brewing without first teaching them any of the basics. Severus, do I have to tell you every year that I cannot save you all the time? You have every year provoked the students who complained against your conduct, and I saved you, but not this time. If it were any other student, I may have been able to do something, but Harry has Lord Black behind him who hates you and will stop at nothing to get back at you. Now Sirius is also free, and how do you think he will react if he finds that you are mistreating his godson? Besides, it is essential to the standards of this school that students receive proper instruction. Even for many new students from wizarding families, your class is the first time they have ever tried to brew a potion. You must teach them the basics if you expect any of them to learn something from your class. If you cannot mend your ways, I will have to restrict you to Newt students and hire another teacher to teach students from first year to fifth years. Another thing I do not understand is what is your problem with Mr. Potter Black, I have seen the memory of your interaction with him and I am disappointed. Why do you refuse to understand that he is not his father or his mother? He is much more than either of them. If I have to predict, then within a year, he will have the students following him just because he is an interesting person. I am letting you go with a warning this time, but I do not want another complaint. Do I make myself clear? Snape sneered. Yes, headmaster. Also, if you will remember that I did not want this job but you asked me to do it. If I had my way, I would have been gone all those years ago. Dumbledore said sternly, you know as well as I do that there is no place on earth that Voldemort will not find you when he returns. You are here as much for your protection as for teaching any students. Also remember you had made a promise to me and to yourself. If you have forgot it, then pull a memory and watch it again. As talented a potioneer as you are, you will change your attitude towards the students. No one deserves your hate because they have done you no harm. Gryffindor Common Room. Harry and Neville returned to the Gryffindor Common Room sometime before curfew. The common room was almost deserted except for a few older students including Fred and George. The twins noticed them coming in and asked, "Where were you blokes?" Harry and Neville sat down in a couple of chairs near the fire. The twins joined them. Neville smirked and said in a low voice, "We just came back from giving Malfoy a taste of his own medicine." George, or was it Fred, asked, meaning. Harry answered, "If you fine blokes were to look at the Marauders map now, you will find that he is in the hospital wing." Fred asked him suspiciously, "What did the two of you do to him?" Harry grinned, "It's not so much what we did to him, but rather more what he did to himself. We just sort of, shall we say, gave him an opportunity. If you want the details, you'll have to go and see him for yourself." The twins eagerly left for the hospital wing the next instant while Harry and Neville decided to turn in for the night. It had been a tiring day indeed. Classes had begun to settle into a routine. The teachers introduced new things to them as they learned what was taught previously. McGonagall moved on to a new topic after she was sure that everyone could change a matchstick into a needle. The next thing she taught them was how to transfigure a mouse into a snuff box. She gave them a mouse each and showed them the proper movement, taught the incantation, gave a demonstration and then set them to it. This time Harry was sitting with Lisa and Corner. They were practicing the incantation under their breath while Harry tried to form an image of a snuff box in his mind. He had seen many and had liked one. It was circular in shape with intricate designs and the lid was in two portions with one being permanently attached to the rest of the body while the second half attached to the permanent portion by latches. After he had worked out the details, he waved his wand in a precise movement and the mouse transformed into a snuff box as he had imagined. McGonagall saw his transfiguration and picked up the box to examine it in detail. After being satisfied with the final product, she proclaimed, 5 points to Gryffindor. After he was done, he turned to Corner who was still waving his wand, trying to get the desired transfiguration. In a couple more tries, he was successful. Lisa was close and when she had finished Harry started addressing them, "For the prank, either I need to get into your tower or you will have to do it by yourselves." Lisa asked, "Who else is involved in it, Harry?" "I have a couple of friends in Hufflepuff and in my own house, besides the two of you. I'm leaving Slytherin out of it. It will make it look like they are the perpetrators." Wednesday morning, during breakfast the owl post started coming in. Harry noticed 6 large owls flying toward him carrying a package with Hedwig in the lead, carrying a letter in her talons. Harry and Ron, who was sitting beside him, took the package before it fell and relieved the owls of their charge. Hedwig dropped the letter which he opened first before opening the package. It read, "Dear Mr. Potter Black, this is your new Nimbus 2000 which I have ordered for you in the hopes that it will help you score some great victories for Gryffindor. Do not open it right now but take it to your dorm. Oliver Wood will be waiting for you at the Quidditch pitch this evening at 7 o'clock. Minerva M. McGonagall." Harry read the letter quickly and slipped it into his robes looking at the staff table where Minerva raised her glass to him subtly. Grinning inwardly he picked up the broom to go to his dorm with Neville and Ron following him. When they were at the great staircase, Malfoy flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, blocked their path and stopped them. Malfoy tried to snatch the package from Harry's hands. "Who sent that to you, Potter Black?" Harry was not going to waste too many words on the blonde ponce. "Why should I tell you that? When I last checked, you were no friend to me. Malfoy had guessed that it was a broom and said sneering, "That's a broom. You won't keep it for long. The moment I tell a teacher that you have a broom, it will be confiscated anyway. No first year is allowed to bring their own brooms here." Ron grinned and said, "That's not just any broom. It is a Nimbus 2000. What do you have at home? A Comet 260, perhaps. Comets are flashy, but the Nimbus is in a class by itself." Malfoy seethed, "You think that's funny? I don't even need to ask what you have, Weasley. Your entire family fortune could not buy the twigs on this broom." Harry was about to retort when Professor Flitwick came down from the great staircase and squeaked, "I trust you boys are not fighting." Malfoy shouted, "Potter Black has been sent a broom, Professor." Flitwick replied, "Yes, the headmaster told me about the special circumstances." "Which broom is it, Mr. Potter Black?" "It's a Nimbus 2000, sir," Harry stated with the proud air of ownership. Ron added, "It's thanks to Malfoy here, sir, that Harry made the team." As Flitwick walked away, Malfoy growled at Harry, "That's it. I challenge you to a wizard's duel." Harry replied with an air of absolute indifference, "Very well. I accept your challenge. Neville will be my second." "Who will be yours?" "Crabbe will be my second," Malfoy replied. "Tomorrow at midnight in the trophy room." As Malfoy left, Ron started, "It is true that you got on the team because of him." Harry heard someone behind making noises of disappointment and turned to find Hermione frowning. "What is the matter, Hermione? Is that your prize for rule breaking?" she asked, pointing at the long, slender package. Before Ron or Neville could say anything, he started, "Hermione, I did not break any rules at all. I was only retrieving the Remembrall which he had picked up and would have destroyed." They walked away before she could retort. She kept badgering them all day that they should not break any rules by going to the duel. They were going to lose points for Gryffindor and get detention or expelled. Harry put up with her ramblings until lunch hour when he finally had to get her to stop. "Hermione, do you even know what a wizarding duel means? What it signifies? If I did not accept his challenge, it would have impugned my honor. It is a match between equals. To not turn up for a duel after accepting a challenge is as bad as forfeiting it. It is an admission of cowardice and hugely dishonorable. I will go and you are not going to stop me." History of Magic. In the class for History of Magic that day, Harry had brought a book on defensive magic with him which he was reading while sitting at the back, paying no attention to Binns' droning. He had realized that the ghost would not notice even if a riot were taking place right under his nose. Rather than wasting a period with Binns, he had decided to use it for better purposes. He only paid attention to know what Binns was teaching and then started reading the defensive magic book. Hermione glared at him a few times, exasperated that he was not paying attention in class, but he was beyond caring now. He had observed that the Ravenclaws who were sharing the class with him were also reading some books other than History of Magic. After the class was over, Hermione cornered him, "Harry, how could you not pay attention in class? This is not the class in defensive magic." Harry smirked. He was teaching about the Wizards' Council, right? Do you know that the houses teach these things to their heirs as part of their history? Most of the houses date back to the time of Merlin and the fall of Camelot when the Wizarding Council was established. However, for your own curiosity, Professor Binns does not tell us anything which is not already contained in the book, A History of Magic, written by Bathilda Bagshot, who had taken notes earnestly for 7 years when she was a student and wrote that book. We do not even need to hear him to pass this subject. Hermione riffled through the pages of the book and realized that he was right. To say she was disappointed would be wrong because she looked furious. However, furious with whom, it was not clear. After dinner, Harry arrived at the Quidditch pitch 5 minutes before Wood was supposed to be there. He could not wait to fly on his broom. He took off to take a lap around the field and was enjoying flying for 10 minutes when Wood turned up and shot green sparks from his wand, calling him down. "I can see what McGonagall meant by you being a natural on a broom. With a seeker like you on the team, we are sure to win the cup this year. Now, as you have told me that you have been to see some games before, do you know any moves?" Harry proudly told him that he could do a lot of them, with the Wronski feint being his favorite. Wood's eyes opened wide in surprise with everything that he told him. "Wow, Harry, I did not realize that you are this talented. Practices are Monday and Thursday evenings at 7 o'clock. I will expect you to be here then." He brought out some golf balls. Since it is dark and I don't want to lose the snitch, I have some balls here which I will be throwing in all directions. I want you to catch them. The trophy room. The next day was quiet and the classes went on without any incident while he and Draco glared at each other every time their eyes met. Harry knew that the blonde Ponce was trying to cause trouble for him but he was unfazed. Harry had been warned during the day by Daphne in a parchment she had managed to send through Neville that Malfoy had been bragging about the duel and that he was not going to turn up for it. Harry had not expected any better of the blonde Ponce but chose to turn up anyway. He wanted to see what he had cooked up for him and pay him back with interest later. Hermione had stopped pestering them last night. When Harry told her that he would not change his mind, she had threatened to tell a prefect which would have been a disaster. So, Harry told her a few hours later that they had dropped the idea of going and returned to their dorm. When they descended that night to go to the trophy room, they found Hermione was still awake with her nose buried in a fat tome. There was still some time before it was midnight, so they decided to wait her out. They knew she could not stay awake that long if she wanted to be fresh for classes the next day. They too were worried about classes the next day but tonight was a matter of honor. There was no way that they were going to let Malfoy get away with smearing Harry's reputation. After about 30 minutes of waiting, they descended to the common room to find Hermione slumped in her chair in front of the fire. Harry, Ron and Neville soundlessly opened the portrait hole and stepped out. The fat lady said drowsily, "You three better watch out. Filch came this way not too long ago." They did not stop to answer her. Minutes later, they reached the trophy room where they hid behind one of the cabinets waiting for Draco. Midnight came and went and there was no sign of Draco. Harry decided to let Lord Black know about it and to use the information as he would. As they were about to leave, the caretaker's cat, Mrs. Norris, honestly who picks names like that for a cat, came into the trophy room and Harry knew the caretaker would not be far behind. They heard him shuffling and coming towards the trophy room. Harry mouthed to his friends, "Run." They took off out of the other door of the trophy room. They could hear Filch saying, "Smell them, my sweet. They should be here somewhere." They ran down the staircase not caring if it changed and were running to get away from the caretaker. Harry had not stopped to think where they were going. They ended up near a piece of armor which Harry knew for sure was on the second floor and it meant that they were miles away from the trophy room and Filch. Just then, as if to aggravate their plight, Peeves came floating through the walls and cackled, "Ickle firsties, out of bed in the night. Filch should know about this." Harry decided to face him calmly, "Peeves, you do not need to give us up. We will be back in bed in a moment. No one will know." Peeves cackled with laughter, "Peevesy will tell. It is for your own good, you know." As Peeves opened his mouth to say something, Harry shot a jinx at him that Remus had taught him and Peeves was struck dumb as his tongue stuck fast to the top of his mouth. He flew away while clawing at his throat. Harry turned to the others, "Now let's get out of here before someone else finds us." Maybe it was just Harry's rotten luck or Filch had made good guesses, but soon, they heard the slow meowing sound of the infernal cat, Mrs. Norris, and Filch's footsteps right behind her. They started running again, taking the grand staircase all the while being conscious of the fact that Filch was right behind them. They ended up in a dead end. There was no way out except a door. "Now I've got you, little blighters. I will punish you," came Filch's voice. Harry felt cornered. Ron tried to open the door at the end of the corridor but it was locked. Neville pushed him aside and cast, "Alohomora," and the door opened. They disappeared inside just before Filch rounded the corner. "No worry, my sweet, that they escaped. We will make do with others. The night is still young and many will be out of their beds," they heard Filch say, and they could hear him walking away, shuffling. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. "That was close, guys. Let's go back to the tower now." It was then that Neville noticed a low rumbling in the room. He nervously said, Mates, do you hear what I hear?" Harry turned to face the middle of the room and what he saw was enough to make him freeze in his tracks. There was a giant monstrous beast in the middle of the corridor. The beast was huge and had 3 heads like Cerberus, the guardian of Hades, the underworld in Greek mythology. It had paws the size of dustbin lids, eyes full of menace, and slobber drooling from all 3 of its giant, well-fanged mouths. It was standing in the middle of the corridor growling for now, but Harry wasn't willing to bet his life that it would stay still for long. Harry stared at the beast and whispered to Neville, "Open the door quietly and run." I'll be right behind you. Do not use your wand or you might enrage the beast. I know Filch might be out there, but I would rather take my chances with Filch than a Cerberus any day. Harry kept his eye contact with the beast and waited while Neville, who had found his Gryffindor courage, had soundlessly opened the door and dragged Ron out with him. After the others were safely on the other side of the door, Harry took a quick look around the chamber to find what could be the reason to place such a beast in the castle. No one would be insane enough to bring a Cerberus and keep it in a place like this full of children unless they had some good reason. These legendary creatures were natural guardians. It must be guarding something. He could see that the dog had its paws on a trapdoor. All right, whatever it was guarding was under that trapdoor. With a Cerberus guarding, it was safe enough. That would have to do for now. Harry carefully backed out of the room, keeping eye contact with the giant, three-headed creature, until he was able to feel the doorknob at his back. He quickly flipped past the door and closed it behind him. The creature made a lunge at him at the last moment and Harry braced himself against the door. Neville already had his wand out and cast a locking charm. It was a solid door and the beast was unable to make it budge once it was locked again. After the room was secured, Harry got his bearings and realized that they were on the forbidden floor. Mates, we must have taken a wrong turn somewhere. We are on the 3rd floor, right corridor exactly where we were not supposed to come. Neville smiled weakly. At least we know now what Dumbledore had meant at the opening feast. Ron asked, which bit are you talking about? Remember, he had declared 3rd floor, right side to be out of bounds unless one wanted to die a painful death. I think this was it, said Neville. Maybe we should return to the common room and then we can continue our talk. I would hate for us to be caught after such an adventure. Taking some of the shortcuts that he knew, they all walked up to the common room to find Hermione still slumped in her chair. Harry told them to go on and nudged Hermione on the shoulder. Hermione. She sleepily said, just 5 more minutes, Mom. Harry chuckled and putting his mouth near her ear, he said loudly, Hermione. You missed a week's worth of classes. Hermione sat bolt upright. I missed a week's worth of classes. How can I miss classes? Oh God, I am going to fail the exams. My career is going to be ruined. When she got her bearings and realized she was in the common room, she said grumpily, what was that all about, Harry? Hermione, it is very late in the night. You will get stiff if you sleep in that chair anymore. You would not be at your best to attend the lectures. You really ought to go to your own bed. As she went to her dormitory, he nonchalantly walked to his dorm, his mind still engaged in speculating about what might be beneath the trapdoor. While it was worth inspecting, it was not worth losing sleep over it. He figured he could think about it and have some idea as to what it was when he had time for more musings. He slipped into his bed and crashed to sleep promptly. The decree. The next day, Harry stood in the corridor which led to the dungeons while waiting for the Ponce. Soon enough, he was seen coming with his posse of friends. Harry called him, Malfoy. He sneered, you, here by yourself? Are you looking for a beating, Potter Black? Harry said coolly, we need to have a word without your cronies around. Pansy simpered, I would not let him be alone, Potter Black. Harry said snidely, suits me fine, if you need a girl to fight your battles, Malfoy. Your honor is even more impugned than I initially thought. I imagine Lord Black would have a lot to tell to Lord Malfoy when he writes to him about how his son has forfeited the family honor. Now that Malfoy understood what Harry was talking about, his family honor, he could not send his cronies away fast enough. Pansy tried to protest, but she was sent away with Crabbe and Goyle. After he was certain that they would not be overheard, Malfoy asked, what is it, Potter Black? Harry authoritatively said, Heir Malfoy, yesterday you challenged me to a wizard's duel and did not turn up to defend your honor. By your cowardly act, you have forfeited the duel and your honor. What's more, by sending Filch to catch me out of bed, you have compounded your offense. Therefore, in accordance with the traditions of the most ancient and noble houses, you must make reparations of my choice to regain your lost honor. How do you answer? Malfoy had a horrible, sick feeling. He had no idea that Potter Black even knew the rules and traditions surrounding wizarding duels. He had only thought to get Harry into detention. His little, childish plot had seriously backfired and he didn't even want to think what this was going to cost him. He had no idea that Hadrian Potter Black was sneaky like a Slytherin. He only had two options: either to forfeit his honor as heir of Malfoy or pay reparations in the form he chose. The choice was simple. I trust you have the decree with you. Harry produced a piece of parchment which said that Malfoy had forfeited a wizard duel to him and was making reparations to him in the form he chose in return of his honor which would have been impugned. Malfoy signed the parchment which Harry pocketed with glee. He was planning to send it to Lord Black, who would make some good use of it. The dungeons. Today was potions class again. Harry was in a mood to tangle with the potions professor. Dumbledore had not told him yet if he had talked with Snape, but Harry was not going to stand by and let him teach in a most unprofessional manner. When they entered the dungeons, the dungeon bat, the twins told him that was his nickname, was waiting for them with a stack of books on his table. As they occupied their places, he started talking in his menacing tone. I have been told that some of you dunderheads had trouble with brewing the simplest of potions for the reason of never having heard about potions before the previous class. While I had hoped that you were all a little more bright-minded than the students who started last year, I have been sorely disappointed. These books give you the introduction to the art of brewing potions, while 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi is a mandatory read for everyone who wants to be a potioneer. For today, you will be learning to take care of your equipment, and then you will be trying to brew the cure of boils again. I expect all of you will be able to brew decent potions by the next class. Harry knew about beginner's potions and had nothing to do for the first half of the class. Most of the rest of the students were diligently shuffling through the pages of the book, taking notes. While others tried to set their workstation as the book dictated, Harry had his cauldron sitting on its burner, his ladles cleaned and kept neatly at the side. Harry had wanted charmed ladles because they saved a lot of time. But his potion master, who had taught him the basics and a few potions, had told him that charmed ladles took the fun out of brewing, and sometimes he needed to work with the ladles, so it was a good choice if he did not use charmed ladles until owls at least. He had the ingredients lined up and was chopping them up in exact amounts when Snape skulked up to him. Potter Black, what would happen if I were to overboil a potion which was supposed to be cooked on a low fire? It would ruin the potion with no hope of salvaging it. It may also result in an explosion depending on the ingredients and other conditions, he answered respectfully. He had decided that if the dungeon bat did not engage him in banter, then he would not start it. As long as Snape was only asking questions which he was expected to know, he was okay. What would happen if I were to add porcupine quills to my cauldron before I took it off the fire? Harry sighed inwardly, knowing Snape would not let him have a moment of peace regardless of what he may do. There was no way he could remain respectful with that attitude. You would get a face full of scalding hot steam from the potion and a trip to the infirmary with a melted cauldron as a bonus, Harry answered. 5 points off Gryffindor, Potter Black, he roared. Harry said innocently, did I say something wrong, Professor? Only a fool would add porcupine quills to a potion while it is still on the fire. For being a fool, they would deserve to have scalding hot potion in their face. The rest of the lesson went without any further harassment at the hands of the dungeon bat. Snape made sure that every student knew of the basics to be followed before they started potion brewing, and then had them brew the cure for boils. Disappointing him, Hadrian Potter Black was the first one who was able to successfully brew it, though he was not ahead by a wide margin. Draco had been able to finish his brewing a mere minute or two after him, almost at the same time as Hermione Granger. After the students had handed over their samples, Harry passed a piece of parchment to Daphne when no one was looking. It was for her to meet him in the library that evening after dinner. There were things they needed to discuss, with the first being the trapdoor. The library. As usual, they took a seat at the end of the library when Daphne arrived with Tracy in tow. She sat on a chair beside Harry without looking, and then squealed when she realized who was sitting at the table. Daph, why are we sitting with Hadrian Potter Black and Neville Longbottom? Harry chuckled. Miss Davis, Hadrian Potter Black at your service. Daphne is here because she is my friend. Tracy's mouth was still open in surprise. When did you two even meet? We have been friends for at least 6 years now, Miss Davis. Tracy was glaring at her best friend. You have been friends with Harry freaking Potter and you never thought to let me know. We have been friends since we were toddlers, Daph. It was Harry who answered. It was for my protection, Miss Davis. We wanted no one to know my whereabouts, so her family was sworn to silence. Is that where you went on those holidays when you told me that you were visiting Germany, Italy, Greece and whatnot? Daphne smirked. Now you are able to connect the dots, Tracy. Yes, we were going to meet him and spend holidays with him and Neville. Neville, who had been silent till then, addressed her. Miss Davis, it is a pleasure to meet you. They had a good time talking about things in general, but there was nothing more that he could say in Tracy's presence. She was a new variable and he did not trust anyone easily. He had passed a parchment to Daphne telling her that they would talk some other time about it since it was of sensitive nature and secrets were meant to be kept and not blurted out. He also wanted to get to know a few more of the Slytherins because if he did not mingle with them, there was no way that he could have their support. There was also the prank which he had to execute and there was still a lot to do to set it up. The prank was to be executed in 2 steps. First was obtaining access to the common rooms of the other houses and second was to do what he had planned. The plan was to draw some runes on the entrance of the common rooms which would take effect a little later. Remus had told him about a couple of runes which they used in pranks in their time. Since one could do almost all magic by runes, he had seen fit to teach some of them to Harry, i.e. only some symbols, and told him what they did. He refused to teach him runes in detail because he said that if he had taught everything beforehand then Harry would be terribly bored in classes. The prank involved a timer rune which could be adjusted as per the caster's choice. There were runes in the cluster which would change the appearance or color of people's skin. Harry did not feel that the prank was something big or momentous, but it would announce to the school that they had arrived. The best thing was that the prank could not be countered by a finite and Remus had refused to tell him about how to counter it. When Harry asked him how he could undo it, the marauder smirked and told him that in an hour or 2, it would wear off by itself, unless someone else figured out a way to counter it. In the marauder's time, nobody had managed to figure that out. It was unlikely that anyone had figured out the counter since then. He had decided that today would be the day and contacted his associates who were to work with him. Sometime after midnight, he went to the Ravenclaw Tower where Corner and Turpin let him in. There was no portrait on the entrance to the Ravenclaw Tower like the Gryffindor Tower, but a bronze door knocker which asked questions when a student desired entrance. On the other side of the entrance, Michael had stunned all the portraits in the common room before he invited Harry inside because Harry had shared the little tidbit with him that the portraits were one way that the headmaster kept an eye on the students. Harry etched the runes he had learnt from Remus and told Corner to power them after he had left or it would be prematurely activated. There was also an invisibility rune in the collection of runes and on being activated, the entire collection would become invisible, meaning no one would be able to find it unless they knew some very advanced detection spells. In Hufflepuff, he was led into the barrels by Bones and Hannah. Susan welcomed him with a big smile. "How are you, Harry?" "I am fine, Susan. Sorry, but I don't think this is the time for small talk. If anyone saw me in your house common room, I would land in detention for a week with Filch for doing nothing." Hannah said, "She is like that, Harry. You tell me, what are we to do? Have you stunned the portraits as I had asked?" Susan gave him a wide grin. "Of course. I pretended not to know the stunning spell, so I asked Cedric Diggory to teach it to me. Under the pretext of practicing what he had taught me, I have been firing stunners all around the room and stunned every single portrait." "Brilliant idea, Susan. One might say you are a Slytherin undercover." She gave him a mysterious half-smile. "You never know what can happen, Harry. Harry, before you do whatever you have to, would you answer a few questions?" asked Hannah. "Sure, Hannah, unless the questions are too personal," he replied. "Nothing like that, Harry, but I wanted to know if you yourself would fall victim to this prank." "Of course I will. I have to show that I am as innocuous and naive as they think me to be," he replied smugly. "There can be no better misdirection than to make people think what you want rather than to let them arrive at different conclusions." "Are you sure that no one will be caught in this?" Susan asked nervously. "I don't think so, Susan. We are not using our wands, are we? There will be no magical signature to detect. There is no ghost around to see us. So, unless one of our associates blabbers on us, there is no way they can catch us," he answered. "I would like to be a portrait on the wall when they are trying to figure out who is behind the prank." After etching the runes on the inside of the entrance, Harry left telling Susan to tap the runic cluster with her wand. The power rune would draw power from the ley lines under the school and will work for 24 hours, then cease to function after that. Since every student had to leave through the entrance of their common room to go to classes, everyone would fall victim to them before breakfast. Lion's Den. Neville had borrowed Harry's invisibility cloak that evening to do his part in the prank. Percy Weasley, who was a prefect, always lingered in the common room till every student was in bed, and so, he would be suspicious if Neville was not in bed by that time. Neville had donned the invisibility cloak and trotted down to the common room. Without showing so much as the tip of his cherry wand, he stunned all the portraits one by one. After he was sure that they were all done, he started etching the runes as Remus had shown them. Over the years, Remus had grown as fond of him as he was of Harry and always tried to help him every way he could. Remus had taught him many things that Frank would have done, if he had been able. So Neville loved the older man as he would love an uncle. As he was finished etching the runes, the portrait hole opened and Harry walked in. Neville took the cloak off, grinning. "All done, Harry. We just need to tap the runes and it will be finished." He then realized that Harry was panting with exhaustion. "Harry mate, are you all right? Did something happen? I ran into Peeves on the 5th floor. He was angry with me for the Langlock and followed me until I got to the portrait of the fat lady, all the while shouting for Filch. I tell you, Neville, that I will pay him back for this." Harry tapped the runes with his wand and they climbed to the dormitories without noticing the pearly form of Sir Nicholas, who had seen everything that they were doing. The ghost had a sly smile on his face and his eyes were twinkling with amusement. The next morning, Dumbledore felt like he had gone back nearly 20 years in time, which was nonsense because even the best time-turners could not take anyone more than 5 hours back in time. The mayhem had started in the morning when a couple of Ravenclaws who were early birds came to the Great Hall for breakfast. Some of them had greenish tinge to their skin, some had red skin, but what was common was that every student was sporting some parts of an animal. Like Cho Chang had the ears of a panda while Marietta Edgecombe looked like a coyote. The teacher prayed that it was an isolated incident, but his hopes were dashed when students started trickling in and almost every student except the Slytherins had fallen victim to some kind of prank. Students were sporting all kinds of animal features with skin colors from every part of the rainbow. Even Dumbledore, who was used to the bizarre now, was amused. The incident reminded him of the years gone by when James Potter and his associates used to run amok and terrorize the school. This particular prank was especially popular back then, but none of the teachers remembered it being used with such magnitude. The marauders had been caught and punished after Pettigrew ratted them out. He had cracked under the withering glare of Professor McGonagall. When they graduated, Dumbledore and most of the teachers had breathed a sigh of relief that the biggest pranksters were gone, but here it was again in its full glory. He looked around to see the reactions of the students and the staff. The students were bewildered or angry or fearful, while a few of them were looking amused or even happy with this. Young Harry was clicking pics of everyone around and of the Great Hall in general. There was no way for the teachers to find the perpetrators because Dumbledore knew it was the work of planning, coordination and precision. To be able to hex everyone and to do it effectively, they would need all of them at the same place, which was nearly impossible to do without the teachers knowing. He also guessed that no wands were used to do anything in the prank because using wands would have been the biggest giveaway. He looked around at his colleagues to gauge their reactions. Sprout was looking at everyone so intently that she had forgotten that she had a piece of bacon on her fork as it slid to the table. Babbling was looking with interest, perhaps trying to figure out what could have been used to cause this. Aurora did not seem to care and was indulging in her breakfast. Snape was looking at the scene with disbelief and sneering. Dumbledore understood why he would feel so. After all, he had been one of the most frequent victims of this when he was a student. McGonagall was staring at Hadrian Potter Black intensely. She had perhaps arrived at the same conclusion that Albus had. Hadrian had something to do with the prank, but he was not sure exactly what, and he also was sure that he was not alone in this. Students from all three houses were complicit in this act. Flitwick was looking at the students amused and perhaps enjoying it a little too much. It was a known fact that Phileas loved pranks. Kettleburn was indifferent, which was expected because he was not of the sort to bother unless it involved one of his creatures. The students were murmuring and getting impatient, and Dumbledore needed to do something about it. He stood. "As I understand it, 3/4 of the school have been made the victims of a prank. Since it is not possible for students to attend classes in this mindset and make the most of their education, it has been decided that there will be no classes today. You all are to return to your dormitories or go to the library or do as you please. Meanwhile, the teachers will try to find a solution to this predicament of the students." Prefects, please join us in the staff room after breakfast. The staff room. The teachers had been joined by the prefects in the staff room. The head boy was a 7th-year Slytherin named Marcus Silianus. Dumbledore addressed him. What have you found out about the incident in question, Mr. Silianus? Headmaster, from what I have been able to glean after talking with other prefects, the changes happened to the students after they exited their common rooms. This did not happen at once, but almost everyone reckons that the changes happened 10 minutes after they exited their common rooms. Some of the prefects went back to their common rooms to ascertain if there was something which had caused the changes, but they were able to find nothing. Whoever did it knew a lot of complicated magic. I feel that it is beyond the talents of the prefects to get to the root of the problem. Dumbledore nodded. Astute observations, Mr. Silianus. You have already done more than I thought you would have been able to do. I will hear from the prefects now as to whether they have any ideas about how it happened. The Hufflepuff prefect went first. Headmaster, from what I have been able to find, it was done according to a careful plan. Whoever was behind it made sure not to leave any traces of their identity. I have asked the Fat Friar if he knew who had caused it, but he told me that he was not in the common room last night. None of the portraits which hang in the common room were of any help because someone had stunned them. When I enervated them, they told me that some student had stunned all of them while she was learning the stunning spell. He had seen Cedric teaching Stupefy to Susan last night, but he knew Susan's family history. In his mind, Susan was the niece of the head of DMLE. It was unthinkable that she would be involved in such pranks. Perhaps, she also did not know that she could stun the portraits. Hell, she was not even able to make the spell work for the first few tries when he was teaching her. What is the name of the first-year student, Mr. Orpington? Susan Bones, Headmaster. You did well, Mr. Orpington. Now I will hear Miss Clearwater's observations about what happened in the Ravenclaw Tower. Headmaster, I did not find much difference from what Alderic has already said. The portraits in the Ravenclaw common room were also stunned, so they do not remember anything, and the Grey Lady has not been around for days. When all the students had retired to their beds, a few first-year students were sitting in the common room working on their potions homework. They have reported to have seen or heard nothing. For Penelope, it was unthinkable that first-years would be able to do something which many OWL students could not. She was a Ravenclaw 5th year and she could not even begin to ascertain what had been done to achieve this. Besides, the first years she had mentioned were very sweet and timid. There was no way they could do this. Dumbledore nodded. However, he asked, what were the names of the first-year students who were awake after everyone had gone to bed? Michael Corner and Lisa Turpin, Headmaster. He nodded. Your report was satisfactory, Miss Clearwater. Now, Mr. Weasley, what did you find out? Percy puffed out his chest proudly. Headmaster, I did not find anything more than what has already been told here. However, I would like to add that there were no students in the common room when I went to bed. I did not hear any sort of commotion that warranted any investigation on my part during the night. The first thing that I realized this morning was that every portrait had been stunned. The house ghost Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Perpington Nick was present in the common room all night and he claims to have seen nothing. Dumbledore nodded while he inwardly was connecting all the dots together. True, it had looked like precision execution at first, but after taking together all the details the prefects had managed to unearth, it was clear that the perpetrators had made many mistakes. There were a few links still missing and he was reluctant to put them together. It has been a long time since the castle had seen so much action. Perhaps he would sit back and enjoy these pranks with a bowl of sherbet at his side, of course. He dismissed the prefects and then started talking to the teachers. I would like to hear what you all think about it. Kettleburn started. It might have been impressive, but it was just a prank someone managed. I would admit I am amazed by the magnitude, but honestly I do not care a bit about it. Dumbledore chuckled. Of course. Anything less in magnitude than the debacle of the dramatization of The Fountain of Fair Fortune would not impress you, Sylvanus. Snape drawled. I think Hadrian Potter Black is behind it somehow. This is a trick that his father would have done. McGonagall snapped. And what makes you think so, Severus? Do you have any proof to support your claims? How would you explain that he got entrance to the common rooms of other houses? How can you say that he was out of the common room when by the admission of the Gryffindor prefect, every student was in their dormitory by midnight? Dumbledore interrupted them, Severus and Minerva, please do not banter amongst yourselves. We have to find out who is behind this. However, I agree with Minerva, Severus. Mr. Weasley told us that every student was in their bed already by midnight. Or do you think that he is involved in it? That was a rhetorical question because everybody knew that Percy was the last Weasley one would expect to engage in pranks or to lie to teachers. He respected authority like he would respect Merlin. Flitwick squeaked, I do not care who did this. It was magic worth seeing, and to be able to execute it with such precision is more amazing. Dumbledore looked at Severus, so, it is agreed that we will try to find the one behind it. However, I would warn all of you not to try any unapproved measures in your quest for truth because the repercussions would be devastating. The prank went on all day long. The prank would have worn off after 2 hours, but the students did not know that it was renewed every time a student passed through the entrance of their common room. So, almost everyone had been cursed at least twice passing through the entrance of their common rooms. The Weasley twins and their friend, Lee Jordan, had put their heads together to find out who had pranked 3/4 of the school at once. This was far beyond the magnitude of what they had ever done. Also, there was no real hint as to who the perpetrator was. They sorely wished that they still had the Marauders map. With it, they would have noticed last night if students were in places where they ought not to be. But Harry had asked for his property back. It was true that they could have refused him, but he had proven that he was the heir of the legacy of the Marauders. What was more, he had proven it by communicating with the map amicably. They had some suspicion that he might have been the one behind it. But then they did not know how he could enter the common rooms of other houses. They had not been able to do it despite being the pranksters in residence for 3 years now. There was no way he could do it. He did not have the knowledge to pull off a prank like that. They were also impressed with how the hex renewed itself when one left their common room. They had figured that something had been done to charm the entrances to make the prank work, but even after a careful inspection and a lot of effort, they had not been able to find exactly what was done. Harry had chosen to spend the day outside on the grounds simply because he knew the prank would be renewed every time someone passed through the entrance of their common room. As it was, he expected that McGonagall would be inspecting the common room and making inquiries of her own. So would Sprout and Flitwick, but not Snape. Snape would not be bothered because his precious snakes had not been affected. Harry was sitting with his accomplices, discussing the fallout from the pranks. There had been several funny reactions to the prank. They had chosen a spot on the far side of the Black Lake where nobody could easily see them. As a precaution, Harry employed the device which concealed people's presence from others. They were able to talk freely, without worrying about eavesdroppers or uninvited guests. Michael was saying, "This was fun, Harry. We loved it. What is the next one?" Susan added, "You should have seen the looks on the faces of the Hufflepuffs. They were baffled, amused, angry and surprised. Some were openly appreciating the ones who did it while others were vowing revenge. We will have to be careful so that we are not caught." Harry turned to Lisa. "How was that for stirring things up, Lisa?" She grinned. "You have set the bar very high indeed. It makes me wonder what you will do to top this one." Hannah added, "Have you thought about your next prank, Harry?" Harry smiled. "Thinking about the next one already, Hannah. Take a brief rest and enjoy our success before we move on to the next one." Neville playfully hit him on the shoulder. "Mate, I think you should tell them. The suspense is unnecessary." Harry mock sighed. "Since Longbottom is being so pushy, the next trick is for the serpents. I don't want them to feel left out. Pretty soon the school will have its laugh at them. And pray tell, what have the serpents done to you?" said Daphne Greengrass, who had arrived there with Tracy. "What are you doing here, Greengrass?" asked Ernie curiously. She gave him a smirk. "I think I am meeting with my friends." Lisa said, "Sorry, Greengrass, I do not remember that any of us have been your friend previously. But, you are welcome to join us if you will." Harry said amusedly, "Oh yes. I do not remember either if we have been friends previously." Daphne's eyes turned slit-like and she was ready to pounce on Harry to beat him to a pulp. Neville poked him on his shoulder. "Stop messing with her. Do you not know how nasty she can get when her anger is roused?" Harry raised his hands in surrender. "Sorry, Daphne. I was just jesting around." Then he addressed the others. "Everyone, I trust you know these two ladies, Daphne of House Greengrass and Tracy of House Davis. Daphne is one of my oldest friends with Neville here. She has been around me, harassing me, pestering me for all these years. It was only my Gryffindor courage that I could bear it all and can still call her my friend." Daphne had enough and started smacking him about the head with her hands while the others laughed. After things had settled, Daphne turned to the group, "So what is your problem with serpents?" "Nothing really, but most of them look excessively gloomy, pretentious and try to look too dignified. In my opinion, they ought to loosen up a little," Harry replied. "I would concede that you have a point there, Harry, but I trust that me and Daphne will be spared from this next trick, whatever it may be," asked Tracy. "Sorry, Tracy, that would be a bad idea. Snape may turn on you both, accusing you of being responsible for it. Why do you think Neville looks like a bull while I have antlers like a stag? Or Lisa is looking like a fox, or Michael is looking like an owl for that matter? I do not know if you noticed, but none of us have been spared, and it kept others from looking at us too closely," Harry calmly replied. Daphne, looking toward the castle, said, "Perhaps your efforts to avoid suspicion have not been as successful as you could have hoped. I can see McGonagall coming this way and she does not look happy." As the rest of the group followed Daphne's gaze, they saw Professor McGonagall coming their way. Daphne and Tracy made their escape. Harry decided that he would rather face Professor McGonagall now than try to run. When she came upon them, she observed every student and said, "It is good that I found you all here. Professor Dumbledore wants to see all of you in his office in 10 minutes. The password to his office is Sherbet." Harry spent the next 10 minutes, making his way to the gargoyle at the end of the second-floor hall, trying to figure out where his plan had gone wrong. They had left no wand signatures. None of them had been around when the spells took effect. There were no witnesses. They even fell victim to their own prank to avert suspicion. How could Dumbledore have found out? Somehow, he did. There was nothing to do but to face him now. Headmaster's office. As they walked to the headmaster's office, Harry talked to his friends in an undertone. "I do not know if any of you are adept at occlumency, but Dumbledore can read your mind like an open book. Without casting any spell, he can see the surface thoughts in your mind. You need to avoid making eye contact with him. Concentrate on thinking about one of your classes so that he can't read anything about the prank." After making their way past the gargoyle and up the moving spiral stairs, they were sitting before Dumbledore. Neville and Harry employed occlumency. Harry had his favorite Quidditch match playing in the forefront of his mind. Neville was reciting everything he knew about plants, herbs and fungi. The two of them regarded the headmaster with polite interest while the other four gave their attention to every portrait, book and curious object in the room. Dumbledore surveyed every one of them critically for a long time before he started speaking. "I trust that you all know why you have been summoned here. I have received some information regarding the pranks that were done last night. I dare say that I did not had crucial information to find out who was responsible at first, however within the last hour, I have come into some information which points me towards all of you." Harry asked him, "If I may ask, Headmaster, what is that information?" He chuckled good-naturedly. "There was a pattern to the pranks, Mr. Potter Black. For one, there were no witnesses. For two, all of the portraits in the common rooms of all the houses had been stunned so they saw nothing. For three, there was no house ghost who saw anything otherwise. I was completely befuddled until the prefect started reporting. Miss Penelope told me that Mr. Corner had been seen studying the stunning spell a few days earlier in the common room. As I understand, neither Professor Flitwick nor Professor Quirrell have taught it to their first-year students, so there was no reason for him to be curious about it. Similarly, Mr. Orpington reported that Miss Bones had been seen learning the charm from Mr. Diggory. In her enthusiasm to learn the spell, she had stunned all the portraits, but not once had her spells found a student. Imagine my surprise when I called Madame Bones, and here I will quote her. I have taught all the basic spells to her, Dumbledore. I again had to ask myself why she would pretend to not know about it. I received nothing from the portraits in the Gryffindor common room, so I was flummoxed about who could have done it when help came from an unexpected direction. Peeves, the poltergeist, came to me to inform me that Mr. Potter Black had run into him on the 5th floor sometime around midnight. I recalled Mr. Weasley had told me that all students were in their beds by 11 o'clock, so obviously his information was wrong. The rest of the story was filled in by the Grey Lady, who told me that Hadrian Potter Black had been welcomed into the Ravenclaw Tower by Mr. Corner and Miss Turpin here. From there it was not hard to put the pieces together. Lisa was looking at him open-mouthed. You should have been sorted into Ravenclaw for your wits. Dumbledore chuckled good-naturedly. Indeed, Miss Turpin, the Sorting Hat debated this with me, but it agreed that I had other qualities which were more prominent and I was well placed into Gryffindor. He then adopted a serious demeanor. As you all know, breaking rules is punishable and you all broke too many rules to count last night. I have been asked to hand the punishment to you all for your misdeed, and I have decided that 20 points apiece from each of you in detention with your heads of house for 2 nights will be sufficient. His eyes twinkled and a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth at that moment. I hope you will be more careful next time and will not leave a rather easy trail to follow. I would hate to see it being curbed. Now you all can go back to the Great Hall for dinner. As they were leaving, Dumbledore said, before I forget, take 5 points each for a prank well executed. Defense Master's Office. Professor Quirrell was nervous. Things were not going the way he wanted and time was running out. He had been on the trail of Nicholas Flamel and Perenelle Flamel for a month. A couple of times, he had almost reached the stone when the old fool meddled with his plans. Dumbledore had removed the stone to another location. When he finally traced it to a high-security vault in Gringotts and was able to access it, Dumbledore had already removed the stone earlier that same day. Now he was keeping it directly under his nose. Exactly where, it was not clear. He had also heard about Wormtail being found in the castle and had been very angry. The treacherous rat had been living with wizards for years in relative comfort, and Lord Voldemort was condemned to a wraith-like existence. The greatest Dark Lord was reduced to a wraith which could not even hold a wand, and his followers were living as if nothing had happened. None of them had tried to find him all these years. Lord Voldemort, who for the moment had taken residence on his turban, remembered the agony he had to go through to remain alive and to heal from the injury which was caused to him at Godric's Hollow. It had taken him years before he could stop feeling the excruciating pain which came to him. In all those moments of unbearable pain, he had cursed the name of the mudblood Lily Potter and her hell spawn of a son, Harry Potter. He also rued the one time that he had shown mercy to one of his minions. He had granted a boon to Severus to spare her life when Severus told him that he fancied her. If only he had not given that boon or cast the killing curse at the boy without killing the mother, he would not have been reduced to this pathetic form where everything he did was a mountainous task in itself. In order to be mobile and to stay alive in something more substantial than mere existence, he had possessed Nagini. Where she had come from, he did not know. He gave a part of his soul to her for safekeeping. That had been the second great folly of his life. His soul was already weakened from being broken into pieces far too many times. The strain had very nearly caused him to pass into the near non-existence where he was neither living nor dead. Not having died but never able to get a body. Nagini had been his final Horcrux. To create her, he had to kill a Muggle. Killing a Muggle was something he considered beneath him, but killing him had been onerous and he had almost died. After Nagini, he knew that he could not make another Horcrux. He had no followers either. In this weakened form, he knew that he could not trust any of them to keep him from the Ministry. They had spent a decade free from his shackles and they would not willingly return to him. Lucius was a crafty businessman who only looked after his own interests. Barty Crouch Jr. had perished in Azkaban. The few, the faithful, Rookwood, Travers, Roll, Bellatrix, Dolohov, Rabiston, Rodolphus were all rotting in Azkaban, rather than living free as lying cowards. He would reward them when he returned into a body and broke them out of prison, but right now, his primary concern was to obtain a body, and for that he needed the thrice-damned stone. Another thing on his list was to kill the bane of his existence, Hadrian Potter Black. The boy had to be killed to cleanse the taint that Lord Voldemort had been vanquished by a child who could not hold a wand. He will give the boy a gruesome death that the world will see, but right now, he wanted a body again. 4th floor. Harry and Neville were waiting for Daphne where they had decided to meet in an abandoned room on the 4th floor. Daphne came in the room and Harry locked the door with a locking charm. Daphne spoke first. "What's up with all this cloak and dagger stuff, Harry?" "Daph, a few days ago, me, Neville and Ronald Weasley stumbled across the secret being kept on the 3rd floor which the headmaster had warned us about at the welcome feast." He did not speak for a few moments, trying to get a rise out of her, knowing she would snap at him. She did not disappoint him. Her eyes had turned slit-like, her forehead scrunched in anger, her wand twirling. She said in a cold demanding voice, will you speak further or do you need to be persuaded? Harry chuckled, don't start Daphne. He turned to Neville, Minion, would you do the honors? Neville mock scowled at him, Minion. Me? I thought it was your turn to be the minion today. Harry chuckled, sorry mate. With her, you are always going to be the minion. Oh right, Neville drawled and suddenly noticed color rising in Daphne's cheeks. Hastily he said, all right. As you know, Malfoy challenged Harry to a wizarding duel and I was his second. We went to the trophy room and Ronald tagged along out of morbid curiosity I suppose. Just like you told us, Malfoy did not turn up. Filch and his infernal cat did. We had to run for it. We wound up cornered at the end of a corridor with no way out but a locked door. I unlocked the door and the three of us got through it before Filch and his cat could get around the corner to spot us. As it turned out, we were in the very place that Dumbledore told us to stay away from at the start of term feast. That was when we realized that we were in the same room as the biggest dog any of us have ever seen. And if that wasn't bad enough, the Avering beast had 3 heads. She gasped in shock, what? A Cerberus in the school? What was Dumbledore thinking? Harry took the narrative from there. To answer your question, we still haven't questioned Dumbledore about what he was thinking. While Neville and Ron made their escape, I took one more look around and noticed that the dog had its massive paws on a trapdoor. I figured that whatever had been in that vault at Gringotts and Hagrid blurted out had been removed earlier that same day, is what that Cerberus is guarding. She listened to everything and then asked, what do you think it could be? We don't know. We have brainstormed on this for a long time but we don't have enough clues to even make a good guess. I feel that it is not something we should concern ourselves with. I just wanted to keep you in the loop about what we have been up to. She nodded, what about Malfoy? Did you do something about him? He forfeited a wizarding duel to you. Harry gave her his best lopsided grin, I made him sign a decree for me. I imagine Lord Black will have some use for it. She grinned in response. Black Townhouse. Lord Black was sitting for dinner when an owl knocked on the window outside the kitchen in the townhouse. With a flick of his wand the window opened and the owl flew straight to him and extended its leg to him. Recognizing the Hogwarts crest, he opened the letter and started reading. Lord Black, this is to inform you that your ward Hadrian Potter Black was found to be involved in mischief making in the school in concert with students from other houses. Working with them he broke curfew, accessed common rooms of other houses, and did a prank upon 3/4 of the school at once. This prank caused the students to have their skin color changed and display animal parts instead of their natural human ones. The resulting disruption forced us to cancel classes for the day. After an investigation in which the students involved were identified and proved guilty beyond doubt, the headmaster has penalized the guilty parties by deducting 20 points each from their respective houses and sending all of them to detention with their heads of house for 2 evenings. This letter is being written to you in the hope that you will discipline him for his behavior. Minerva M. McGonagall, Deputy Head Mistress, Head of Gryffindor House, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Arcturus read the letter in full and handed it to Remus. Your nephew has already started to sow terror in the hearts of the teachers. Remus took the letter and read it through at once. When he was done, he was sporting an ear-to-ear grin. He didn't take long to get started, did he? Arcturus snorted, I am surprised it took him this long. I had thought that he would have done it in the first week. What do you think we should do to discipline him, as Minerva expected us to? Remus gave him a wary look, would you actually discipline him? You would rather send him gifts and tell him that he did well. Not so. He got caught, didn't he? He must have left clues that lead back to him. We can't have that. Remus mentally snorted. The older wizard was a true Slytherin. He was disappointed that Harry was caught but not at all about his ward pulling pranks. Remus knew that the headmaster had a lot of ways to gather information which others did not. If he put his mind to it, he could find out anything he wanted. Remus however was ready to tell Sirius about this prank and maybe they could get some photos from Harry which he surely would have taken. Remus, how are the preparations coming for the meeting at Longbottom Manor tomorrow? Are we ready to go and do this? Asked Arcturus. Yes, Augusta has sent a letter to inform me that she has called a meeting of the allies of House of Potter and Longbottom tomorrow. We can topple Cornelius Fudge off his chair. Have you talked to Dumbledore? Arcturus said offhandedly, why would I need to talk to him? He is the chief warlock and it is of no concern to him. I think that privately he would be elated to get rid of Fudge because he is more of a hindrance than a help. It only remains for us to put forward the most suitable candidate for the job. Do you have anyone in mind? Remus asked, knowing that the older wizard would already have thought of it. Indeed I do, Remus, but I will leave you guessing until I talk about it tomorrow, he said cryptically. Now leave me in peace to write a letter to my heir to discipline him for his failure. After dinner, as he was about to retire for the night, Hedwig made an appearance. She landed at Remus's side of the table and extended her leg. Remus detached the letter and offered her all treats and water. After she had her fill, he told her to rest in the Ollery and they would have a letter for her to take back in a few days. Remus opened the letter and started reading, his eyes shining with anticipation. He inspected the other parchment which had come in the envelope. He passed both to Lord Black. Here, this will be sufficient to quell your anger at him. Arcturus started reading the letter. Dear Granddad, a few days ago, Draco Malfoy challenged me to a wizard's duel to be held at midnight in the trophy room. I accepted the challenge and made an appearance at the appointed time and place. He failed to come or to send notice that he would not come. In addition to failing to honor his commitment, he also sent Filch so that he could catch me out after curfew. I was able to evade the caretaker and his cat. The next day, I made the formal demand of him to forfeit his honor for failure to honor his commitment or to pay reparations in the form I chose. He immediately signed the decree to make reparations in the form I choose, and I hereby commit the decree to you to execute as per your convenience on my behalf. Neville and Daphne send their respect and loads of love to you and Moony. Hadrian Potter Black, heir to House of Potter and House of Black. After he was done reading the letter, he looked at the decree and after satisfying himself as to its contents, he started laughing. After a good 5 minutes, he was able to control his laughter. Remus, I think we have enough to make sure that Fudge is toppled off his chair. Thanks to this, he said, tapping the decree, Lucius too will play his part. Remus just grinned in response. Street. Mungos. Mr. Black, how are you today? Asked Healer Meredith as she entered his ward at St. Mungo's. Sirius looked up warily. I am sure I will be absolutely fine, Meredith, unless you are going to shove another of your disgusting potions down my throat and call it a nutrient potion. She chuckled, hardly serious. The potion regime is over and there is nothing more that we can do here. Your sessions with your mind healer are also at an end. Tomorrow we will make the final decision about whether you are ready to leave. Ready to go or not, you are to come in for periodic assessments for the next 3 months. Fail to show, even once, and I swear by Merlin that I will personally come and drag you back here. Sirius shuddered. You know I would do anything to be rid of this prison, Meredith. I have a godson to meet, friends to reconnect with, a grandfather to reconcile with, and a future life to plan. She chuckled. Looks like you have a lot of plans to pursue when you are out of here. I will leave you now to your recuperation. Sirius was content to be away from the Dementors even if it meant he was in a hospital. He was astounded to find his grandfather alive after so long, but was also relieved when Remus had told him that Arcturus had rescued Harry from the Muggles a decade ago. True that his grandfather had not looked after his interests when he was little, but he had come through when it was needed. He had scorned him and his family and ran away from home when he was 16, but now that he thought about it, he wondered if things would have been different if Arcturus had not left Great Britain soon after Melania had died. He could have changed a lot of things with the power that was at his disposal. He figured that they will have a long talk when they are face to face again. He also thought about his godson, who had grown up to be a wonderful boy and, as Moony told him, had the charms of his father and his mother's brains. He wanted to get out of the hospital wing as soon as he could because he could not wait to see his godson and spoil him rotten if Moony had not already done so. It was a good thing that they were going to discharge him the next day because it had already gone on as long as he could tolerate and not break under it. Hogwarts. Harry and Neville had been given a hero's welcome in the tower by many of the students. News was hard to contain in the school, with the rumor mill being what it was. Besides, the detention log, which contained details about detention of a student, was public knowledge, and by evening everyone had known who was responsible for the prank. The twins had snuck out of the castle to bring plenty of items for an impromptu party where Harry and Neville were treated as the guests of honor. The twins had been enthusiastic about the prank and wanted to know details, but Harry told them it was proprietary magic of the Marauders and part of his heritage as being the heir of their legacy. He told them that they could join in the next big one. Not everyone was happy with them. A few of them were scowling or grumbling about the pranks and that they had to spend the day sporting parts of an animal. Most, however, were amused and encouraged them to do more tricks like that in the future. Percy was one of those who was not amused or found the prank to be funny at all. Hermione was another one who huffed at them. Ronald had asked Harry as to why he did not include him in the prank. When Harry asked him if he could do half the things they had learned in classes. Yet, Ronald's red ears were enough to tell him that he could not. He had told Ron that if he applied himself to his studies then Harry would think about including him in his pranks because he was not ready to face the ire of his parents if he turned to mischief-making like Harry and did not pay attention to his studies, letting his grades plummet. Later, Neville and Harry had conferred with each other about giving Ronald a chance if he showed improvement in his studies. He was a brilliant tactician and could be helpful to them in ways more than one. The next day, Harry was sitting for breakfast at the Gryffindor table with Neville and the twins around him. With the looks that he had received, he was sure that some of the students were still angry with him and it was better to let them cool off before he made another move. "Harry, is that Zeus flying towards you at breakneck speed?" Neville asked nervously, pointing towards the ceiling from where the falcon was gliding towards him. Harry extended his arm for the bird and when it landed, it butted its head against his for a moment before extending its leg. Harry relieved it of the burden and offered a piece of bacon which the bird snatched up and flew out again. Harry noticed that the letter was sealed by the signet ring of House Black, meaning the letter had been written by Lord Black himself. Warily, he opened the letter. "Hadrian Potter Black, I am disappointed with you and I feel that all the lessons I imparted to you were for naught. Your deputy head mistress sent me a letter telling me about your prank and urged me to admonish you for your rule breaking. While she has the right to make requests, it is up to me to honor them or outright ignore them, and I have decided to ignore her for the time being. I extend my congratulations for your feat. I also express my disappointment that you were caught. Next time, please pick up associates who know the value of stealth, who will not leave a trail to follow. If, however, you are doing it to get caught, then it is another matter altogether. On a different note, I am extremely pleased with you for the way you acted with dignity and honor in dealing with Heir Malfoy and showed your Slytherin side in obtaining that decree. I surely will use it to great effect. How are Heir Longbottom and Heiress Greengrass? Give my love to both of them and take care of yourself, learn magic and do whatever little wizards are supposed to do. Make me proud. Arcturus Orion Black, Order of Merlin, First Class. Lord of Ancient and Most Noble House of Black. Everything all right? Neville asked him. Harry showed him the letter which he read at once. I would have never expected that he would actually congratulate you for pranks well done. He looks like the pureblood lord who can tolerate no rule breaking and does not know humor. Harry snorted. You know him, Neville. For the world he is Lord Black, the perfect pureblood lord, but at home, he is just a grandfather who likes to enjoy life as much as we do while trying to think of ways to spoil his grandchildren. Neville, who was looking around, asked him, why is Hermione glaring at us? Harry looked at Hermione and sighed. She is a stickler for rules. Maiden prides herself on obtaining points for the house with all the answers that she gives in the classes. I suppose she is peeved that we lost 40 points in a day. Neville chuckled. I had not thought about it that way. Things were quiet for a few moments before Neville asked him in a hushed whisper, are we ready for the next one? Next one? Gred or Forge? Asked him. What exactly do you have planned, Harrykins? Harry gave them his best lopsided grin. If I told you, you might try to steal my thunder. He turned to Neville. Oi, we are ready, but do not go out giving our plans like candy or I will find another minion. Neville slapped his shoulder playfully, as if anyone else can read you like a book the way I do. Neville made is that the Longbottom owl flying towards you? Asked George, pointing to a barn owl flying towards Neville. The bird extended its leg to Neville when it landed. Neville relieved it of its burden. To his relief, it was not a howler but a simple plain letter from his gran. Taking it to be a good sign that she was not angry with him, he opened the letter. Neville Frank Longbottom, I received a letter from my friend Minerva last evening about your mischief making at the school. I should say that I am disappointed that you are not following in the footsteps of your father, but I realize that you are your own man. I want to chastise you, but when I think about what Frank would have done, I realize that he might have been okay with it. I will not interfere or admonish you about pranks so long as they do not hurt anyone. However, the moment I hear that you have crossed the line and become a bully, I swear that I will come and set you straight. Give my love to Harry and Daphne. Augusta Longbottom, Regent of House Longbottom. Neville showed the letter to Harry, who was pleased with the response. At least I do not have to worry about you being left out of a prank because Gran did not want you to become a part of it. As if I would let you do anything without me being involved, you prat, said Neville. After lunch, McGonagall stopped them. Mr. Potter Black and Mr. Longbottom, you both are to report to my office this evening at 8 o'clock for your detentions, and you do not need to bring your wands. After the admonishment, they went to their classes for the day. Harry made sure to include Ron in the group because he would be very useful to them in pranks. The redhead was not as advanced as they were, but there was strength in numbers and he had some brains which he could use to get them out of tough situations. His prowess in chess, as Harry had seen, was formidable. He was able to defeat some of the older years too. They only would need to push him to do his best in studies and at times help him here and there. Besides, they needed more friends, plain and simple, and the Weasleys were part of their extended family. Cladora, Doria and Cedrella were sisters after all. Harry, come join us in the library today, said Ernie Macmillan, who had just come to their table. There are a few students who want to meet you. As Ernie left, Harry said to Neville, come to think of it, I am related to him too. Grand Aunt Melania was his great aunt. I take it you are going to meet him? Neville asked him. Of course I am, and you are coming with me. Longbottom Manor. Arcturus arrived with Remus at Longbottom Manor, where Augusta welcomed them. Arcturus, welcome to Longbottom Manor, and the same to you, Remus. Arcturus asked her, are the others here? No, but they will start arriving soon. I am expecting about 10 of our allies here today. The rest of them follow Dumbledore now. Arcturus waved her off. It is of no concern, Augusta. We will have a minister of our own choosing in the Wizengamot this term. The Wizengamot was the governing body of the wizarding world and elected the minister who ran the government. There were 60 active seats in the Wizengamot of the ancient and most noble, ancient and noble and ancient houses, with each seat having 2 votes, while 20 were vacant due to the reasons of them being wiped out of existence or stripped of their places upon the Wizengamot. 10 seats of the rest were held by Order of Merlin awardees, while 10 were temporary seats which were filled by other houses who were elected by voting of the permanent seats and Order of Merlin holders. If a house did not have anyone to represent its interests in the capacity of lord or regent, then the minister could appoint a regent for that seat till the heir came of age. It was using this power that Fudge had appointed Lucius Malfoy as regent of House Black, claiming that in the absence of other heirs, his son Draco Malfoy was the heir apparent. Dumbledore had been able to appoint Elphie as Doge when Millicent Bagnold was still minister, and she had approved his decision. So, out of a total of 100, there were only 80 active seats in the Wizengamot. For a majority, one needed 41 votes in their favor. The neutrals were the biggest bloc with 40 members. Dark had 25 and Light had 15 members in their respective factions. The Light was led by Dumbledore, while Nicholas Greengrass was the leader of the neutral and Lucius Malfoy was the leader of a group of the Dark faction, while the other was led by Thaddeus Knott. The first one to come was Lady Bones, who had brought Lord Abbott with her. The next was Lord Macmillan, who had a frown on his face, and Arcturus thought that he might be a difficult ally unless he was reminded of his place in the hierarchy of the houses and his relation to the House of Black. Stevens was next, which was an ancient house and had been in the Alliance for the last 3 generations. There was Lord Folly, who came next, followed by Lord Corner, who was followed by Lord Boot. After they had all taken their seats, Augusta Longbottom stood to address them, since she was the host. Firstly, welcome everyone to this first meeting of our alliance after all these years. This meeting has been called to renew the alliance between us. Lord Macmillan pointed to Arcturus and Remus. What are they doing here? As I remember, House of Black was not a part of the Grand Alliance, neither is Mr. Lupin a member of any of the houses of our alliance. Arcturus stood and faced him calmly. My apologies, Lord Macmillan, if I sound too presumptuous, but Hadrian Potter Black is a ward of my house apart from being my heir. My grandson is his godfather, and my sister, I might add, is his grandmother. So, I am here as representative of House Potter's interests in the first place. Secondly, I am willing to join this alliance and declare that House Black will sit in the Light faction starting with the next session. Remus Lupin is here because he was one of the intended guardians for little Harry, as has been set forth in James Charles Potter and Lily Potter's will. In the next session, he will be appointed as the regent to the House of Potter in accordance with their wishes and will be discharging those obligations until Harry is ready to assume his duties upon reaching the age of majority. When he sat down, Leonard Macmillan had averted his eyes. I apologize for any slights which I might have committed towards you, Lord Black. Lady Bones stood to dispel the frostiness of the situation. So, the agenda of this meeting is to oust Cornelius Fudge from his office because he violated the rights of an ancient and most noble house by appointing a regent of his choosing without conferring with the lord of the house. Lord Boot said, Amelia, do we even have the numbers? As I see it, we hardly have 10 houses represented in this meeting and we need 41 to make majority. Lord Black answered for him, I will answer this one, Lord Boot. As far as anyone knows, House of Black is currently a member of the Dark faction and I still have allies in that faction who are under obligation to the House of Black for favors offered to them throughout the years. Since we have time on hand before the next Wizengamot session, I will call a meeting with them and ask them to repay those debts that they owe to me. In addition to that, I will twist Lucius's arm till he agrees to my proposition and then I will break it for good measure. In the neutral faction, I have several allies who will help me. Augusta, who had done some quick math, replied, as per my calculations, we will have at least 40 voting on our side, so we just need a couple more to ensure that Fudge's days are numbered. Lord Abbot spoke for the first time, if we present a worthy candidate, we may be able to break the rest of them and obtain an easy majority. Augusta spoke, I think I speak for all of us when I say I am open to suggestions. Stevens spoke up, Dumbledore would not accept the post even if we came crawling to him on our hands and knees to take it. Besides, he better suits our needs as the chief warlock. Lord Corner said, what about Bartemius Crouch Sr.? He is an able wizard and would be far better than Cornelius Fudge as the minister. Arcturus snarled, not him. He is one of those responsible for sending Sirius to prison without a trial. I want his head on a platter for this infraction. Remus spoke up, then let's consider Lady Bones as the next minister. Amelia took her time to reply, my initial thought was to refuse, but I think I will do it if you all consider me worthy of the role. There are a lot of things that Cornelius could have done differently. He would have been touted as a hero, but he failed to do it. Arcturus turned to her, I would implore you to start collecting evidence against him of financial misappropriation, of taking bribes from former Death Eaters and other offenses so that we can arrest him and make him squeal on those who had done underhanded deals with him in the past. I am not in a mood to let him escape. It was agreed that Amelia would be proposed as the next minister by Lord Macmillan and the nomination would be seconded by Lord Boot. But first, Lord Black would bring a non-confidence motion against Cornelius Fudge. Ministry of Magic. At the same time, Cornelius Fudge was sweating in his office. He had heard whispers of the grindstone moving again and of Lord Black on a warpath against him. When he had become the minister, he used to rush to Dumbledore for advice and generally do as he suggested. The big exception was when he appointed a regent for House Black. Lucius, who had already been cleared by then, due to his heavy donation to a charity run by Fudge's wife, had approached him with a smile and a large bag of galleons and convinced him to appoint Lucius as regent for House Black. Fudge was obviously happy to do so when nothing had been heard of the former Lord Black for a long time. Lord Black was all but presumed dead. He had panicked at the time when Arcturus had appeared again and started to pester him to get a trial for Sirius Black, but Cornelius had persevered and did not bow to him. Arcturus had disappeared again shortly afterwards and he had thought that the crisis was averted, but it was not. Now Arcturus was back and asking for his head on a platter. Minister, what has worried you? Asked Dolores Umbridge, his undersecretary. The witch was a despicable creature but crafty in her ways, therefore Cornelius had allowed her to rise so high in the ministry. She had come in handy for him all these years. It is Lord Black, Dolores. Arcturus Black has sworn revenge on me. She simpered, but he is just an old fool like Dumbledore. He surely cannot expect to be able to cause harm to you, the Minister of Magic. Cornelius snapped, he is a Black, Dolores. They are one of the biggest and most influential families. Most of their influence has waned, but they still have enough. They are known Slytherins, and if they decide to achieve something, it is not out of their hands. He still has lots of influence and gold to get what he really wants. If he decides to oust me from the office, it is only a matter of time. Surely you don't really mean that? She asked him nervously, and Fudge could sense that she was scared for her own future. Well, Fudge thought, he could not give her any assurance when his own future was not secure. If I were you, Dolores, I would start to consider other career options. It is out of my hands now, he said wearily. Hogwarts. In detention, Professor McGonagall had them clean one of her bookcases full of old books on the first day without magic. It was a hard job and they had not enjoyed a bit of it. In the next, she had them clean a cabinet full of pictures and some awards which had been awarded to Gryffindor in the previous years. One of those showed the Gryffindor students of the class of 1968-75, where the Marauders were standing close to McGonagall and grinning stupidly at the camera, making Harry smile. There was another one where Frank and Alice stood with Minerva and surprisingly Augusta. Classes were going well enough and the Quidditch practices were sufficient to tire him out every day that he had no energy left to do anything else. Oliver was a maniac when it came to Quidditch. Meanwhile, they had secretly met Lilith Moon and Blaise Zabini. They had been very positive towards him and said that they were looking forward to his friendship with them. As days passed, Harry had met heirs of many houses who otherwise belonged to the dark spectrum on the Wizengamot and were former allies during the war. Harry met all of them and marked some to keep his friendships with, the most notable being Adrian Pusey, who was from the ancient house of Pusey. His family had not participated in combat in the last war for either side but worked as information gatherers for both sides. Harry resolved to get that one on his side as soon as it was possible. There were other heirs too who otherwise belonged to the grey spectrum, i.e. the neutrals, like the Duvant family, the Abercrombie family, the Folly heiress, and a few others. The most interesting thing was that none of them knew of his friendship with Daphne except his yearmates, and he intended to keep it that way. The duel master and his apprentices. Harry wanted to learn dueling. Arcturus had engaged a dueling master to teach him the basic rules of dueling, and that was all. However, Harry wanted to learn dueling professionally so that he could compete in the World Under-14 Championship. He had been to many of those tournaments when he was little with Remus and sometimes Neville. They both had decided that they would seek Flitwick out, for he was the best to teach them about it. To that end, they both decided to pay him a visit one evening. The charms professor was in the middle of grading the assignments they had turned in and was surprised to see them. "Mr. Potter Black, Mr. Longbottom, is everything all right?" Neville took the initiative. "Yes, Professor, everything is all right. We wanted to ask you something." He motioned for them to continue. "Go on, I am listening." "Professor, it is widely known that you are a 9 times dueling champion. The thing is that we want to participate in the upcoming dueling tournament next year, and we thought maybe you could coach us." Flitwick contemplated what they were asking of him for some time before he started speaking. "Yes, it is true that many years ago, I was a dueling champion. I have not stepped into a ring since then, nor have I ever attempted to coach before. The two of you are certainly doing well in class. You may very well have what it takes. I warn you, however, that dueling in competition is very different from practicing spells in a classroom. I will agree to coach you if you will abide by the rules. I will teach you the same way that my coach taught me." Harry asked, "Who was your coach?" "My father at first, but when I arrived at Hogwarts, the Transfiguration professor, who is now our headmaster, trained me." Flitwick grinned. After Harry and Neville had a moment to let that sink in, Flitwick continued, "Now, the rules. First, you will not use your dueling abilities to bully others. Second, you will never ever break the rules of dueling under any condition, and thirdly, you will do everything that I ask of you." They readily agreed to this. "We will do as you ask of us, Professor." He started walking around them, noticing their posture and everything that he thought necessary. After a careful observation which lasted 5 minutes, he started, "I want you both to run at least 1 lap around the Black Lake every morning and use magic for any chores which you might do. It will ease you into using magic more swiftly, and your cores will become accustomed to the daily exercise, so you will not faint in the middle of a duel." He rooted through a drawer and pulled out 2 battered copies of a book titled, "A Guidebook for Beginner Duelists." "These books contain all the spells which we can often expect in a duel, and I want you two to learn 1 spell at a time. You will not start to learn another spell until you have finished one, and by finishing I mean that you can cast those spells in your sleep if the need be. There is a room by the charms classroom on the second floor which was used in the past for the dueling classes which were abolished sometime after the Grindelwald War. You can use it for your purposes. I expect you will not tell anyone else about these lessons. If a third student were to so much as show their face when I am coaching you, I will immediately cease teaching these classes. The first class will be at 7 o'clock on the coming Monday. Black Town House. Sirius Black was discharged from the hospital and brought to his childhood home where he had many bitter memories. Memories of his parents, his brother, and all the abuse he had suffered under this roof till he had run away to the Potters in 5th year. The door to the townhouse was still the same, with the door knocker in the shape of a snake. Moony tapped it with his wand and it opened a minute later. When he stepped inside, he found that the house had been transformed. The narrow entry hall was twice as wide as it used to be. The old-fashioned lights had been replaced with lights which had ever-burning fire in them. The carpet had been changed recently. There was a large chandelier hung in the entrance hall. The stairs were all broader with ever-burning fire lights and illuminating the paths. Most of the portraits looked like they sported new frames and had been recently cleaned. The drapes and curtains on the windows looked new. The walls were of neutral color. The walls of the meeting room were done in cream with hints of brown thrown in. The black and Potter crests were hanging on one of the walls. The table was the same as ever but looked like it had been polished recently. There were windows on the walls which brought in sufficient sunlight so the house did not have a dark and gloomy look. There were comfortable-looking sofas spread throughout the living room. The kitchen had a huge chandelier which was illuminated by fires which were burning in sconces in it. The fireplace had been enlarged so a full-grown man could easily walk out of it, and was made of sandstone and done with woodwork with the Potter and Black crest on the mantel. Remus made him sit in the meeting room and Kreacher brought them refreshments. While he was not overtly respectful to Sirius, he bobbed his head in courtesy towards him. Arcturus walked into the meeting room after about 10 minutes and sat on one of the chairs. And turned to Sirius. "I trust you have a lot of questions for me." Sirius took a deep breath before he started. "Yes, I do. My first question is, why did you not interfere when my hag of a mother made me run away from the family? Second, where were you when I was taken to Azkaban? You could have got me out of there years ago. Why did you not try? Why did you take Harry in? Why are the Potter and Black crests everywhere in the house? I was in the Black Castle when the hag made you leave the townhouse. I returned 6 months later and Doria told me everything. I had been away for so long because I was grieving over Melania, however I never cast you out of the family. Walburga had no authority to do this and you remained my heir. I tried to send you many letters but you had put mail redirection wards around you which prevented any communications from getting to you. When Charles died, I left for France because I could not live here with all the grief and sorrow. My own family was tearing itself apart and I could not stand around to bury one member after another. By the time Voldemort was vanquished, I was already presumed dead by most. News was slow to come out of Wizarding Britain in those days, and by the time I learned about it, you were already incarcerated. I kept pestering Cornelius Fudge to let me see your trial files, but he had them sealed under the Official Secrets Act. I also found that most of my family was gone. Pollux, Castor, Alpharad, Druella, and everyone is dead. My heir was in Azkaban on charges of murder of those he considered family. I kept trying but could not find a way to get you out. I was also apprehensive that Narcissus Boy would become the Black Heir in the absence of another one, so I looked for anyone else who could become one, and the goblins helped me to find out that Harry Potter had an equal claim to the heirship. Dumbledore had left him to be raised by muggles who hated and abused him. I devised a plan where Moony agreed to act as my steward and rescued little Harry from the muggles. We lived in hiding all these years and returned to London when it was time for Harry to return to the wizarding world. He has friends to depend on, he knows of his heritage and his family history, and he is already turning heads with pranks. As to why the Potter and Black crests, Harry is the heir of both the families. Do you have any more questions? Sirius asked innocently. Just one. What prank did he do? Arcturus stood. I will let Remus fill you in on all the details. I am off to do some work. The dueling lessons. Harry and Neville dutifully presented themselves before Flitwick on Monday at the appointed hour for the first dueling lesson. Since their meeting in his office, they had read the book which Flitwick had given them as he had asked them to. They were learning just one spell a week, and even then it was tough work. This presented a real challenge but also made them acquainted with more spells that they were sure would only be taught in defense or charms in the later years. The books listed 10 spells which were all non-lethal spells, used extensively in the dueling circuits by amateur duelists. Remus had already taught them some of the spells. That sped the training along. Flitwick was sitting behind a desk and started speaking. For a duelist it is necessary that he must be nimble on his feet, a quick thinker, and can cast at greater speed than others. I had some born talent that I am faster than anyone else, but you can acquire speed with time. Also remember that in a duel, it is not necessary for you to raise a shield every time. You can also dodge, which is better for 2 reasons. First, dodging does not drain your magical core. Second, if a spell cannot connect, it cannot harm you. He took a brief pause so the boys could contemplate all that he was telling them. After everything sunk in, he asked them a question: do you both know how to dance? Harry and Neville answered together, yes. Then Harry asked, how does that help with dodging? I mean, dancing is regular, rhythmic and predictable. I thought that dodging should be erratic and unpredictable. Flitwick smiled. Let me show you then. He jumped down from the table and took the traditional duelist stance and said to them, now you both shoot any spells at me that you can while I show you how dodging is nothing more than dancing. For this demonstration, Flitwick didn't bother to get his wand out. Without warning, they both started to cast at him, and Flitwick looked like he was dancing in front of the spells. His feet were moving so fast and so gracefully that it was hard to predict where he was going to be next. The boys understood what he had meant by dodging being a dance. Being raised as heirs of pureblood families, dancing was a must for them to know. Cassiopeia had it drilled into Harry until he could dance perfectly. Augusta had been able to teach Neville to dance gracefully to at least save his reputation. After 5 minutes of casting, they were not able to hit the tiny professor even once. When they stopped casting, the tiny professor again returned to his chair. Now you see how dancing is related to dodging. It is all about footwork. The faster the footwork you have is the better chance you have at avoiding a defeat in a duel. I want you both to practice dodging at least 10 minutes a day where Mr. Potter Black would dodge while Mr. Longbottom will cast and vice versa. Now the next thing is to conserve your energy. You both are powerful for your age, but that does not mean you would last forever if you have to fight back-to-back duels, so it is important that you conserve energy in a duel. Do not use a spell when you know it will be wasted by a shield or would be dodged. Cast indiscriminately only when you think it is necessary or you do not want to give your opponent a chance to be alert against you. Also, do not use the same trick twice in a duel or in front of the same audience. They both listened carefully as if he was delivering some religious sermon and wrote down everything. They were really serious about the championship and wanted to win it at least once in their lifetime. Augusta had even encouraged Neville to try it at the next championship, while Arcturus had told him that he should do what he wished to rather than following Arcturus's words. Forfeiture of honor. Lucius Malfoy looked up when he saw an eagle owl tapping on the window of his study. With a flick of his wand, the window opened inwards and the eagle owl flew inside and landed before him. As he relieved the beast of its burden, it took flight again. Lucius casually glanced at the letter and almost threw it on his table in fright, as if his hand was burned by the black crest which was on the envelope. Cautiously, he cast a detection spell to see if the letter was not laced with any obscure spell. The Black family had been notorious once for killing 3 of their enemies that way. When nothing special was revealed, he gingerly opened the envelope. The letter was written in the scathing tone which Arcturus had used with him at the ministry. Lucius Malfoy. This letter is written to summon you to a meeting to discuss the reparations which your heir has promised to make to the heir of Black under his hand for forfeiting a wizarding duel and consequently your family honor. You are hereby summoned to the Olive King in Diagon Alley this Friday at 6 o'clock in the evening. Failure to turn up on your part will be construed as forfeiting your family honor to the House of Black. And eternal shame to be yours as it is for your family on the continent. Arcturus Orion Black. Order of Merlin, First Class. Lord of House of Black. Lucius finished reading the letter once and read it again, frowning. How the pretentious old fool thought to command him, a Malfoy, to do his bidding. He would show him. However, the next moment Lucius stopped his train of thought. Arcturus had staked the Malfoy family honor on this meeting, and by the way he wrote it seemed he had a decree signed by Draco for reparations. What had the foolish boy done now? How could he sign away the family honor to someone? Was he really so dense as to have challenged the Black Heir to a wizarding duel and not turn up? He would have to set him right soon. It was a pity he could not procreate more. He would have definitely disowned Draco if there was another issue of his running around. Lucius also wondered in that brief moment if the enchantments on the Sorting Hat were wearing off to have put his son into Slytherin. He would set his heir straight when he returned from school for Yule. In the meanwhile, he had no option but to go to this meeting and do as the old fool wanted, or the Malfoy name would be mud. All of his gold would not be enough to salvage it because the old fool had more. A whisper in the night. It had been a few days since the first lesson with Flitwick when Harry took it upon himself to explore the castle with Neville. They talked with other students but weren't including others in their activities as of yet because half of their dealings involved Daphne and half of their activities were fairly mundane. Harry had been able to persuade his prank associates to not talk about Daphne being his friend to anyone else. When they asked, he told them to think of it as a long-term prank, where they would have the last laugh whenever it came into the open. This night Harry was taking a walk in the castle to find the secret entrances out of the school. He wanted to know each of them so that they could go to the village without anyone being the wiser. When they were passing the statue of the Humped Witch on the 5th floor, they heard whispers coming from the classroom nearest the statue. They carefully stepped over to the room and put their ears to the door. Someone was in the room and by the sound of it was weeping. My lord, forgive me, my lord. I promise I will be successful. I will never fail you again, Lord Voldemort. Quote. Neville gasped loudly, but Harry had closed his mouth with his hand and dragged him away without making a sound. They returned to the common room as soon as they could manage. It was only after they were within the safety of the common room that Harry let go of Neville's mouth and Neville slumped into a chair while Harry himself sat in a chair with his heart thudding hard against his rib cage. His mortal enemy was alive still and someone in the castle was working for him. Lord Black would need to know of it. That was all Harry could do and hope that Voldemort had not returned to a body again. He also decided to try and find out who could be working for Voldemort. It was a sure thing that none of the students were working for him because he had never used a student to do his dirty work. It was a pity that he did not have the Marauders map on him at that moment because the twins had borrowed it. He was a bit reluctant to part with the map, but he had decided to let things cool down before striking again, so he had given it to them. A few days later, they had also started to include Ron in things that they did. Occasionally Hermione Granger joined them. If Harry wanted some information that he was sure was in their books, he subtly would let her know by discussing the thing vaguely. It was easy to get a rise out of her because she was always looking for a chance to read some new book or to find some new information, and she was sure to rub it in their faces when she had the required information. While others thought she was a know-it-all, Harry tried to be a friend to her because she was otherwise very secluded except for an occasional word from Parvati or from Lavender. She tried to talk to others, but even the Ravenclaws tried to keep their distance from her because she seemed to love to spout information whether it was relevant or not. Ronald had seen them going out at times but was still not allowed to come with them because he was not applying himself to his studies. Harry had plainly told him that if he finished his assignments in time, put his mind to his work, then they would include him in their adventures. The redhead was working hard to get their approval. Classes were otherwise normal except for Quirrell, who it seemed had started to suffer from nerves. He was always edgy and oftentimes, his eyes twitched as if he were getting some sort of seizures. From what Harry had been able to learn through his stuttering, he knew what he was teaching, but his classes were more of a joke than actual defense classes. Even Moony had taught him more than this in anticipation to ready him for what he may face in his studies. He had told him about the curse of the bogies, popularly known as the Bat Bogey Hex, but did not show them the practical application, told them about imps and ghosts, and about curing werewolf bites by a mixture of silver and dittany. So far, Harry had no doubts that he was a grossly incompetent teacher who knew nothing practical about the subject he was supposed to be teaching. Flitwick was very happy to teach them basic charms, and he took his time with all the charms that he wanted them to know in their first year. So far, he had taught them Lumos, and Nox, Incendio, and Alohomora, and was going to teach them some locking charms in the next few sessions. He had also hinted at a test in the coming days and Harry was not really worried. He had learned the theory part enough to know how he would fare in the test. Transfiguration was good, but Professor McGonagall was nothing if not thorough in her work. She was still having them work on Mouse to Snuff Box Transfiguration. Harry had done the practical part and had asked Moony how he could appear productive in classes when he had finished his work already. Moony told him to think creatively about the work, like if they were supposed to be changing mice to snuff boxes, then maybe he should try to get more detail into his work, like it can be of a different shape, design, can have more compartments and so on. Harry had taken his advice and tried to do as Moony suggested. Snape had them brew 2 potions so far. He had given 2 classes to ensure that they all could brew a decent cure for boils when he decided to move on to another potion. He had tried to get a rise out of Harry a couple more times, but most times Harry did not reply to his insults. He had decided that Snape was not worth his time and would have stopped paying attention to him altogether if he had not gone after Neville too. He had them brew the herbicide potion in class that day when he decided to ask questions of Neville. Harry was working on his own potion and forgot to watch Neville. Neville had forgot to add the flobberworm mucus and was proceeding to stirring it in 4 clockwise motions when Snape asked him, "Longbottom, what would I get if I forgot to add 2 blobs of flobberworm mucus to the potion as is required?" Neville realized what he had done and said to him in a small voice, "It would be wasted, sir." Snape drawled, 5 points from Gryffindor, Longbottom, for your inattention. Perhaps if you did not sit with Potter Black, you could concentrate better on your task. Harry spoke up and said to Snape, "Professor, I trust you will also be taking points off Crabbe and Goyle. Their potions are sticking to the bottoms of their cauldrons and will have to be scraped off." Snape turned to him with rage on his face. "Do I have to remind you that I am the teacher? I know what I am doing here." 5 points from Gryffindor for talking back to a teacher. Harry seethed but decided to let it go for now. There will be chances later. For now, going to McGonagall would be more productive because she would know how to rein Snape in. Astronomy classes were pretty normal. They weren't much fun but a perfect place to talk if Harry wanted. Those classes ran late into the night. He could have prolonged conversations with his fellow students without anyone noticing. History of magic was dreadful. There was no other way to describe the experience. Binns was horrible. Harry did not even realize what he was talking about half the time. Some of the students even dared to sleep in his classes. Harry wondered if he and the other students played Exploding Snap, would Binns even notice? Perhaps not. Living in the tower was good. Some of the housemates that he had come to know were truly great, while some were stuck-up ponces that he despised. There was a second-year McLaggen who was a braggart. He seemed to brag as if he could do everything better than anyone else. The boy had some skills and could be useful if it were not for his constant bragging and bullying. He even had the audacity to try and tell Ola Wood how to keep the goals better. The twins had pranked the hell out of him for that one. The Quidditch team was pretty cool. The Chasers, who were all girls, fawned over him since he was the youngest member of the team. They were also impressed with his abilities as a seeker and the moves that he knew. All those matches that he had seen were finally paying off. Ernie Macmillan, Susan Bones, Hannah Abbott were some good friends that he had made. There was also Justin, who was a Muggle-born and laid-back guy. Harry had also met Cedric Diggory, a third-year who was a seeker on the Hufflepuff team, and word was that he was the best seeker at the school at the moment. Harry was ready to test that theory and see for himself. In Ravenclaw, most of them were his friends. Some of them asked him about how he had done the prank. Harry was not telling. He himself did not know about it in detail and wanted to let it remain that way. He had another thing on his mind, to do a day out in the village. It was on his to-do list for now, and he was not going to do it by himself but was going to take others with him. He had heard that the village of Hogsmeade was the only all-wizard village in England. He wanted to see for himself what it was like. Remus had told him so much that it was hard to contain his enthusiasm anymore. Sure, they would officially be allowed to go the village starting in their 3rd year, but that was 2 years away and there was no reason to wait until then. He just had to ensure that no one found out about them. McGonagall's office. Harry and Neville had decided to take up the issue of Snape taking points off them without any justifiable cause with McGonagall. They did not want to go to Dumbledore so much because the headmaster had so many other things to do. Besides, he generally was the pacifist while McGonagall had a fiery nature. She would not take kindly to injustice or wrongful deduction of points from any student. Minerva was grading assignments in her office when Neville and Harry knocked on her office door. "Professor, may we come in?" She ushered them in. "What brings you both here? I hope you have not been sent to me for detention for pulling a prank in class." Harry shook his head. "No, Professor. We have a complaint about the unjust behavior of Professor Snape towards us." "What do you mean, Potter Black?" she asked. "Professor, in our most recent potions class while we were brewing herbicide potion, Neville forgot to add flobberworm mucus and skipped a step. He took 5 points off Neville while demeaning me, saying that if Neville did not sit with me, he could concentrate better on his task. When I redirected his attention to the subpar performance of other students whose potions were not even salvageable, he took 5 points off me too for talking back to a teacher. Professor, we have been nothing but respectful to him in class. He has been rude, disrespectful and unfair to us in return. If this continues, I will have no other option than to address my concern to Lord Black. He would not be happy with this turn of events." Minerva pondered this for a moment. This would be quite a reversal of the order of things, a student writing letters home, complaining about a teacher misbehaving. Arcturus Orion Black was a nightmare when he was active before the war. She was a few years behind him at Hogwarts and knew of his reputation in those days. He was a person who would go to any lengths for those he called family, and he was terrific with a wand. She would have to do something before Harry decided to involve him in the fray. She turned to the duo. "Take back the points he deducted from you too. I will take this up with the headmaster. If he is being nasty to you, let me know and I will deal with him. Your Honor, or your friend." Lucius was getting ready to go meet Lord Black to discuss what reparations he would have to make to have his family honor returned. He had talked with Narcissa about what he might want where they had a big fight over Draco. When he had tried to assert his authority as head of family over her, she had waved it off. That day, Lucius had called her into the Lord's study, and when she arrived, he told her under what conditions he had acquired the regency over the House of Black. Just after the war, after he had bribed his way clear of the Death Eater charges, using the Imperious Curse defense, then he bribed his way into the regency using Draco's claim to heirship. At the time, he told Narcissa that Lord Black was dead. Now that the old fool had returned, he had no choice but to tell her the entire truth. She heard everything he said and then asked him, "Did you know that grandfather was not dead when you took the regency?" He nodded. "My account manager had told me that Lord Black was not yet dead, but I thought with no other heirs alive and Lord Black in hiding, Draco would become the heir, so I took the regency." She sighed. "Grandfather is a proud man, Lucius, and he does not take kindly to any subversion of his authority as the head of family. What you did was a violation of his, perceives it as an attack on the family honor. I cannot help you in this." He nodded and then he showed her the letter. "There is more to it. He sent me a letter yesterday." "What do you think he wants, dear?" She read the letter twice and then said, "I see that he has staked Malfoy honor on this meeting. What has Draco done?" He sneered. "That idiot boy challenged the Black Heir to a wizarding duel and did not turn up for it, thereby putting our honor at stake. I had warned you not to coddle him with kid gloves and teach him what it means to be a Malfoy." She seethed. "If I had brought him up like a Black, he would have been loads better than he is now. You took a major part in bringing him up like yourself, Lucius. Now I ask you again, what are you going to do about this meeting?" He had calmed down a little by then, knowing how her temper could erupt if he did not cool down. If that happened, he did not want to be within miles of her. "I have no idea what he will ask of me. I have already asked my account manager how much gold I can lay my hands on in case he wants reparations in gold from us. Meanwhile, I want you to go to him and ask clemency. While he despises me, he is likely to agree to your request." She shook her head. "No, Lucius, for your own good, I will not do that." "Why not?" He growled. "Do you not love your family and its honor? Why won't you go and ask him to drop it?" She shook her head again. Her foolish husband really had no understanding of how Lord Black's mind worked or how dishonorable his actions were. She tried to explain it to him. "Of course I love my family, but please try to understand. If I did as you asked, it would only make things worse. You have read the letter. He has ordered you to meet with him to discuss terms. He has also made it very clear as to what will happen if you fail to show. She looked at her husband, directly in the eye. You should not have even considered asking me to intervene. He was not in favor of our union since the start but kept his peace because he figured that it would cause discontent because he did not object to Andromeda's marriage either. He has not seen me once since I married you and I fear that if I press the matter more, he would kick me out of the family like he did to dear Bella. I am proud of being a black and would do nothing to endanger my position in the family. Lucius flinched. He remembered how they had been informed by the Lestranges that Bellatrix's marriage had been dissolved. She was now a nameless witch without the protection of any house over her, not that it would have mattered with her being incarcerated in Azkaban. A few days later, Lucius Malfoy arrived at the Olive King restaurant in Diagon Alley to keep his appointment with Arcturus Orion Black. The serving waiter directed him to a parlor at the back and asked him to take a seat. The Olive King was a new restaurant which catered to the elite of the wizarding world and the prices there were high, which meant only those of old wizarding families or those with lot of gold could afford it. Arcturus had arranged for a private parlor for them beforehand by advance reservation. Lucius knew that the reservations needed to be at least 2 weeks in advance and there was no way Arcturus would have had it reserved 2 weeks ago. It was likely that Arcturus had paid a ridiculous bribe to get a reservation, or maybe he just had so much influence that he could get what he really wanted. In any case, meeting here on just a few days' notice was a deliberate display of power and wealth. He also had been thinking about what Lord Black could ask from him by way of reparations. He had even asked his account manager to arrange for some extra in the way of gold in addition to 10 million galleons, which was already available, just in case. Arcturus left Malfoy to sweat for 10 minutes before he came. When he did show up, he had Sirius Black in tow. They sat without even acknowledging Lucius's presence. When Lucius did not stand in respect or bow to him, Lord Black growled, "Learn to respect your betters, fool. I am still the head of your wife's house and your family's honor is in my hands. Do you wish to lose everything which Abraxas Malfoy earned through the past decades?" Abraxas Malfoy was Lucius's father, who was a consummate Slytherin. While he supported pure blood ideals, he was more tolerant of half-bloods and Muggle-born compared to his son and the Death Eaters, but that still did not mean that he would have ever warmed up to them. He saw them as a means to an end rather than outright despising them. Working earnestly, he had made a reputation for the family in Wizarding Britain but had retired from social life about the time when the First Wizarding War was at its peak. He had allowed his son to ascend to the position of the lord of the family and had removed himself from the social circles because his family was at loggerheads with most of his former allies during the war. Abraxas and Arcturus were on speaking terms with each other courtesy of the Wizengamot, where they had stood together at times in support of a motion or opposing it. Lucius gave a jerky bow to him. "I apologize, Lord Black." Arcturus would have enjoyed bashing him some more but had other business to attend to today. He had no more time to waste on this slimy git. He had brought Sirius along because he wanted to appoint him as the regent Lord Black. Sirius could look after the affairs of the house since Arcturus was old anyway and could not work as actively as he used to. Sirius was spending time with him, learning the duties he would have as the house regent and of the family's position in respect to various subjects. "I suppose you know why I have called you here when I cannot stand to see your face?" Arcturus asked him. Lucius drawled, "I am acquainted with the conditions, yes. I believe that it was a child's jest. We do not need to involve ourselves with it." Arcturus barked, "Are you really such a fool, or do you go to extra effort to look the part? Have you not taught your son the first thing about being a pure-blood lord? Do you teach your heir to jest around with wizarding duels when you know that these sacrosanct practices cannot be taken lightly and the rules governing them are inviolable? Maybe I should just proceed to forfeit your family honor and tout you as blood traitors as your grandfather did to the Weasleys." Lucius sweated. If they were branded as blood traitors, that would end everything for his family. He hastily said, "I apologize again, Lord Black, and I am ready to pay reparations in any form you choose." Sirius, who had been sitting quietly, asked him, "And what do you have to offer which can be as valuable as your family honor?" He looked at Arcturus, who gave him a look so as to tell him to answer the question. He said, "The Malfoy family vaults have 10 million galleons at present. I can procure more for your reparations." Arcturus laughed evilly. "Gold? You think I want your filthy gold? I already have more gold than I will ever need, you fool." Besides, you can earn it all back if your family honor is intact. So, tell me, how can any amount of gold be worth as much as your family honor? Lucius averted his eyes. What else can I do to make reparations then, Lord Black? Arcturus said to him, you have built quite a rapport with the Minister of Magic, the bumbling fool Cornelius Fudge these past few years. I want his head on a platter. I am bringing a non-confidence motion against him. You, along with all of your cohorts, will support this motion. You will arrange it. At the last count, you had 10 members in your block. I want every one of them to vote in favor of this motion. If you balk at the last moment, you will forfeit the last shreds of your honor. When you have done your part, when Cornelius Fudge is no longer the Minister for Magic, then and only then will I deem your debt of honor to be paid. Lucius started to say, Lord Black, what you are as. But his words were cut short by Arcturus. I am not giving you a choice, you fool. Do as I say and you will retain whatever honor you have left. Try to reason with me and you will leave Wizarding Britain in shame. Malfoy knew that his only option was to agree to Arcturus's demand. All of the alternatives were repulsive to him. The old man was right, the gold would have meant nothing to him in the long run. But, betraying Fudge and ordering him to hand over the minister's head, that meant destroying a useful ally. A foolish one, true, but still a useful one. What's more, taking this action would require calling in favors, answering questions, betraying trusts. It would severely weaken his hold on both the Wizengamot and the ministry. However, for Lucius, the cost did not matter. Lucius Malfoy would betray anyone, do anything to save his own worthless hide or dubious honor. He would persuade, bribe, and threaten the members of his faction to support him in this motion. Maybe he would have to sit down with Nott to make sure that the motion is carried. The only dark spot on the horizon was that this would make him infamous among the members of the Wizengamot as a thieving backstabber who would knife the one who befriended him. Lucius nodded to Arcturus. This definitely goes against my interests. It will also severely curtail my ability to do anything in the future. But, if this is your price, I will do it, Lord Black. Will you be giving the decree to me now? Arcturus looked at him as if he was something nasty. Is something the matter with your hearing? Are your brains addled? Do you think I have gone senile in my old age? I told you that when Fudge is no longer minister, then and only then will your debt be paid. I will be hanging on to this decree until then. Now be gone before my patience runs out with you. Lucius hastily made his exit while Arcturus turned to Sirius. How many of them are going to come today? Sirius, who had been handling his communication for the last few days, said, as I remember, there are at least 10 lords who have agreed to come and meet with you today. The first one to come was Lord Parkinson, who was lord of the ancient house of Parkinson and not very high on the social ladder. House Black had loaned a large amount of gold to House Parkinson about a century ago, and now Arcturus was asking for all of it back with interest. Suffice to say, the coffers of House Parkinson were not deep enough to pay him back without going bankrupt. He quickly agreed to do Lord Black's bidding whenever he asked of him, in return for House Black not enforcing a decree for immediate repayment on House Parkinson. To show his sincerity to the promise, he even signed a parchment which contained the stipulation that House Parkinson would always help House Black whenever they required it. It was a substantial sum that House Parkinson owed to House Black, but it did not inconvenience Arcturus in the slightest if he did not get the gold back. In return for the gold, he was getting Parkinson to support him whenever he wanted. Similarly, there were many of them who owed something to House of Black, and he asked each of them to support him or repay the favors that House Black had done for them. Needless to say, it was easier to promise to help him than to go against him and incur the wrath of House Black. Unlike Cornelius Fudge, who was an idiot, these people knew about the mean streak of vengeance that Arcturus Black possessed, and they wanted to avoid being on the wrong end of it. When finally the business for the day ended, Arcturus had signed parchments from the 10 of them who had turned up today. Grinning to himself at his success, he returned to his manor. Things were indeed good, and he just had one more meeting to attend. Something that he should do while he just may keep Harry Potter safe for all eternity. Hogwarts. Away from the kingmaker moves of Lord Black, his heir Harry was meeting his friends for a day out of school. He had invited many of them to join him, and nearly all of them had expressed their reluctance at first, but when he assured them that he had a way to get out of the school without being detected, many of them agreed. When he told them that he would be paying the bills, many more agreed more quickly. He had asked Corner and Turpin and they had agreed instantly to the idea. They had vehemently protested when he told them that he would be paying for them. Harry told them that if they wanted to pay for themselves, that was all right with him. He had asked Terry Boot too, but he had refused, telling him that he had some work to do. There were a few Ravenclaws he had asked, but none of them had time off their schedules. Ernie, Susan and Hannah had readily agreed to come to Hogsmeade with them, saying they had heard good things about the village. They would like to visit the village for themselves. Waiting for third year was far too long. Justin had taken some persuasion but had agreed. In Slytherin, Daphne and Tracy agreed to it. Daphne even dared him to refuse to let her do this. Harry had bowed before her wishes while Neville was elated for some reason. When Harry questioned him, he said that he was tired of not being able to speak openly with Daphne since they had come to Hogwarts. The visit would give them a few moments of respite. Including Daphne in their group meant that he could take nobody in Gryffindor. Ron had some sort of problem with Slytherin, so he may have caused a fuss over this, while Hermione would have told on them to a teacher. Dean and Seamus were on speaking terms with him, but they were not close enough friends to merit him inviting them to this, not yet anyway. He was yet to make friends with other girls in Gryffindor in his year. They had chosen a Sunday so that they could make the most out of their visit and see as much of the village as they could. Having seen the map, he knew they would be better off taking the route under the statue of the Humped Witch on the third floor, which opened in the cellar of Honeydukes. On the said Sunday, they met at the Ravenclaw table for breakfast sans Daphne and Tracy. Deciding to meet on the third floor after breakfast, Harry went to find the twins who had borrowed the map. While recovering the map, Harry called Moony on the mirror, asking the Marauder to recommend the best places to visit in Hogsmeade. Remus told him in detail about the village and every attraction there. When they all gathered for the visit in the room across from the humpbacked witch, Neville was given the duty to open the hump and help them get in. Harry kept an eye on the map while hiding behind a pillar so none could know about the map. After Neville had finished sending the last one in, he hooted like an owl for Harry to come through and he jumped in, closing the hump behind him. When they were all in, Harry took the lead while they all made chit-chat about what they would do once they were in the village. As it generally happens, when you are in company, time passes very quickly. Pretty soon, they were below the trap door in the cellar of Honeydukes. Harry turned to them, "Wait for me here while I see if the coast is clear. I will call for you when it is so." They all nodded. He pulled out his wand and cautiously peeked out, sliding the trap door just a little. The trap door was suddenly opened wide and a set of hands reached down to pull him up. He panicked and cursed himself internally for getting all of his friends into a trap. He tried to bite the hands holding him but was unsuccessful. His wand and wand hand were caught in such a position that he could not use them to free himself. Below in the space, Daphne had shrieked when Harry was taken out all of a sudden. "Calm down, Harry," Sirius Black said, "we are just here to welcome you." Harry did calm down when he noticed that Remus was trying not to laugh while another old wizard who he presumed was the owner of Honeydukes was looking amused. After Sirius had set him down, the man asked him, "Is it him, Sirius?" Sirius raised a finger towards him as if telling him to wait. "I will talk to you in a moment, Ambrosius. First let me get the others out." He peered in the hole and said jovially, come out, my children, Uncle Sirius want to play." His call was answered with a color-changing spell and a lumos somebody had cast inside the hidden passageway to his face, giving him a nasty green shade of skin and temporarily blinding him while others roared with laughter. However, Harry was able to persuade his friends to come out, telling them it was safe. After they were all out, Sirius turned to Ambrosius. "Ambrosius, meet my godson, Hadrian Potter Black, the son of James Potter the Marauder Extraordinaire. Harry, this is Ambrosius Flume, owner of Honeydukes. He is one of our friends who allowed us to use his cellar for our nefarious activities when we were students. At times, he even shielded us from possible detention, so, if you want to commit mischief then you had best be on good terms with him. He will help you get away with almost anything." Ambrosius extended his hand towards him. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Potter Black. Your father and his friends were some of my favorite people. They helped me a lot of times. I hope you will continue giving your patronage to Honeydukes." Harry shook his hand warmly. "The pleasure is mine, Mr. Flume, to have met the man who is behind the taste of Honeydukes chocolates." After shaking hands with the man, Harry started introducing his friends to them. This is Neville Longbottom. Sirius looked at him curiously. In Gryffindor with me, Daphne Greengrass, Tracy Davis in Slytherin, Susan Bones. Sirius was amused. Hannah Abbott, Ernie Macmillan, Justin Finch Fletchley in Hufflepuff, Michael Corner, and Lisa Turpin in Ravenclaw. Everyone. This is my godfather Sirius Black, my uncle Remus Lupin and Mr. Ambrosius Flume. The children were led up to the shop, and to say that they were amazed would be an understatement. There were shelves upon shelves of the most succulent-looking sweets imaginable. Creamy chunks of nougat, shimmering pink squares of coconut ice, fat, honey-colored toffees, hundreds of different kinds of chocolates in different rows. There was a large barrel of every flavor beans, and another barrel of fizzing Whizbees, levitating sherbet balls with another wall of special effect sweets and rows upon rows of sugar quills. There was much more to see, and Harry was sure that if they kept gawking at every display in the shop, they would be there for hours without ever leaving Honeydukes. Sirius in the meanwhile, was asking them to fill their pockets with everything that they could think of or as much as they could carry. Whatever anyone picked up, even to as much as they could see, Sirius told them to keep it and paid for it. By the time Harry was able to tell him that he did not need to do so much to get his approval, Sirius had spent almost 100 on their purchases. Reluctantly, they left Honeydukes to go see other attractions of the village, and the adults became their guides for the tour. While they were passing through an inn called the Hog's Head, Sirius turned to them and said very mysteriously, "If you are out of school without it being a Hogsmeade weekend, you would do well to stay clear of the Hog's Head." "Why is that?" Daphne asked curiously. "Because Miss Greengrass, the barkeeper of Hog's Head, is one Aberforth Dumbledore, who just happens to be the brother of our illustrious headmaster Albus Dumbledore. He would not tell on you, but the headmaster may be inside during any such visit and you would walk into it." Everyone nodded as if he was giving them a lecture. The next shop that caught their attention was Zonko's Joke Shop. It was a fantastic shop which could help them to fulfill all their pranking dreams, and had all sorts of joke products which they could use to pull their pranks in the future. Everyone quickly filled their pockets with dung bombs and stink pellets which they were planning to use soon. There was Scrivenshafts, which was a shop for quill and stationery. There were reams of parchment, big pots of ink in the shop, and even books which they would need in their studies. There was an obscure tea shop called Madame Puddifoot's. Sirius had them steer clear of the place, saying that they would never need to visit it if they had some good taste in partners. He showed them the post office and the owls which were there. There were big barn owls, eagle owls, small scoop owls, and many others that they did not even know about. Each was available for sending post depending on what they need to send and the duration of the trip. After the marauders had given them a thorough tour of the village, they ushered them into the Three Broomsticks and took a parlor upstairs. The barmaid Madame Rosmerta shrieked when she saw Sirius and then hugged him, crying into his shoulder for 5 minutes. When she was done, she happily sent them up, telling she would be bringing butterbeers and lunch for them in a moment. When they were finally sitting in the parlor, Harry dared to ask what he wanted to. "How did the two of you know that we were going to be there?" Sirius smirked. "You should not have come today. When you called Moony, we were suspicious that you would be coming to the village. We decided to come and check. Since the cellar of Honeydukes is the only secret passageway which opens in the village, we guessed you would be here. You should have avoided coming today and come another day, or maybe asked him a few days in advance. However, I am glad you came when you did. I wanted to see you for myself and meet your friends." He turned to Neville. "So you are little Neville, huh? Blimey, you have become so big and you look so much like Alice. She has the same round face, had baby fat at this age like you do, and at times forgot things, but she was a real sweetheart to those she loved. Your father is a great man. He was terrific with a wand and a true friend to us. Did you know that you did your first bout of accidental magic when you were just born? Your swaddling blanket was a little loose. When Frank laid you in your crib, you shrank it to fit yourself and snuggled up comfortably. I noticed that and tried to tell him, but he just wouldn't listen. That was a happy day, and it doubled when Harry was born a few hours after you." After Sirius was done rumbling, he swept his hand through Neville's hair fondly. "If you ever need the services of a prankster, Padfoot at your service." After he had addressed Neville, he turned to Susan. "You are Edgar's daughter. I could not be there for your birthday on the day when you were born because James and I were fighting in Sheffield to save a family of muggles from Voldemort's Death Eaters. When we returned to the ministry, Edgar gave us the good news. He was a great friend who at times had our backs and supported us through thick and thin at every step in life, whether as a student or as an orar. What I am surprised about is that you were raised by Amelia and yet you engaged in a prank. What did she say? Susan was grinning. Auntie said that she would set me straight the next time she sees me. But then she has been saying that for ages now. Sirius then turned to Harry. I know, pup, you might be feeling that I am not giving enough attention to you, but it is not so. I came over today only to show you around the village and I am still waiting for the surprise which you promised me. Harry hugged the older man. Thanks, Padfoot, for showing us around and introducing us to Ambrosius Flume. He will be useful loads of times to us. As for the surprise, it is only September last now. You will have to wait for a few more days, I am afraid. After they had lunch, Sirius led them back to the cellar of Honeydukes, where Sirius told Harry that Mr. Flume would help him and his friends whenever he needed unless it was something criminal. They all returned to the statue of the Humped Witch, bone-tired but pleased with the day and everything that they had seen and experienced. What they failed to notice was that 2 sets of eyes had seen them going out and coming back into the school. The duel lesson. For the second duel lesson, Flitwick decided to test their nimbleness and how quick they were on their feet. If he was teaching them to duel, he was not going to just give instructions and let it be. When they both had reported for the lessons, he asked, "What spell did you both practice this week?" Neville replied, "Professor, this week we perfected Petrificus Totalis." Flitwick nodded. "Good. Now you will both cast it on me while I will dodge. I will keep dodging for 10 minutes or until one of you manages to hit me, whichever comes first." Harry and Neville started casting at him relentlessly while the tiny professor kept dodging everything, moving with grace. Nothing even grazed the folds of his robes. He was that quick on his feet. He weaved in and out of the way of their spells so quickly and gracefully that it was hard to believe. After 10 minutes, they were not able to hit him even once. When they stopped casting after 10 minutes, he raised his wand and said, "My turn." Without warning, he started casting and they were almost hit by his spells. They kept dodging him for a minute or two, but Flitwick was doing more than they had done in their turn. He was moving on his feet, keeping up with the movement of their feet while casting. Often he cast where they would have been after dodging the last volley. After 2 minutes, he sent a hex at Neville while he feinted to cast at Harry's right. When Harry lunged left, he was met with a petrification hex. Immediately he fell on his face, his hands and legs snapped close to his body, which had gone rigid, and he could only move his eyes. Neville had abandoned all caution when he saw Harry falling and ran towards him. Harry wanted to warn him, but he could not move any part of his mouth. Flitwick casually petrified Neville too. Flitwick released the two and motioned for them to sit in their chairs. He started speaking, "The 2 of you may have worked on it this week, but you have miles to go before you can be ready to participate in the tournament. Mr. Potter Black fell for my trick and went in the direction I wanted him to go. Mr. Longbottom showed great concern for his friend, but he forgot that he is also being targeted and that he cannot help his friend without putting himself in peril. He also forgot that the moment Mr. Potter Black was petrified, he was out of the duel. Therefore, Mr. Longbottom only had to pay attention to himself from that moment. He then motioned for them to stand. "Now I will start casting, will both dodge. Remember, you are only to take care that you are not hit by a hex." They practiced 3 more times. Flitwick got both of them every time. Once they were both able to keep him at bay for a whole 4 minutes, which was an improvement. Flitwick told them to keep working on dodging. He also showed them Vermilius, 2 more variations, Vermilius Duo and Vermilius Tria, also known as Red Sparks, an excellent spell for emergencies. They knew it already, but it did not hurt to hear it from the tiny charms master. It was also useful as a minor dueling could be used to distract one's opponents. They both knew that it would be months before Flitwick would even begin to teach them dueling properly. First they would need to prove to him that they had what it took to become accomplished duel masters. Poltergeist pranked. Harry had not forgotten how Peeves the poltergeist had told on him to Dumbledore. Like Lord Black, he was not one to carry a debt but settled it when he got the chance. To that effect, he went out at times during the night under his cloak to find Peeves and prank him. One night, looking at the map, he found the poltergeist hovering near the trophy room on the map. Donning his invisibility cloak, he proceeded downstairs while keeping an eye on the map. Peeves the poltergeist was trying to open one of the trophy cases which perhaps had been locked with some spells. Harry watched him doing this for some time before he shot a stunner at the poltergeist. Remus had told him that little spells like that could affect him and it was easy to hit him with one when he did not see you. Peeves was considered a menace by most of the students and no one even attempted to challenge him, so it was easy because he had caught Peeves unaware because he was careless towards other students. As the spell struck and the poltergeist fell down, Harry picked him up. It was amazing to see that he felt pretty solid in that moment considering he had no body. He dragged him up with him through the stairs to the third floor where the forbidden door was. Dropping him in front of the door, he let out some cannon-like blasts from his wand till he could hear Filch come running, shuffling, and quietly made his escape from there. There was nothing more that he could do to the poltergeist, but it was the best that he could do for now. For a finishing touch, he lobbed the dung bombs around the corridor so Filch would think that the poltergeist had been lobbing them around. Maybe Dumbledore would be able to punish him in some way. He could hear Filch's jubilant triumph when he found Peeves passed out on the floor and in front of the door to the forbidden corridor no less. Harry knew the caretaker was weaving dreams of grandeur around getting the poltergeist expelled, but he felt it was unlikely that Dumbledore would expel him from the school. He had also thought about what the beast could be doing in a place like this. He gave a thought to what it could be guarding. He had no other clue to go on. He did not even know if he wanted to find out what it was that the beast was supposed to be guarding. The Greek myths said that the Cerberus of Hades guarded the doors of the underworld. One of its duties was to prevent any of the souls from escaping back into the mortal world. He did not know much about this kind of beast. Maybe he could ask Professor Kettleburn, who was said to be obsessed with dangerous magical creatures and had even shown Chimera to the students in the past years. He did not know if he needed to meet such crazy wizards. Harry had seen the man who had lost one leg, one hand and one eye to these beasts but was still obsessed with them. He was also responsible for the Great Hall being set on fire by Ashwinder eggs during a dramatization of The Fountain of Fair Fortune. He had not written to Arcturus about the whisper in the night yet because he himself was scared a bit and even had started to doubt himself if he had heard correctly. Surely if he was back into a body, Dumbledore would have known about it. He was one of the most powerful wizards and he had infinite ways to gather information which nobody else did. He had conferred with Neville and they both had agreed that if something like this happened again, they would go to Arcturus. There was no need to play the hero if they don't have to. The next morning, he heard that Peeves was threatened with exorcism out of the castle if he continued to cause trouble like then. Peeves had been looking for the one who had got him in trouble with Dumbledore. The Great Hall. His group of friends was sitting in the Great Hall at the Hufflepuff table for breakfast. Surprisingly, Ronald had joined them this morning. He had been doing this since he had managed to submit his homework on time in the past week for every subject. He still was not doing any better in his practical lessons. Harry had noticed that at times his wand movements were correct and his incantation was clear, and yet the problem persisted. What he did not notice but Neville did was that his wand looked battered with the unicorn tail hair showing. He had pointed it out to Harry and they made an educated guess that perhaps his wand was not his own but a hand-me-down, but there was nothing he could do about it. Ronald Weasley was sensitive about his financial condition and would not have taken kindly to them poking their noses into his financial condition, no matter that they had the best intentions at heart. All they could do was let him know about it at a suitable time. Lisa, who was sitting to his right, said to him, "Harry, it's been days since we pulled the last one. How about we do another one now?" Corner, who was sitting with Hannah, asked her, already bored Lisa. "I thought you said you never wanted to do it." Lisa made a sour face. "What I meant, Corner, was that I did not want to do a detention clearing a cupboard for Flitwick. I did not know that he kept such massive tomes in his cupboard." Everyone had a good laugh over it. Then Harry said, "You all remember that we went off to the village the other day? That we bought a sack of dung bombs and stink pellets each?" Everyone nodded and he continued, "Let's use it on the Slytherins." "How?" asked Susan. "We do not even know where their common room is." He grinned evilly. "Leave that to me. Suffice to say that a poltergeist with a grudge is more dangerous than a rampaging hippogriff." The deal. Harry and Neville found the poltergeist on the 5th floor in an abandoned room. After making sure that there was no portrait around and there were no ghosts or students, Harry cautiously called him Peeves. The poltergeist looked at him and sing-songed, "Potty, Potty, Potter," and started to float away when out of sheer desperation, Harry said loudly, "Peeves, we know who stunned you and dropped you on the 3rd floor." Peeves did a barrel roll, descended to their height and said, "Potty will tell Peevesy, yes." Harry smirked, "What will I get if I tell you?" Peeves cackled, "Peevesy will make trouble for one who troubles Potty." Harry gave an evil grin, "Remember your promise, Peevesy. Now about those who stunned you, we overheard the Slytherins talking that some of their numbers had stunned you and then dragged you to the 3rd floor. We did not get the names, so it means that you would have to take your revenge on all of them at the same time." Peeves shook his head, "Peevesy not doing." Harry was stumped. He had been counting on the poltergeist to do it for him. He asked cautiously, "Why?" "Peevesy scared of the Bloody Baron," Peeves said, nervously and fidgeting. Now that was a problem. He had seen the Bloody Baron who looked surly. The chains he wore and the blood on his robes terrified Harry, to be honest. How could he ask a house ghost to do him a favor? Peeves maybe could do it at a time when the Bloody Baron was not out and about. Harry suggested to him, "You can do it when he is nowhere near them, and you do not need to do it in their common room either. Do it when they are sitting at breakfast or dinner." Peeves seemed to be contemplating what they were saying, and Harry produced a bulging sack of dung bombs that he gave to the poltergeist. "Here is something to help you. Give them hell, Peevesy." Peevesy took the sack gleefully, soared into the air and floated out of the room singing at the top of his voice, "Where there is strife, where there is trouble, call upon Peevesy, he will make it double." Neville said to him hesitantly, "You do know you could have named Malfoy, right?" Harry shrugged, "Neville, Malfoy is a ponce and nothing more. I will not go poking him unless he is causing trouble for me. If I started tangling with him without cause, there will be no difference between him and me. Remember, we do everything for a bit of a laugh and nothing more." Neville nodded, "I see what you mean. But we will keep an eye on him, right?" Harry nodded, "Of course. He is our favorite Slytherin for a reason." Dung bombs. "You stink, ew." Peeves did not even wait one day. That evening when the Bloody Baron was not present at the dinner table, Peeves took his chance. Harry had asked his friends to join him at the far end of the Gryffindor. Had been a few raised eyebrows, but nobody said anything. As it was, Harry had decided to keep sitting at that end of the table until they were sure that Peeves had made his strike. Sitting at the far end was also useful for them to talk without being overheard. Susan asked him, "Harry, why are we sitting at this table?" Harry mysteriously said, "Don't want to ruin the surprise for anyone, Susan, but you will have to wait and see." Lisa said excitedly, "Ooh. Are we going to prank the Slytherins?" Corner hushed her, quietly, "Lisa. You don't want others to hear, and I don't need another detention so soon. Father would banish me off the family tree if I am caught again." They kept watching, eating dinner slowly and waiting to see if Peeves would strike that evening. They noticed that the Bloody Baron was not there, so there was a chance he just might, unless he was afraid of Dumbledore. When nearly all the Slytherin students were at their table, Peeves flew into the Great Hall and started lobbing dung bombs at the Slytherin table, cackling, "Nasty little blighters. Troubling Peevesy. You all will pay." In the exuberance of the moment, he even lobbed a few at the adjoining Ravenclaw table. When the dung bombs went off, the putrid smell spread in the Great Hall while students started running around in panic or to escape the foul smell. Harry covered his nose and mouth with the sleeve of his robe. His friends did the same. They all mixed in with the crowd so that Dumbledore would not suspect them. Snape had his wand out and roared, "Peeves." Peeves blew a raspberry at him and cackled, "Snivelus. Snivelus. Slime ball Snivelus." The students looked on in horror as Snape's face color changed rapidly from white to red to purple as his expression soured. Harry was sure he was trying to rein in his anger and hatred of the name which his tormentors had given him during his time as a student. McGonagall had her wand out and she was running forward with a curse on her tongue when Peeves decided he had enough for the day and flew out of the Great Hall. Meanwhile, Dumbledore let out cannon-like blast and spoke in a voice so loud that it reverberated above the din they were making, "All prefects escort the students to your common rooms. The dinner will continue there. All the teachers report to the staff room." Harry and Neville fell into a line behind Percy and walked back to their common room. That night, the dormitories of the students and their trunks were checked for dung bombs or any other contraband that would be useful for pranks, but nothing was found for obvious reasons. Harry had already told the twins what Peevesy would be doing, and they had told him that they would need to hide all the contraband that they had. It had been hidden behind the mirror on the 4th floor. Nobody except them knew about it, so they could not be made complicit in the crimes. Peevesy was not seen in the castle for a week after the incident. Some said Dumbledore banished him, some said the ghosts chased him away, some said the Bloody Baron was after his hide, but the truth was that Peevesy was hiding from the headmaster in one of the unused dungeons in the basement. Harry just hoped that he would do what he had promised in return for telling him the names of the students who had stunned him. "I will rip your head off." Daphne accosted him the next day in the library. She had come to his table, tugged at his arm and stiffly jerked her head, asking him to come out. Neville saw this too, and they both shrunk in their seats a little. Daphne was furious, and an angry Daphne was not good for their health. They followed her at a safe distance and entered into a room behind her. She locked the door with a locking charm. Then she started thundering, "What were you thinking? Dung bombs. I could not get the smell out of my nose for the entire night. Dungbomb on my head. I had to wash my hair twice to get it clean." Harry and Neville were amused with her rant, but none of them wanted to say anything, knowing they would provoke her further. When they did not speak for 5 minutes, she snapped, "What do you two miscreants have to say for yourselves?" Neville, courageous Gryffindor that he was, opened his mouth. "Daphne, what makes you think it was our doing?" "Of course it," she started to say before she stopped short when she understood what they were asking of her. After a moment, she said in a small voice, "You mean to say it was not your doing?" They both had the audacity to laugh at the expression on her face. After a minute or two, Harry said, "Of course it was our doing. We persuaded Peeves to throw the dung bombs. Now before you get your dander up again, tell me why you are so angry." She sighed. She could not get angry with those two anyhow. Apart from Tracy, only these two knew her well enough to know when she was really angry or if she was just faking it. "If you want to know, then one of those dung bombs dropped on my head and the debris hit Tracy. My hair has never been so dirty before. I had to wash it twice." Harry asked her, "What made you think it was our doing?" She answered, "Snape was overheard telling that some student had given those dung bombs to Peeves, who is missing right now, afraid of Dumbledore. I remembered that you were planning to go after Slytherin next, and I was there when you bought those sacks of dung bombs from Zonkos, so I would have to be a troll or something to miss the obvious." Neville worriedly asked her, "Do you know if anyone else has figured this out?" She shook her head, "No. Actually, when our dormitories were raided last night, we did not have the contraband with us anymore. We had sold it to some 5th year in my house who wanted to get her revenge on some of her year mates. The contraband was recovered in her dorm, and almost every house lost some points except Gryffindor. I presume you warned every lion about it." Harry shook his head, "No. We only warned the twins. I suppose that they let everyone else know. I seem to remember that they had brought a large haul to hide at our hiding place." She arched an eyebrow. "Hiding place? What is this place, and why do I not know about it?" "Well, a secret hiding place wouldn't be secret if everyone knew about it. There is much that you do not know about us, Daphne," Neville said earnestly, "like one time a couple of vampires bit us and they died." She rolled her eyes. Yeah. You both are the vampire slayers. Honestly, that's an old one. Tell me about this hiding place." "There is a mirror on the 4th floor which is an opening for a hidden passageway out of school. Sadly, the way seems to have caved in, so it is not usable except maybe as a concealed storage space." She nodded. "Have you thought about what is beneath the trap door which the dog is guarding?" Harry shook his head. "I have no, and I mean no, intention to go finding what is in there. I have faced that Cerberus once. I am not doing it again. No one can force me to go down there, even if they pay me all the gold that I have in my vault at Gringotts." The truth was that Harry and Neville had been back to that door once or twice. Heavy breathing, snuffling and growling was sufficient to tell them that the Cerberus was still there. They had decided that there was no need to show courage in the face of the uncertain just because they were sorted into Gryffindor. For some reason that Harry himself could not understand, he had not told Lord Black about the Cerberus. There was nothing to tell about it except that he had wandered into the area where it was contained and lose more points and possible detention. Let's join forces. One night, the duo decided that it was time they did some exploring under the cover of night when they heard two people arguing. They carefully walked in the direction where they heard the argument coming from. As they turned the corner, they found that Quirrell was backed up against a wall and Severus Snape had a wand at his throat asking him in a low menacing tone, "What are you doing here, Quirrell? It is not wise to go ambling about the castle in the dead of night, especially in the forbidden corridor." He stuttered, Severus, what do you mean?" Severus drawled, "You might be able to fool others but not me. I know what you are trying to do but I warn you Quirrell, don't try to cross me again." Harry was trying to understand what was happening while Neville had pulled his wand out. Harry lowered it with his hand, gesturing him to stay put. He wanted to see what was going on. Snape had released Quirrell by now. "Get lost now, Quirrell, and pray that I do not find you out and about here again or you will pay for it." Severus walked away to one side, while Quirrell slumped to his knees, crying. Harry felt pity for the defense teacher and for a moment thought to go and console him but realized that they were out after curfew hours and would end up in detention despite their noble intentions. They cautiously walked in the other direction with an intention to raid the kitchens. They had only done it once since they started school. They thought that they ought to do it and maybe host a party in the kitchens after curfew hours. That would be a right prank. After filling their bellies, they decided that a walk through the castle might do them some good before they crashed for the night. They walked in the direction of the North Tower to find the twins hexing a Slytherin prefect with a stunner. The prefect fell down like a sack of potatoes. Harry walked out from under the cloak gesturing Neville to stay put. "Fred, George, what are you both doing?" They turned to find Harry. "Oh hello, Harry. We were just teaching him some manners." "And what has he done to you?" One of the twins said. "He made obscene gestures to Angelina during the day." The other added, "When she complained, the greasy bat waved her off." Harry was angry with the Slytherin prefect but decided to deal with these two first, and you openly attacked him. What were you hoping to accomplish? You will be found, given detention and maybe a letter to home. How does this count as revenge? Fred asked him, "What do you mean?" "Simple. He will tell the teachers tomorrow that you have both stunned him and you will be put into detention. You should have taken your revenge covertly like I did with Peeves." Their mouths were open in surprise. "You persuaded Peeves to do that?" But he does not take orders from anyone." Harry smirked. "He does not take orders. I was the one who stunned him the other day and then I told him that the Slytherins were responsible for it and supplied him with the dung bombs. The rest, as they say, is history." The twins immediately started bowing to him. "You are the true heir of the Marauders. How about we plan another one where he pays and we don't?" Neville asked, coming out from under the cloak. They planned a prank to be perpetrated a few days later because anything done now would have people pointing at the twins. "How about you fly?" Remus had taught Harry the levitation charm and told him that there were a few hovering charms other than the levitation charm, but the levitation charm was the most preferred one. The hovering charm, which was most popular before the levitation charm came into existence, could keep a person hovering at a fixed height. That is what they decided to use on the said Slytherin prefect. A few days after the incident, when the twins were done with their detention, they stalked the prefect late at night after having learned from Percy about the patrol schedules. On the second floor, where they cornered him, Harry, who had been hiding in the shadows, shot him with the blindfold spell. One of the twins disarmed him. Neville shot the hovering charm at his clothes, making him hover in the air, and the other twin shot a sticky charm at him. When Neville ended the hovering charm, the twins decided to use the Glacius on him. They needed the twins because they had not yet learned the Glacius and the twins had just studied it in their third year. They used the charm only to freeze his bits off and not to cover him in ice from head to toe. With their part in it done, Harry and Neville made a hasty and silent retreat. After they were done with that and they were at a sufficient distance, Fred and George let out cannon-like blasts from their wands till they could hear Filch coming and ran off. Nobody asked the four of them about the Slytherin prefect because there was nothing to connect them with the happenings. Hogwarts. 2 weeks had passed since they had attacked the Slytherin prefect and there had been no pranks since then. Academics were no challenge to them since Moony had been teaching them the basics for a year. The twins asked them if they were planning a prank. They denied it, saying that there would be opportunity enough for that later. For now there were secrets to unearth, witches to chase and friends to be made. Meanwhile Ronald had started to become a part of their group with Hermione occasionally, and Harry at times found it hard to lose them if he needed to. Another thing which irked him was their behavior towards each other. They both constantly fought with each other, bickering and exchanging terse words with each other, and they were both equally guilty. Ron could be a prat at times, saying or behaving as he should not. Hermione was condescending in her treatment towards others. Oftentimes she derogated others even if she was trying to teach them something. They had their uses, but if they kept it up, Harry was ready to shut them out. He could move forward without them. His plans were not so cast in stone that they could not be changed. On the other hand, he had reliable friends in all the houses now. He had also started making some inroads with many of the older students, and most of them were courteous towards him. Some were frankly curious about him, while a few were downright hostile. Harry knew that only the name of Black, which he carried, stopped them from acting against him. Many of the older years, however, were friendly toward him because he had extended the offer of friendship to them. He never used any words such as ally or talk business, but extended an offer of genuine friendship. What others did not know, and he did not bother to correct, was that he had it in mind to call upon them to honor their friendship with him when he wished. Arcturus had also sent him a letter telling him that many of those who were in debt to House Black would do his bidding. He was keeping most of them as a contingency, although there was one he was willing to use to its full extent. Pansy Parkinson was oath-bound to help him when he asked, due to her father signing the parchment. He spoke with Sirius almost daily via the communication mirrors, telling him, with the Marauder telling him of their exploits, about his parents or how to get with witches and the like. He also tried to send a gift a day to Harry, but Remus had put his foot down, telling him that Harry did not need to be spoiled. He was a menace enough as he was. Dueling class. In the last 2 weeks, Harry and Neville had perfected Stupefy. They also worked on wide area stunners, always useful in a duel, a trick up the sleeve if you know how to use it. Then there was the bludgeoning spell. The bludgeoning spell was a non-lethal spell, the perfect one to use in a duel. A well-placed bludgeoner to the face could put down an enemy with ease. Thereafter, with quick wand work, victory could be assured over the opponents. When they arrived for the lesson this week, Flitwick was there without the table or chairs where they were normally. As they entered, Flitwick asked them without preamble, "What did you two learn this week?" They replied, "Professor, this week we learned the bludgeoning spell." Flitwick smiled, "That is good, Mr. Potter Black and Mr. Longbottom. Now it is time for us to see if you can cast it as well. Today, we will be practicing dueling. You both will duel with me on the other side. We will not be using shields. One who gets hit with the bludgeoning spell will be out of the duel." As they both nodded, Flitwick raised his wand. He started sending bludgeoners at them, making them dodge in all directions. The Charms Master was born with a talent for speed that made it hard for them to dodge his spells. But it was no fun if it was too easy. As he sent his spells at them, making them run around, he taunted them, "Is that how you intend to win the duel championship? By running around like headless chickens? Be a man. Face my wand." From hard experience, Harry and Neville knew better than to stop dodging. They were running in different directions trying to evade his spells when finally Neville got an idea. Braving the spells coming his way, he finally reached Harry and whispered some words to him. Flitwick could not make out what Neville had said. The words had a visible effect on them as they both stopped running. They turned to face him, and that brought a smirk to Flitwick's lip. The lads had learned the lesson he was trying to teach them. Before he could send another spell their way, Harry and Neville started sending spells towards him one after another. Since they were alternating their spells, there was no lull in their casting for Flitwick to go on the offensive. He kept dodging them for 5 minutes before he noticed that the gaps between the spells were increasing. He waited for 2 more minutes to see that it was not a trap before he took his chance. With a swift flick of his wand, Neville fell like a sack of potatoes. Harry started sending spells at the tiny Charms Professor, but Flitwick was enjoying it. Harry was berserk and casting relentlessly while Flitwick patiently dodged him for another minute. Before he sent a spell towards Harry while he was still moving. The spell knocked Harry down and Flitwick won the duel. After they were defeated, he produced 3 chairs with a flick of his wand. He motioned for them to sit. After they made themselves comfortable, he asked Neville, "What did you say to him at that moment? It must have been something to bring such a change in tactics." Neville grinned, "I just reminded him, Professor, that we are on the same team. We should work together rather than by ourselves. That way, we will have a chance to win against you." Flitwick nodded in appreciation. "That was well thought out, Mr. Longbottom, however, you both still lost. Can any of you tell me why? Harry replied, Professor, we kept up the casting for too long against you. We were beginning to tire ourselves out. If we had conserved our energy, then we may have stood a chance at winning against you. Neville added, after I was hit, Harry started to cast relentlessly, which made it hard for him to dodge your spells. Flitwick nodded, well pointed out, Mr. Longbottom. For next time, you have to remember that your strength cannot last forever, so you have to conserve it as much as you can. Also, as I have told you both so many times, try to use magic for everything you do, which will help your core accommodate to the increased need. Then you can last longer in a duel. Also try to work in coordination with each other. Do you play fetch? One evening, Harry realized that he needed to talk with Daphne without fear of being found out. He had carved to have a conversation with her as they used to when he was living in Black Castle. So, he slipped her a message to meet him outside the Slytherin common room when they were in the library. This was one of those rare chances when he met Daphne in the absence of Neville, since he was in the greenhouses, learning about a plant from Professor Sprout. When he asked her about it, she raised an eyebrow. How would you know where the Slytherin common room is? Harry smirked. Perhaps we forgot to tell you, Daphne, but we have a little beauty called the Marauder's Map, which is the most accurate map of Hogwarts to exist to date. It shows everyone's position to me. Add to that, I have Remus Lupin, who was one of the Marauders. He helped chart the map. I know almost everything about Hogwarts. She glared at him, just when you were planning to tell me about this miraculous map. Harry shrugged, we were not hiding it from you in the first place, Daph. It just never came up while the three of us were alone, talking. You know that we don't hide anything from you. She nodded, so what is the plan for tonight? Surely you are not just making me get out of bed because you suddenly fancy a midnight stroll. Harry shook his head, I want to do exactly that. Neville has turned me down twice. He said that we would have lots of time for it later. Another reason is that I have not properly talked to you ever since we came to Hogwarts. She nodded, so, will Neville be joining us? Harry sighed, what? Is my company not sufficient for you? Daphne shook her head, I did not mean it that way. Then with a flirtatious flutter of the eyes she said, if you prefer, we can always arrange to keep Neville out of the way. Finally it was agreed that they would meet after the curfew was underway. They would take a stroll to the astronomy tower where they could spend a couple of hours without anyone disturbing them. Harry patiently waited for everyone to go to their bed that night while sitting on his invisibility cloak in the common room, pretending to be engrossed in a book on defense. A few of his friends asked him how he was or what he was up to, but none of them stayed back when they saw that he was engrossed in the book. However, one, Hermione Granger, could not keep her silence. She took the chair beside him, asked, Harry, what are you reading? Harry did not speak. He just showed her the cover and returned to his reading. After 5 minutes of silence, Hermione huffed, then went to find a book to read. Harry did not respond to her. When everyone was up in their beds, he donned the cloak. Then he went downstairs. He found the Slytherin common room without any trouble. He found a couple of them who were leaving the common room to break curfew. Perhaps to engage in some pranks. He sorely regretted not having brought Neville with him, or they could have stunned these students and left them for Filch to find. Even Peeves was not around to ask for help. He mentally resolved to give these students some grief some other day. As he stood watching the entrance to the Slytherin common room, suddenly the door opened and Daphne exited the common room. She was staying in the shadows, trying to find Harry near the entrance of the common room. Harry stood to one side. He kept watching her fumble in the dark, in vain trying to find him, before he decided to pull a little trick on her. Silently, he walked up behind her, and before she could understand what was going on, he had his hand clamped over her mouth and covered her with the cloak. She was trying to shout and to bite his hand when he pulled her close. He whispered in her ear, calm down, Daphne. It is me, Harry. She indeed calmed down after she realized it was him. He took her by the hand and guided her towards the kitchens. When they were on their way to the kitchens, Daphne asked him in a whisper, how did you come into possession of an invisibility cloak? Why do I not know about it? Harry whispered to her, wait for a few minutes. I will tell you all about it. 10 minutes later, they were in the kitchens and her eyes were spread in wonder when she looked around her at everything in the kitchen, from the utensils to the fireplace to the huge tables. Most of the elves had retired for the night, but a couple of them were still awake. They rushed towards them. "What was be doing you to sir and miss?" Harry asked them. "May we have some dessert? Treacle tarts if possible. And lots of it." The elves ran to find the requested commodity. He turned to Daphne. "The cloak is a family heirloom. It has been in my family for generations, but I only recently found it. My father used it to wreak havoc in the school during his time here. Now it will help me in the noble cause of mischief making." She snorted. "You are perfectly capable of any mischief without it. This will only help you more. Now why do I not know about it? Daphne, the existence of this cloak is a well-kept Potter family secret. If word got out, I would be hounded with requests from numberless witches and wizards to see it, touch it or study it. Besides, since I learned about it, we have not had enough privacy for me to tell you anything. Nobody other than you and Neville know about it yet. I will be grateful if you can keep it that way." She smiled. "Of course I will, provided I can get my hands on this beauty at times. See what I mean? No sooner do you find out about the thing than you ask to borrow it. I will let you borrow it, but you must make absolutely sure that nobody else has any way to find out about it. I do not really trust too many people with a secret like this. Remember what Lord Black says, something is not a secret if a third person knows about it." She raised an eyebrow. "Lord Black? I do remember him trying his best to make you address him as Lord Black or grandfather. You never did so in his hearing. What brought this change?" Harry rolled his eyes. "You ask too many questions, just like Hermione Granger. You both are too much like each other, nature-wise." She curtly said, "I am nothing like Hermione Granger. She is a know-it-all who flaunts her knowledge just to prove that she knows everything. I am not daft enough to do something like that." Harry shrugged his shoulders. "We will see. Right now, how about we start moving towards the astronomy tower?" When they were nearing the third floor, walking slowly under the cloak, Daphne asked him in a whisper, "Can you show me the Cerberus?" Harry refused immediately. "No way. I have seen him once. That is sufficient for a lifetime." They were ascending the stairs to the fourth floor when it happened. There was a commotion on the third floor and they saw Professor Quirrell being thrown away from the forbidden corridor on the third floor. Daphne started to scream, but Harry had clamped her mouth firmly. Without making a sound, they returned to the third floor to find out what had happened. They were curious as to who could have used a banishing charm on a professor. There was a niche on the third floor where perhaps a suit of armor stood once, but now it was empty. He and Daphne slipped into that niche and waited to see what would happen. They did not have to wait for long before Snape came into their view, coming from the direction of the forbidden corridor. He had a menacing expression on his face, his wand leveled at Quirrell. He spoke so softly that Harry could hardly hear him. "I warned you not to roam about, Quirrell. You are trying to know more than what is good for you. What were you doing here?" Quirrell was stuttering. I was page patrolling the corridors, Severus." Severus drawled. "Patrolling? It is not your turn to patrol tonight. Do you want me to report you to Dumbledore? I have warned you not to cross my path, and consider this my final warning." Harry silently pulled Daphne with him and they climbed up to the top of the astronomy tower. Luckily there were no classes there tonight, so they would not be spotted. After locking the door from his side, Harry and Daphne sat together on the edge of the roof, dangling their legs, eating treacle tarts. Daphne finally asked him, "What was that going on between Snape and Quirrell?" Harry shrugged. "I don't know. For some reason Snape or Quirrell is interested in the forbidden corridor. The other one is trying to stop him. I do not know who is who though." She was looking at the stars in the sky. She asked him, "Harry, can I ask a favor?" Harry turned to her. "There are no formalities between the three of us, Daph. You can ask whatever you want." She asked, "May I get a chance to fly on your broom?" He turned to her looking incredulous. "Of all the things in the world, you are asking if you can fly on my Nimbus." She nodded. "I have heard it is the best broom out there, so I wanted to see it for myself." Harry shrugged. "You did not even have to ask that from me, Daph. You could simply order me to do it." She grinned. "Then I am ordering you to take me to see the three-headed dog." He shook his head almost instantly. "No way. Not doing that, Daphne. I do not even know if we can tame it." Daphne asked him, "Have you tried obedience school with him?" Harry snorted. "Daphne, he is not your Krupp Max but a gigantic three-headed Cerberus. I doubt if he even knows how to play fetch, let alone doing obedience school. She however was unconvinced. She called for her elf Kippy and asked the elf to bring her a big stick and a rubber ball. When Harry asked her why she was asking for it, she told him she was feeling adventurous. Knowing it could be fatal to Daphne, Harry accompanied her under the cloak. When they reached the forbidden corridor on the 3rd floor, Harry opened the door with the unlocking charm. They entered one after another. The Cerberus was sleeping. He woke up instantly the moment he caught their scent. It started to growl. In a firm, commanding tone, Daphne said, "Sit." The Cerberus looked at her as if she had come from another world for a whole minute, not knowing whether to obey her command or not. It was like it was trying to decide what to do. Daphne meanwhile had taken out the ball and stepped forward towards it, saying, "You will get this ball if you are a good boy." Now who is a good boy? To Harry's amazement, the dog actually started to wag its tail before he went rigid again. Daphne made the right choice in that moment and threw the ball his way. He snapped it out of the air with one of its heads and the ball disappeared in the next moment. Where it was gone was not clear, but the growl which came from him unnerved both of them. Harry started tugging at her sleeve. "Daph, let's go before we end up as dinner for him." He did not know if they could make their escape in time. To his amazement, Daphne had taken out the stick. She was waving it in the beast's face, saying, "You are a good boy, aren't you? You want this stick." She deliberately threw it high into the air for the dog to catch. While he lunged for the stick, Harry quickly dragged her out of the room. Just before Harry closed the door behind them, they saw that the dog had snapped the stick in two. He was rushing at the door, perhaps to maim them. Closing the door behind them, Harry threw the cloak over themselves so they would not be caught. They kept walking downward towards the dungeons while Harry admonished her, "We could have been injured, Daph. Next time you have an insane idea like that, please tell me before you act on it." She smirked, scared. "Harry." He huffed, "I am not scared, Daphne, but I am not such an idiot that I would risk my life for idiotic things such as this. This was totally unnecessary. We learned nothing from this." She admonished him, "We know now that the dog cannot be tamed by anyone. Also the way it was guarding the trap door, I can bet that even a killing curse could not make it move away." The Wizengamot. It was time for the monthly meeting of the Wizengamot. Arcturus had put all the pieces in their place on his chessboard. Now it was time for him to make his move. At the time set for the session to begin, Dumbledore rapped his gavel, "Close the doors." As the doors closed, he proclaimed further, "Let the Wizengamot session for October 1991 begin." After a few moments, he turned to the gathered members, "Is there any notice or announcement to be made by any of our esteemed houses before we proceed to daily business?" Arcturus stood up at his place. "Yes, Chief Warlock. House Black has an announcement. Sirius Orion Black is hereby appointed as the regent for House Black until heir Hadrian Potter Black reaches the age of majority to take his place in this gathering of peers. Furthermore, as I am the guardian of Hadrian Potter Black by virtue of the last will and testament of Lord James Potter and Lady Lily Potter, it is within my right to appoint a regent to look after the daily business of House Potter. I, by this authority, appoint Remus Lupin as the Lord Regent of House Potter until Hadrian Potter Black reaches the age of majority." Dumbledore rapped his gavel. "Very well. Are there any objections?" Of course no one had any objections to this. It was private business. Arcturus was within his rights to make the appointments. Dumbledore waited the required half a minute. When there were no objections raised to the appointments, he rapped his gavel. "Very well. Are Mr. Black and Mr. Lupin here?" They were both present in the spectator stands. They stood at their places. Dumbledore turned to them. "Lord Arcturus Orion Black has appointed Sirius Black as Lord Regent for House Black and Remus Lupin as Lord Regent for House Potter. Do you both accept?" They both nodded. "We accept, Chief Warlock." Dumbledore motioned for them to take their places. Sirius resumed his seat in the spectator stands while Remus moved towards the seat of House Potter. Dumbledore turned to Elphias Doge sitting in the Potter seat. "We are thankful for the services you rendered to House Potter, Mr. Doge. Now please vacate the seat in favor of one appointed by those in charge of affairs." Elphias stood. He shook hands warmly with Lupin before taking a seat in the spectator stands. Lord Black stood again. "I have another announcement to make. Henceforth in every session of this august body, House Black will sit in the Light faction. This motion caused rumbling among the gathered members. Nobody could remember if House Black had ever sat in the Light faction before. This would give another vote to the Light faction directly and many others indirectly because House Black had been very influential since its inception. Despite changing sides, many houses from the Dark faction would continue to support it. Dumbledore turned to the gathering again. Very well. Are there any motions to be made before we proceed to daily matters? Arcturus stood. Chief Warlock, I request your leave to address the Wizengamot. Dumbledore nodded. Leave so granted, Lord Black. Arcturus turned to the Wizengamot. My fellow lords and ladies, a decade ago when we were trying to recover from the effects of a war which had almost destroyed our world, Cornelius Fudge, the esteemed Minister of Magic, trampled upon the rights of a member of the ancient and most noble House of Black and refused to grant him a trial. The previous administration had denied this basic right to Sirius Black, and Mr. Fudge refused my requests repeatedly. He did not deign to grant my request. In fact, he sealed the minutes of the tribunal proceedings and blocked all attempts to look into the matter for 10 years. Additionally, he violated my rights when he acted in connivance with Lucius Malfoy and appointed him as Lord Regent for House Black without my approval. This is a blatant violation of our position, of our privileges. He has also failed to lead Wizarding Britain into a better era than the previous one, as he had harped on about when he was trying to become the minister. Therefore, I bring a motion of non-confidence against the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. Nicholas Greengrass stood, and I second that motion, Chief Warlock. Dumbledore smiled gently. You are out of order, Lord Greengrass, but I will allow it. Dumbledore was surprised with this turn of events. He had expected some backlash for Fudge due to his violation of the rights of an ancient and most noble house. But to chuck the Minister for Magic out of office was certainly ambitious. Now he was interested to see if Arcturus had the numbers to make it happen. The Dark faction was united behind Malfoy. They would not vote against Fudge, who was the perfect puppet for them. The Light would be divided because Arcturus was from a dark house. The neutrals were never united on a single issue. He rapped his gavel. Very well. Lord Arcturus Orion Black has brought a motion of non-confidence against the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Oswald Fudge. The motion has been seconded by Lord Nicholas Greengrass. If anybody has to speak for or against the motion, they can do so before we move to vote on it. As they were sure of having the numbers, Arcturus and his allies had decided not to speak. The Dark was under obligation to Arcturus, so they could not speak against him. When no one spoke for a minute, Dumbledore rapped his gavel again. Since no one is going to speak for or against the motion, we will proceed to vote on the motion. All those in favor, please raise your wands. Wands from every faction went up, which surprised even Dumbledore. He had not expected it to be so one-sided. Even most of his supporters from the Light were voting for ousting Cornelius from his office. He spoke again. All those against the motion. When the vote was finally tallied, there were 50 in favor of the motion while 30 were either opposed or not present. Dumbledore turned to Fudge. Mr. Fudge, we thank you for your services as Minister of Magic. Please take a seat in the spectator stands in the meanwhile till we are adjourned. Furthermore, Lord Black can prosecute you for violation of his rights, appointing a regent without his approval. Your dismissal from office would have no bearing on the consequences of the prosecution. Fudge was in shock. The reality of what had just happened to him seemed like a nightmare that he could not wake up from. In one stroke, his career was ruined. He was already gone. It happened so swiftly that he did not even get a whiff of what was coming his way. The thing which hurt him most was that his friend Lucius had voted against him on this issue. He had favored Lucius so many times. Lucius stabbed him in the back when times were not opportune to him. He swore to ensure that the wizarding world knew of the infamy of Lucius Malfoy. Dumbledore was saying, since there is no minister, we will now take nominations. Are there any nominations? Augusta Longbottom stood. I nominate Amelia Bones as the next Minister of Magic. Lord Folly stood. I second the nomination. Dumbledore rapped his gavel. Lady Regent Longbottom has nominated Madame Bones for the next Minister of Magic, which has been seconded by Lord Folly. Madame Bones, do you accept the nomination? Amelia stood at her seat. Yes, Chief Warlock. I accept the nomination. Dumbledore turned to the Wizengamot again. Are there any more nominations for the post of Minister of Magic? With a glare that Arcturus had sent Malfoy's way, Lucius decided not to field his candidate. It was part of the deal that he would have to fulfill. Otherwise House Malfoy would be dishonored in Britain too. He had to go through with it or move to Canada. The old man could and would declare that the decree was not fulfilled otherwise and would forfeit his honor anyway. It was better if he kept quiet for now. When no other name was forthcoming for 5 minutes, Dumbledore declared, since there are no other nominations for Minister of Magic, Amelia Susan Bones, head of DMLE and Regent of House Bones is elected unopposed to the post of Minister of Magic. Congratulations Minister Bones. After she was elected, she took her place at the seat of the minister. She started addressing the Wizengamot. I am thankful to the Wizengamot for considering me worthy of being the Minister of Magic, giving me a chance to serve our society more effectively. I plan to work for the betterment of our society with cooperation from everyone irrespective of any classification which you might have drawn. After she was done speaking, Dumbledore rapped his gavel. Does the Minister of Magic have any announcements to be made before we move to daily matters? Amelia stood. Yes, Chief Warlock. Firstly, I would like to appoint Rufus Scrimgeour as the head of DMLE. Secondly, Gawain Robards is the head of Aurors, succeeding Rufus in that position. Also, the DMLE has started an investigation into allegations regarding the conduct of the erstwhile Minister of Magic. We have received concrete evidence of his being involved in corrupt practices. As such, he is being injuncted from leaving the borders of Wizarding Britain pending the outcome of the investigation. We will release details regarding the investigation only after the trial, if any, is complete. The session was ended soon after when the daily matters were dealt with. Dumbledore was about to leave for Hogwarts when Arcturus stopped him. Dumbledore, may I have a word? Dumbledore nodded. Certainly Lord Black. When would it be convenient for you? Arcturus calmly replied. You are invited to the current seat of House Black located at 12, Grimmauld Place tomorrow evening for dinner. There are things that you need to know. I have already invited Amelia to it. There are steps we must take so that our society will not fall back into the chaos of war. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. It would be preferable if you could speak clearly, Lord Black, but no matter, I will present myself at the seat of residence of House Black tomorrow. You pelted me with dung bombs. A few days ago the twins had caused mayhem just outside the Great Hall in their pursuit of pranks. They had peppered the Slytherins with dung bombs when they were coming to the Great Hall and they had not been caught. Since then Filch had been trying to catch the mischief makers but had been unsuccessful so far. Harry and his friends were also wary of the caretaker and had decided to abstain from pranking for a few days. It was not their modus anyhow. One evening when Ernie was coming to the Great Hall, he walked into a scene where some of the Slytherins were bombarding the caretaker by peppering him with dung bombs. By the time Filch was able to look for them, they were gone and he found Ernie to be the one on the spot. Before poor Ernie understood what was happening, Filch clapped hands on him. Filch sneered, so, you thought it would be great fun to throw dung bombs at me? Let's just see if what comes next is great fun too. I will have you expelled for this. Oh, I so wish I could hang you by your thumbs then whip you. Ernie was vehemently protesting but the caretaker was not ready to hear anything. It would have been a nightmare but for Professor Flitwick who stopped the two of them. He asked Filch, Mr. Filch, where are you dragging him off to? Argus, still sneering, replied, Professor, he was throwing dung bombs at me. Ernie vehemently protested, Professor, I did not have any dung bombs with me. It was some other students I know nothing about. I was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Flitwick stopped him with a gesture of his hand. He turned to Filch, Mr. Filch, did you see him throwing dung bombs at you? Filch replied, no professor, but he was the only one there. Flitwick asked further, did you check his pockets or his hands to see if they were covered with grime from using or handling dung bombs? Filch hesitated, answering, no professor. Then I am afraid you cannot detain him like that, Mr. Filch. Unhand him this moment and apologize to Mr. Macmillan or I will be forced to report your conduct to the headmaster. Filch released Ernie's hand from his grasp. He mumbled, I apologize for my conduct. Flitwick turned to Ernie then, now run along, Mr. Macmillan. Curfew starts in 10 minutes. The next morning, Harry chose the Hufflepuff table for breakfast. They sat there eating breakfast when Ernie came up to him. He said urgently, Harry, I need your help. He had been listening to something Susan was saying but the bit of urgency in Ernie's voice attracted his attention. He turned to find the other boy looking angry. He asked in his most calm voice, "What happened, Ernie?" Ernie retold everything about what happened last night, what the caretaker had done. When he was done retelling, Harry's mind was made up to do something about Filch and the students that had tried to frame Ernie, but not today. He turned to Ernie. "Look mate, he will get his reckoning. Let's not do anything right away. I don't want to give anyone, especially Professor Flitwick, a chance to connect his repayment with you. You know what they say, revenge is a dish best served cold." Ernie grinned evilly. "All right mate. You do this for me and I will owe you one." Neville cautioned him, "Don't say things like that to him lightly mate. You don't know what he may ask in return." Just then the owl mail started coming in. A barn owl landed before him carrying his copy of the Daily Prophet. Harry untied the newspaper and spread it out while noticing that there was total silence in the Great Hall. It soon became clear that the news story covering the first page was the reason. Minister Ousted from Office, by Jane Fraser. The regular monthly session of the Wizengamot for the month of October 1991 turned out to be a power show by the Houses. In a blatant display of their powers, they ousted the Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge from his office. Business for the day started out with the recently returned Lord Arcturus Black appointing Sirius Black as the Lord Regent for House Black. Also in his capacity as guardian to Hadrian Potter Black, also known as the Boy Who Lived, he also appointed Remus Lupin as the Lord Regent for House Potter. In a surprise move, Lord Black next announced that House Black would now sit in the light faction as opposed to its historical stance of sitting in the dark faction. When it was time for motions, in an unprecedented move in the session of the Wizengamot yesterday, Lord Arcturus Orion Black of the House of Black brought a motion of non-confidence against Mr. Fudge, which was supported by Lord Greengrass, who is the de facto leader of the Neutrals. Surprisingly, the Wizengamot was together behind this move by Lord Black. Here I would like to remind our readers that recently Lord Black was heard vowing to have Mr. Fudge's head for usurping his rights. We are of the opinion that this was a vendetta on his part against the erstwhile minister. When the Chief Warlock invited the members to speak for or against the motion, not one member of the Wizengamot spoke to support or oppose the motion. Since the motion was one-sided from the start, the motion passed with 50 voting in support of the motion while 30 either voted against or abstained from voting. With Mr. Fudge being ousted from his office, the Chief Warlock called for nominations and Lady Regent of House Longbottom Augusta Longbottom nominated the erstwhile Chief of DMLE Amelia Bones, which was seconded by Lord Folly. In perhaps another historic moment, Amelia Bones was unanimously elected to office after none of the factions fielded a candidate against Madame Bones. In her first act as Minister of Magic, she promoted Rufus Scrimgeour as head of DMLE and Gawain Robards to the position of head Auror. She also revealed that investigations were underway into Mr. Fudge's conduct, and as such, he is injuncted from leaving the borders of Wizarding Britain, with Lord Black still having the right to prosecute him for usurping his rights. Mr. Fudge was quoted as saying, "For all the service that I rendered to the Ministry of Magic, I have been duped by the Wizengamot. I have been betrayed by those for whose welfare I acted. We tried to get comments from the Minister or Lord Black, but we were unable to reach them before this edition went to print." After he was done reading, he turned to Susan to find her looking at him. She had a sly smile on her face. So, it was Lord Black's doing. Harry shrugged his shoulders. "I don't really know, Susan. His mind works in mysterious ways." Neville, who was sitting with him, said, "Of course it was his doing. He is a shrewd person, a Slytherin through and through. But he could not have done it without Madame Bones's help." Counsels exchanged. When Albus Dumbledore arrived for his meeting with Lord Black, he found the current seat of residence of House Black to be the opposite of what he thought it would be like. He had thought it would be a gloomy, dark, musty townhouse openly displaying its allegiance to Slytherin House, full of dark magic objects, but contrary to his line of thought, the townhouse was well ventilated, there were no signs of allegiance with House Slytherin, and there were certainly no dark objects spread throughout the house. The townhouse had the aura of a house well lived in. Sirius greeted him at the entrance of the townhouse. "Welcome, Headmaster. I am happy to see you here today." Dumbledore beamed at him. "Sirius, my boy, it is exhilarating to see that you are doing so well. It is indeed a pleasure to see you in the bloom of your health again. This takes off a little of the burden that I carry when I think about your illegal incarceration." Sirius waved him off. that is water under the bridge now, Albus. I know you would have got me out of there if you could. We cannot bring back what is lost, so we should focus on what is ahead of us. Sirius led him to the meeting room where Lord Black was sitting in an overstuffed armchair like the one he had at Hogwarts, while those meant for visitors were simple wood-backed chairs like the ones Minerva preferred. His eyes twinkling, Dumbledore whipped out his wand. He conjured his favorite chair out of thin air, then took a seat. Arcturus smirked at this display of power and could not avoid making a comment, "Showing off under my roof, Albus. I know you have got style, but was it necessary to put on such a display?" Dumbledore graciously smiled. "I am partial to this kind of chair, Lord Black. They are comfortable for old wizards like us." Sirius snorted. "Old. You. I can bet you can do the waltz if the need be even now." Arcturus growled. All right, Sirius. We are here to discuss an issue of importance, to ask questions, to exchange counsel about things which are of importance." Dumbledore nodded. "Then what are we waiting for?" Arcturus called. "Travestor." His loyal elf Tiarvestor appeared, bowing to him. "You called, Master." He turned to the elf. "Travestor, please bring me the cider wood box engraved with the black crest. It is kept in the drawer of the table in the Lord's study." The elf disappeared with a pop and he turned to Dumbledore again. "There are things of vital importance to be discussed, so I am waiting for a couple more people to arrive." As the elf reappeared with the box, they heard the flow activating twice in rapid succession. Amelia Bones entered the meeting room, followed by Augusta Longbottom. Dumbledore was incredibly confused now. What would Augusta Longbottom, the regent of a family as light as Longbottom, have to do with House of Black? In fact, it was the descendants of House Black who were responsible for the condition of Frank and Alice Longbottom. He, however, decided to keep his peace for now. He would try to find the connection later. He also wondered for a moment as to why the Minister of Magic was acting so favorably towards Lord Black. Then he realized that perhaps Arcturus had become part of the Great Alliance when he shifted from dark to light. It also made him realize that Arcturus was the architect behind the downfall of Cornelius Fudge and then the rise of Amelia Bones as the minister. A lot of things had happened under his nose and he had been none the wiser. He would have to keep his eyes and ears open in the future. By this time, Augusta and Amelia had taken their seats and they were joined by Sirius and Remus. Arcturus looked at everyone in their turn. After a few moments, he started speaking. "What I am going to tell you all today is of an extremely sensitive nature. I cannot proceed to say a word more unless I am given some form of assurance that none of you will ever speak of this to anyone else." Amelia, who was the minister now, was concerned that any such promise may conflict with her duties, asked, "What form of assurance are you seeking, Lord Black? You do know that I am the minister. I cannot give my word to conceal anything contrary to the public interest." Arcturus took a deep breath before he started to speak again. "Amelia, the piece of news that I have to share is so important that if the wizarding world were to know about it, then there would be mass hysteria and panic. That is the reason I am asking assurance from you all. I assure you that you would do anything in your power to keep it under wraps once I am done telling." Dumbledore, who had been noticing Arcturus's facial expressions, his hand movements, guessed that it was too sensitive a topic to bicker about. He turned to Amelia. "Minister Bones, I think we should give an assurance to Lord Black because there are only a few things which have ever troubled him in his life." Amelia sighed, then turned to Lord Black. "Can you give me just a hint of what is to come so that it may make it easier for me to decide if I need to give an assurance or not?" Arcturus gave an evil smirk. "So, if you want a sneak peek, then listen closely. Lord Voldemort is not dead." Dumbledore's reaction had been neutral. He was just a bit surprised that Arcturus knew of it, but he already knew the truth about Voldemort's death. He was only interested to know how Arcturus knew about it. Amelia had stifled a cry from escaping her throat. Such horrible news, and the old wizard had thrown it out like that for them to hear. Augusta had gasped in shock but controlled her features quickly. Sirius knew about it from Remus, so there had been no reaction from him about it. Amelia took some time to compose herself before she started speaking. "By Merlin's beard, Lord Black. You should not speak of such things so abruptly. I can understand how much panic this news could cause, so I agree to take a magical oath to not disclose this to anyone." Arcturus turned to Dumbledore. "You do not seem surprised by this revelation, Albus." Dumbledore, who was looking grim now, said in a slow, calm voice, "When Voldemort was vanquished at the end of the previous war, I had realized that he is not dead. I have been trying to find what became of him. As far as I have gathered, he is living as a wraith, barely surviving but not quite dead. He was injured at that time and it took him a lot of effort to be able to function once more. I think I know what kept him alive despite being hit by his own rebounding killing curse." Arcturus smirked. "So, you are not as naive as you would have us believe. I do not think for a moment that one firmly entrenched in light would have known these things like you. You do know how the dark works, I presume." Dumbledore smiled. "Lord Black, you are very perceptive. Yes, I have had my run-ins with dark magic over the years. First it was Grindelwald, now it is Voldemort, both of them Dark Lords, well adept in necromancy." Amelia turned to Lord Black. "Pardon my intrusion. Unless you both explain things to me I do not think I will understand anything." Arcturus turned to her. "Before I start narrating what I know as a certain fact, I want some answers from Albus here. I will also need a magical oath from each of you to not discuss what we are going to talk about here unless we have agreed that others need to know about it." There was no question that they would not agree with what Arcturus asked of them. They each took a magical oath to that effect. Arcturus turned to Dumbledore. "Albus, there are some questions I need to ask of you to fill in the gaps of the knowledge that I have. Are you amenable to answer them? Do remember that you cannot keep any secrets in this matter." Albus nodded. "I can see the time to keep secrets is past, Lord Black. Ask your questions." Arcturus took a deep breath while contemplating the questions to ask. He had a lot of them but he could not go about throwing them out left and right. He turned to Dumbledore and asked the first question: "What made James and Lily Potter go into hiding? Did it have something to do with Neville Longbottom too?" Albus smiled. "You do not beat around the bush, Lord Black. Since I have agreed, I will answer the questions the best I can. Shortly before Neville and Harry were born, I was interviewing a candidate for the job of divination teacher. I did not personally favor divination, but the candidate was descended from a reputed seer. Out of courtesy I agreed to give her an interview. I met her in the Hog's Head. It was clear from the start that she did not have the gift. I was about to leave when she went into a trance. Then she gave a prophecy. The prophecy concerned Voldemort and a child who would be born at the end of the 7th month. I will not tell you the contents of the prophecy, but it said that Voldemort would choose his nemesis. There were some other qualifications and going by them, there were only 2 children who would fit the bill. They were Hadrian Potter Black and Neville Longbottom. Unfortunately, a Death Eater who was snooping around the inn, in hopes of getting some news, heard the first part of the prophecy before the barkeeper caught him listening at the door and threw him out. He rushed to tell Voldemort about what he had heard. Based on the half-knowledge, he chose Hadrian Potter Black as his nemesis. Since I knew the whole thing, I alerted the parents of both children about it. I bade them to hide until the threat was over. Taking my advice, James and Lily, Frank and Alice went into hiding. Alas, I did not know that James and Lily would be betrayed by one they trusted. Voldemort's act to attack little Harry on that Halloween sealed the connection between them, marking him as his nemesis. I had hoped to save all of them when I advised them to go into hiding. It ended up that I could not save any of them." Sirius, who had been sitting quietly, then turned to Albus. He growled, "Why did you not tell James plainly about the prophecy? If you did, he might have taken more precautions for his safety." Albus did not lose his grandfatherly demeanor. "Sirius, when I learned that because of the prophecy, that Voldemort was hunting the Potters and the Longbottoms, I rushed to Potter Manor to Lord Charles Potter. I told him about the gravity of the situation and he called James and Lily. They were told about the prophecy, the threat it posed, and they took a magical oath to never tell about it to anyone else unless I permitted it. I did the same with Frank and Alice. They knew what they were facing when they went into hiding." Augusta asked him, "What became of the prophecy? Does it mean that he will actively look for Neville still?" Dumbledore shook his head. "No. He had chosen Harry." At that moment, the sword of prophecy hanging over both their heads had shifted to Harry solely. Remus asked what they had missed. What became of the Death Eater, Headmaster? Was he caught and punished? Albus took some time to answer that question. "No, I knew of his identity, but he ceased to exist after the First War." Arcturus growled, "Where is the prophecy now?" "In the Hall of Prophecies in the Department of Mysteries, from where it can only be removed from that place by either Voldemort or Hadrian Potter Black," replied Dumbledore. Then Arcturus asked, when did you know that Voldemort was not dead? Do you know about his origin? Amelia turned to Albus, answer his questions, Albus. I have a feeling that we have just started to scratch the surface. They noticed then that she had a notepad opened before her with a dictaquill hovering over it, recording every word which was being said. Albus closed his eyes, collecting his thoughts for a few minutes while others sat watching him. After a minute or two, he opened his eyes and started speaking. Voldemort is not his real name. It was just a made-up name he had taken after he left Hogwarts to appear mysterious, to impress his followers. He is not a pureblood either. He is actually a half-blood. He was born of the union of a squib and a muggle. His real name is Tom Marvolo Riddle. His mother was a daughter of the House of Gaunt, the last descendants of Slytherin. They were famous for marrying among their cousins, in addition to being known for their trait of insanity. The Gounts lived near the village of Little Hangleton where they had just a squalid shack to call their own. They had squandered their gold generations ago. Merope, his mother, took a shine to Tom Riddle, son of the Riddle family who were landlords in that area. Since she was a squib, they treated her like filth. They constantly degraded her. Merope's brother, Morphin, was sent to Azkaban for muggle baiting and attacking ministry officials along with her father. Marvolo was also sent to Azkaban for attacking a ministry official when he came to serve a summons on Morphin to his hearing on the charge of muggle baiting. With her father and her brother gone, Merope had found some freedom, and perhaps some confidence that came with being free at last. To fulfill her desire, she brewed a love potion. Dumbledore deliberately took a pause to see how the others would react. Amelia was horrified at where this was going. Do you mean to tell me that she actually fed a love potion to the muggle? Dumbledore continued grimly, I am sorry to say, she did exactly that. How she did it is beyond my comprehension, but she had bewitched the poor muggle and they eloped. About a year later, Tom Riddle returned to Little Hangleton without his bride telling people that she had bewitched him. By this time, Marvolo, who had been released from Azkaban, perished because he did not know how to care for himself and also perhaps in sorrow for the loss of his family heirloom. Sirius asked, what heirloom? And why did the love potion stop working? Dumbledore took a pause before continuing, I do not really know why. I guess that Merope, who had started to love him, stopped feeding him love potions thinking he would reciprocate her feelings, but he did not. It turns out she was pregnant when he left her. When he left, she lost her will to live. Later that year, she turned up at an orphanage in London on a dreary winter day where she gave birth to a child. She lived only long enough to name him Tom after her husband and Marvolo after her father. He remained there until he received his Hogwarts letter. Even when he was little, he realized that he was different from others. He had some uncommon powers. He used those to bully others into submission before him. When he arrived at Hogwarts, he was sorted into Slytherin almost instantly. I did not realize his family heritage until later. When Dumbledore took a pause in his narration, Arcturus asked him, you said nothing of the heirloom which Merope supposedly had. Dumbledore shrugged, that is because I have a feeling that the heirloom has nothing to do with what we are discussing here today. Arcturus barked, let me be the judge of that. Dumbledore shrugged, as you wish, Lord Black. The Gounts were the last descendants of Slytherin, so they had inherited the famed necklace of Slytherin. Sometime during the time when Merope was fending for herself, she sold it to Borgins and Burke, who paid her only 10G for it. Arcturus was flabbergasted, those cretins. They paid a paltry sum of 10G for that priceless artifact. Amelia hushed him. Then she turned to Dumbledore again, how did you realize that Voldemort is not dead but only vanquished? Albus adopted a scholarly demeanor, what I am going to say now is mostly guesswork because I do not have concrete evidence to support my statements, but my guesses are generally correct. Shortly before the war ended, I was trying to document Tom Riddle's life, collecting as many memories as I could find about his family. I came across a memory from Bob Ogden, who was the ministry official who was sent to serve the summons on Morphin. In his memory I saw Tom Riddle Sr. and I made the connection that he was his father. In his younger days, Voldemort looked very much like his Muggle father. Marvolo showed off the Slytherin locket which Merope was wearing and an ancient ring which I know to be a Peverell family heirloom. I also have a memory from Caracutus Burke where he is shown buying the locket from Merope. I have another memory from an elf who was bonded to the House of Smith. She was convicted for accidentally killing her mistress Hepzibah Smith. Before her death, she was in possession of two artifacts that used to belong to the founders. They were Slytherin's locket and Hufflepuff's cup. After her death, neither of these priceless artifacts could be found. Amelia gasped, "You mean that Hepzibah was killed by someone else?" Dumbledore nodded, yes. Tom Riddle had been an extraordinary student at Hogwarts and was selected as the Slytherin prefect and obtained 12 Ls in his 5th year at Hogwarts. He went on to be head boy in his 7th year and later went on to work for Borgins and Burke. He was a daily visitor of Hepzibah shortly before she was murdered. I believe that Tom murdered her and took both artifacts. Arcturus was connecting the dots. He waited for Dumbledore to finish before he presented his story. Dumbledore continued, "Lastly, I have two more memories. One from Morphin where young Tom Riddle was seen visiting him perhaps in his quest to find his ancestry. Shortly after his visit, all the Riddles were found dead in their house. Morphin was carted off to Azkaban to serve a life sentence for the murders. I visited him there and performed legilimency on him. I found that his memory had been altered and he had not murdered the Muggle family. When I unearthed the real memory, I found that Tom had visited his uncle. It is very likely that he killed his father and grandparents. He framed his uncle by doing the murders with his uncle's wand. Then he left after altering his memories." The cries of shock and repulsion were not unexpected for Albus. Sirius was shouting, "I would have killed such a demon child when he was little. He is a monster." Dumbledore pacified all of them, "Let me finish all I want to say. I have another memory from Horace Slughorn, former potions teacher at Hogwarts. In that memory, Tom is seen wearing the Peverell ring. He asked a question from Slughorn which confirmed my fears. Arcturus did not want to ask the question which he knew someone else would ask but chose to do so anyway. What did he want to know?" Dumbledore grimaced, "He wanted to know about Horcruxes." Sirius gasped while Amelia asked dumbly, "What is a Horcrux?" It was Arcturus who answered, "A Horcrux is the vilest form of soul magic where one keeps a piece of his soul in a container safely tucked away from the world so that he cannot die. It was invented by Herpo the Foul in ancient Greece and it is one of the vilest things that one can do." Augusta asked him in morbid fascination, "How do you break your soul into pieces?" Albus answered, "By committing the most heinous of crimes, murder. Murdering someone without remorse in cold blood is the only way to break one's own soul into pieces." Amelia asked him, "If Voldemort has created a Horcrux, then how will he die?" Arcturus answered, "There are two ways to destroy a Horcrux that I know. One is with basilisk venom. The other is by fiendfire." Albus eyed him suspiciously, "You seem to be quite knowledgeable about Horcruxes, Lord Black." Arcturus barked, "Did you forget, Dumbledore, that I am a Black? One of the darkest families in Wizarding Britain. There are magics more dark than this contained in the books of my library, however I never tried to go near these books until it was imperative for me to do so." Albus asked him suspiciously, while fingering his wand in his cloak, "What made you look for them then?" Arcturus emptied the contents of the box on the table, "Because unlike you I have destroyed 3 of his Horcruxes." This revelation felt like a bomb dropped on the people gathered in the meeting room. Albus was first to find his voice, 3. That was the only thing I could not find out, the number of his Horcruxes. Are there more? Arcturus growled, there are at least 3 more of the foul things. I don't know if he managed to make another one after he was reduced to a wraith. If he did, there may be as many as 4 of them out there leaving the wraith form. They were stunned. They sat in silence for many minutes before Albus found his voice again. I think we need a plan of action to follow now. Hogwarts. Harry was getting a good idea why his teammates called Oliver Wood a maniac. When the entire school wanted to hide in the castle away from the rain, Oliver booked team practices. For 2 nights out of every week, the Gryffindor team went out in torrential rainfall to practice. When Harry groaned about it, the twins told him to shut it, saying that if Oliver heard him, he would make them work double. As it was, he had already made their life hell 2 nights a week for the last 2 months. The first match of the season was coming up and Harry was getting excited for it. As was tradition, the first match of the season would be Hufflepuff versus Ravenclaw. Harry was in a bind as to who he would choose to support between them. Meanwhile, Slytherin was not going to get his support, but he was not heartless enough to taunt them. He decided that he would be neutral to them unless they tried to turn boos and jeers towards him when he was playing against them. If they did, there would be no stopping then. Besides, as it was tradition, Gryffindor vs Slytherin was always the most charged-up match of the season. The adrenaline was always high, the excitement beyond comprehension. Before his first match was Halloween. Sirius had asked him if he wanted to visit Godric's Hollow. Harry had to regretfully refuse because there would be classes during the day. He did not want to show off as if he was being given some preferential treatment by being allowed to leave classes when others were attending them. As it was, he was already putting on a power show almost on a daily basis in the Great Hall. Whenever he came downstairs, half the Gryffindor house was behind him. Many of the Claws joined them on the 5th floor where the entrance to the Ravenclaw Tower was situated. It had become such a common sight now that it no longer caused any excitement among the students. Many of the teachers still smirked at the sight, except Severus Snape, who seemed to have a sneer as his default expression. They met Daphne several times. They told Neville about what they had discovered with the Cerberus in addition to what Lord Black was doing to the wizarding world. In the 2 weeks since she assumed office, Amelia was after Fudge and his cohorts. They could not send Fudge to Azkaban for financial crimes, but they sure could fine him. They could collect the amount by seizing his assets. With the amount that the Ministry was looking at, it was clear that Fudge would not have a Canute left after the Ministry was done with him. There had also been a revolting bit of news published in the Daily Prophet sometime during the last week. It had been another nail in the coffin for Fudge. Ministry which found in possession of Class B non-tradables. In a raid conducted by the Aurors in the office of the Senior Under-Secretary to the Minister of Magic, Dolores Jane Umbridge, she was found in possession of Class B non-tradable artifacts in the form of a handful of blood quills. She was arrested promptly. The quills were sent to the Unspeakables to be examined. They have concluded that at least 10 wizards had been forced to use them. Here I would like to remind our readers that a blood quill is classified as a dark object. It is banned for use by ordinary witches and wizards. Its only legitimate use is for the goblins at Gringotts. Anyone found in possession of a blood quill can be sent to Azkaban for a year in the minimum security wing. The punishment of incarceration in Azkaban is 1 year for a single use of it, i.e. if a person forces another to use a blood quill, they would be liable for incarceration to Azkaban for at least a year. We can safely assume that Madame Umbridge is looking at a number of years in Azkaban under the care of the Dementors. She will be presented before the Wizengamot in a week's time when a few other matters have been scheduled to be heard. You like the whip. It had been a week since Filch had manhandled Ernie. Harry felt that it was time that they avenged the insults done to him. Ernie had heard Filch complaining that he was not allowed to use whips. They were planning to use exactly that. True, it sounded cruel, but if Filch could dream of using it on students, the students could definitely use it on him. There were a few problems with this line of thought, however. It was a given that it would require magic to be cast. Magic required wands. Wands would leave a trail to follow which would be easy for Dumbledore to do. They needed a way to cover their tracks. They had learned that lesson last time when Dumbledore had caught them in the prank. They were not going to make the same mistake twice. Reluctantly, Harry had asked a marauder for help. He asked Sirius about how they could conceal their magical signature. Sirius said, "In a day or two, I will have a contraption ready for you that will conceal your magical signatures. You also need to learn Deleterious, which could erase a wand's memory of the recent spells cast. So, if someone had it in their minds to check your wand through Priori Incantatem, they would get nothing." Harry and Neville were looking for ways to learn Deleterious, while Padfoot had sent them silver rings which looked like nothing more than silver bands. With one tap of a wand, they would activate and conceal their magical signatures. Harry had requested that Sirius not let Moony know about those rings or the werewolf would surely interfere. For the Deleterious spell, they tried to manipulate Professor Flitwick. Harry had asked him what the Deleterious charm did. When the tiny professor wanted to know why he was asking, Harry had given a made-up story saying that he had heard about the term from some senior year and was curious about it. Flitwick, adopting the air of a professor, had started to explain the term to them. Deleterious is a charm often used by Aurors and officials of the Ministry. It is used to erase a wand's memory, i.e. to erase the list of spells which it has cast recently. A few more sophisticated wizards like Dumbledore can get it undone, but that is a complex magic. Generally it is not taught to anyone except law enforcement authorities. If you are interested in the incantation and the wand movement, "I am sorry, but I am not the wizard you want to ask that question." Harry and Neville had been disappointed when Flitwick refused to teach the charm to them and decided that they would have to learn it by themselves. That night, they conducted a raid in the restricted section of the library. Thanks to their recon a few nights ago, they knew where the charmed shelves in the restricted section of the library were. They found the required book with little trouble. The only troubling bit for them was to ensure that it was not laced with any alert charms or anything else, to alert others that someone unauthorized was touching those books. It turned out that there was no such safeguard for that book. After a 2-hour careful study of it in an unused room under the invisibility cloak, they found the charm and learned the wand movement. Neville, the always smart guy, had written down everything about the charm before they returned the book to its shelf. It took them only an hour before they were able to perform the charm. It was pretty simple. Anyone could learn it, so it was clear that the only way to keep it away from others was to keep its knowledge secluded somewhere that one would not wander to. The next thing on their to-do list was a custom job of getting a whip charm to act with a spell. For this, they remembered that Sirius had told them that Ambrosius Flume would help them should they need it. With a quick trip to Honeyduke's, Mr. Flume sent them to Zonkos, who could do the custom job that they wanted. When they had made all the preparations, they entered Filch's office by stealth. They stood under the invisibility cloak waiting patiently for the caretaker. The moment he opened the door, the whip was activated, followed by a silencing charm from Neville. For a whole minute, Filch kept hopping from place to place trying to escape the whip. Even then, he had got 10 lashes irrespective of the fact that they would not leave lasting marks on his back. The caretaker's limping and grimacing the next day was enough to convince Ernie that they had avenged him. It was distasteful, but the caretaker would have done the same or worse to a student if he was given the chance. Perhaps with that lashing, he would remember the lesson before he thought about doing the same to a student again. Next up was taking care of the Slytherins who had attacked the caretaker with the dung bombs in the first place. Harry had a good idea of who they were. A quick consult with Daphne confirmed it. They could not resist bragging about how they got Ernie into trouble when they got back to their common room. Of course, the dung bombs and framing Ernie were not the only reasons for getting at the Slytherins. There was also the upcoming Quidditch match. According to the twins, it was a tradition, if not a moral imperative, to intimidate, prank and disable as many Quidditch players as they could before the match. The Snakes certainly would. But before the match could happen, was Halloween. Dueling classes. Dueling classes were getting interesting. They had learned the knockback jinx and the smokescreen spell in the previous weeks when they were supposed to be practicing spells out of the book which Flitwick had given them. The spells were simple yet effective. They would be highly useful in a duel. True to their word, they had not told anyone that they were being coached in dueling by Professor Flitwick. Not even Daphne knew about it. They had done it intentionally because Flitwick had told them if a third person found out about it, he would cease training them. Since they had started training, they had noticed the difference between themselves and others. They were still miles behind the charms professor, yet they were getting better than their classmates. Their wand work was getting better. The spells that they had learned, they could cast them very effectively. In fact, they were better than many second-year students already. They would only continue to improve with time and practice. Flitwick only dueled with them occasionally. For most of their practice, he put them with dummies. The dummies were perfect for practice. That way, the charms professor could make corrections if he observed that they were doing anything wrong. When he dueled with them, he was always able to defeat both of them. They were getting better at dodging, but they were still nowhere near the level they needed to be to defeat him. That would be a long road. It would take a lot of training and talent. Flitwick himself was thinking of new things to include in their training now that they were near perfecting all the spells contained in the book he had loaned to them. His reputation in the ring had been because he could combine charms and transfigurations in the duel. His flexibility and ingenuity had always surprised his opponents. He had never taught dueling to students, certainly not to first-year students. But he knew that they knew enough transfiguration to use it effectively in a duel. Puff versus Claw. It was Saturday, October 26th. The day dawned crisp and clear. This was the day of the first Quidditch match of the season. Harry was excited because this would be the first time he saw the game played at school. This was his chance to see what the players of two of the other teams were like and see how they stacked up against the professional teams he had seen over the past few years. Even though the houses of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were generally on good terms, there was some banter in the Great Hall at breakfast. Slytherin had dominated the House Quidditch tournament last year, so nobody really gave Gryffindor much of a chance in their upcoming match against them. The Snakes, thinking themselves to be the dominant ones, didn't bother to go to extra lengths to harass the Lions before the match. Sure, there was some rivalry between them, but it was nearly non-existent this year. Maybe if Gryffindor succeeded in crushing them thoroughly, there would be some excitement the next year. On the morning of the match, everyone was sitting at their own tables because it was an unspoken rule that students chose to sit at their house tables on the day of the match. Harry was sitting with the Quidditch team. Oliver was assessing the players on the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, marking those he thought could be a threat to Gryffindor in the next term when they played against them. Harry did not know the players on the other teams, but Oliver was giving a running commentary to him so that he would get to know each of them by their names. They started with Hufflepuff since they were sitting adjacent to the Gryffindors. The team captain was a 7th year, Tamsin Appleby. He was one of the chasers. According to Wood, he was a fine player who could fake out even the most determined of keepers. The other 2 chasers were Cadwallader and Linda Chadsley. They were 3rd and 4th year students who were fine in the field. Their beaters were 3rd year Luke Cholderton and 7th year Gwendolyn Jones, rumored to be scouted by the Holyhead Harpies. Despite their small size, they could hit the bludger very hard and true. Their keeper, James Tintwistle, was another 5th year who had retained the position for the last 2 years. Their seeker was Cedric Diggory, who was held in high esteem by them. Even Oliver admitted that he was perhaps the best seeker at the school at the moment. The Ravenclaws likewise had talent scattered throughout the team. The only players Harry identified were Roger Davies and Cho Chang. Roger was a chaser in his 3rd year. Cho was their seeker. She was a very pretty Asian girl in her 2nd year at Hogwarts and had made the team just this year. Harry had sometimes seen her with Cedric Diggory out in the grounds. Wood introduced the players to him one by one. Their captain was the keeper, a 7th year student named Andre Egwu. He played as a reserved player until the last year. The beaters were 6th year Robert Hillard and Eliza Taylor, a 7th year. The other 2 chasers were 4th year student Marcus Green and a 6th year Lucas Wildsmith. As they were watching the other teams, Harry asked Oliver, "Who do you think will win the match?" Oliver gave his professional opinion, "I do not know, Harry. I think that it will be a close match. Both teams have some new additions this year. It will be quite interesting to see how it will play out. I assume that the team which has the best seeker will win because most of the time, the game is tilted by the seeker." Harry shrugged, "Then Hufflepuff has as good as won the match already." Angelina asked him, "What makes you think so?" Harry leaned in close. He said conspiratorially, "I do not know if you all know it or not, but I have seen the Ravenclaw seeker making googly eyes at Cedric Diggory." There were looks of disbelief and surprise followed by smirks and giggles. The twins, ever the entrepreneurs, turned to their housemates. "If you are speaking the truth, we may as well make a pretty galleon out of it. How many of you are willing to bet on Ravenclaw that Cho Chang will take the snitch from Cedric Diggory?" No one was a taker for their bet, but they were not disheartened. They went to find other takers for the bet. By the end of the day, they were sure to have parted some of the students from their galleons. When they were all moving out to the grounds to see the match, Ernie came up to him. "Harry, who are you supporting?" Harry could have said Hufflepuff, but Lisa and Michael chose that moment to ask the same question. Harry was in a fix as to who to support. At last, choosing wisely, he decided to support no one, telling them that he had friends on both sides. That he would rejoice every time a goal was scored and he would groan in disappointment for whoever lost the match. There had been no rain for the last 2 days, so the weather was clear, the ground was hard. It was a perfect day for a Quidditch match. The twins' friend, Lee Jordan, provided commentary for the match. "Welcome to the first match of the season. As is customary, this is the match between Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. There are some new faces on both teams as some of our Quidditch players graduated last year and there were some changes because new talent made a great showing at tryouts. Here come the Ravenclaws: Egwu, Robert Hillard, Eliza Taylor, Marcus Green, Lucas Wildsmith, Roger Davies and Cho Chang." After a few moments, he announced the arrival of the Badgers. "Here comes the Hufflepuffs flying in a straight line towards the Quidditch pitch. Appleby, Cadwallader, Chadsley, Cholderton, Jones, Tintwistle and Diggory." He took a moment before he started speaking again. I can see Madame Hooch coming to the field with the crate. Madame Hooch flew to the center of the field lugging the crate. She barked instructions at the teams. I want a clean game with no cheating. She beckoned the captains forward. Captains shake hands. After a warm handshake, she kicked open the crate. The balls flew upwards while the teams took off and flew to their positions. When the keepers reached their goal posts, she gave a mighty blast on her whistle and hurled the quaffle into the air. Lee launched into the commentary, and they are off. The teams are really fighting it out there for possession of the quaffle. Appleby comes up with it. Some brilliant flying there. He's dodging everything they can throw at him. The Ravenclaws are finding it difficult to stop him. He dodges a bludger, 2 chasers. He feints to the right hoop. Egwu fell for it. It's a goal. 10-0 for Hufflepuff. Harry was watching the game being played and was thoroughly excited. For him, the bright red ball was nothing but a distraction. What he was watching was the Seekers, Cedric and Cho. He wanted to see how they performed. It was imperative for him to see their performances so that he could know what he was pitted against. So far both of them were flying around keeping an eye out for the golden ball. He returned to the commentary. Green is charging down the pitch with the quaffle, dodges a bludger. Ouch! Chadsley collides with him. That's a foul. Yes, there's Madame Hooch. That's the whistle. Penalty to Ravenclaw for blatching. Chadsley takes it. He is going for the middle hoop. No, he feinted, went for the right. That's a goal. It's all tied up at 10-all. Harry noticed Cedric flying to one side with Cho in hot pursuit. Harry tried to see if Cedric had spotted the snitch, but it was not there. Cedric was feinting for Cho. Just then a bludger came out of nowhere, whacking him in the ribs. It made him wince. Harry felt scared that Cedric would fall off his broom, but the Hufflepuff managed to hang on to his broom. Diggory takes a bludger to the ribs from Jones. He didn't see that one coming, folks. He is wincing, but he seems to be okay. Cadwallader has the quaffle. The chasers are in the Hawk's Head attacking formation. They are passing the quaffle between them. Egwu has a hard time trying to keep his eye on the quaffle. It's Appleby, Chattersley, Cadwallader. Again to Appleby, who has thrown the quaffle through the hoops. Egwu comes out of nowhere to make the save. There's some confusion. Madame Hooch has blown her whistle. The captains are discussing it with her. That's a penalty to Hufflepuff for flacking. Appleby takes it. With a powerful throw, the quaffle is cleaned through the hoops. That is 20-10 for Hufflepuff. Harry wanted to ask Oliver's opinion on the game, but he was so immersed in it that he did not hear Harry calling him 5 times. Harry turned back to watch the game. In the next 20 minutes, the game went evenly between both teams. The score was 60-50 when Cedric started climbing sharply. Cho was behind him, but she was slow in spotting the snitch. Cedric was about to close his hands around the snitch when it started to descend. Doing a barrel roll, Cedric closed his fingers around the ball. The stadium exploded in cheers for the Hufflepuffs. Hufflepuff had won 210-50. Horror Halloween. The day of Halloween started gloomily for him. Every year it was a day when he was sad. Nothing could cheer him up. He had spent those years in Black Castle away from Wizarding Britain. To mourn James and Lily Potter, Samhain, the wizarding equivalent of Halloween, was not celebrated with all the pomp and grandeur for which the House of Black had been famous in the previous years. Harry knew the traditions and celebrations associated with it, though. Cassiopeia had ensured that he knew of his traditions. As it was, he and Neville had made some preparations for celebrating Samhain in their own private celebration before the feast. Harry had no intention of attending the feast, but he could not risk being missed by taking his meal in the kitchens. He would be singled out by Dumbledore, who would find him. As it was, he never wanted to talk about it to anyone except his friends. When he got up in the morning, he was not in a mood to reply to anyone's questions or to make small talk. He got ready as soon as he could manage while Neville waited for him. When they were ready, they came down before any others could join him. He did not even smile for a moment. It looked like someone had taken away his energy to smile or to work. They sat at the Gryffindor table for breakfast when it was their turn to sit at the Ravenclaw table. All of his friends were sitting there waiting for the duo. When Harry made no move to go over to the Ravenclaw table, Isabel McDougal came over to their table. She slipped into the chair beside him. She said jovially, "Good morning, Harry." He offhandedly replied, "Good morning, Isabel." It was such a cold reply that she was puzzled. She asked Neville, did someone whack him on the head that he is so downcast? Neville quietly replied, today is Halloween. She began to ask but stopped herself when she realized what he meant. Instead she said sympathetically to him, I am sorry, Harry. I should have realized. Do you want to talk about it? He shook his head, no, I will be fine Isabel. Thanks for asking though. They had herbology with the puffs first thing that day followed by transfiguration with the claws, lastly charms with the puffs. When the owl post came in, Hedwig brought him a letter from Sirius. Pup, I know you are not leaving the castle today but I thought that maybe you could come to the edge of the Forbidden Forest before the feast is to start. I and Moony have arranged for Samhain celebrations. You can bring all the friends who were with you that day. I will await you eagerly. Harry showed it to Neville, Sirius wants to meet. Neville shrugged, it is your choice. I am following whatever you decide, mate. Harry scribbled a letter to Sirius then sent Hedwig away. He had a suspicion that Sirius was already in Hogsmeade and he would get the letter in time. As it was, the marauder spent most of his days in the village whenever he was free. Lord Black also never worked on this day. He spent the day mourning everyone he had lost. The old wizard had buried too many of his family to be cheerful on this day. Classes were as normal as usual but Harry's heart was not in it. The first period was herbology where Professor Sprout was teaching them about Dittany. They all gathered around the plant which had a dark green stem with leaves of the same color. She started teaching them about it. This is Dittany, alternatively known as burning bush, a non-sentient plant. Its distinct characteristic is that it sometimes releases inflammable vapors. It is used in healing, potion making and as wand cores. It is a powerful healing herb. It can sometimes be eaten raw to cure shallow wounds. It is a healing herb, a restorative. When mixed with silver, it can be used to cure werewolf bites by preventing the victim from bleeding to death but cannot cure them of lycanthropy. Now I want you all to form groups and study the plant. Your assignment is 2 feet of parchment on Dittany and its uses for next week. Transfiguration. McGonagall had set them a test. This time, Isabel took the seat beside him. Professor McGonagall wanted them to write an essay on changing matchstick to needle and do the practical portion. It was a cakewalk really. As they were each done with it, McGonagall sent them out of the classroom. Harry had done with his part. He was sitting outside the class on a window, looking out of it, when Isabel joined him. She did not say anything for a few minutes but quietly watched him before asking him, care to join me in the library? Harry had nothing else planned until the celebration in the evening so he shrugged, sure. They walked towards the library. Isabel asked him, how many members are in your family? Harry looked at her skeptically, to see if she was making fun of him but she was serious, no pun. He replayed her words again in his mind, then understood what she was asking. I have a grandfather, a godfather, an uncle, a grandmother, a brother, and a little sister. She asked in surprise, how? For the first time that day, Harry gave a reluctant smile. Sorry Isabel but I do not give away secrets that easily. If you really want to know, you will have to work for it. She grinned broadly, I love challenges. He asked her, how many members are in your family? She started telling him enthusiastically, I belong to the MacDougall clan in Scotland. My grandfather is one of the elders of the Wizengamot. He sired 4 children, 3 sons and 1 daughter. My father Alexander MacDougall is the eldest of them. He owns a business in one of the alleys adjacent to Diagon Alley. My uncle Lucas owns a bakery in Godric's Hollow. Uncle Harris breeds Krupps here in Scotland. My Aunt Isla is married to Lord Folly. My father has 3 children, me, my brothers Lewis and Mason. Uncle Lucas has a son Alfie. Uncle Harris has a son Brody. Aunt Isla has 2 children, Liam and Annie's. It must have been great to grow up in such a big family, Harry said. I can't even imagine how big your family tree would be. She snorted, big. It is actually small when you compare it to others like the Weasleys. They always had at least 4 children in every generation except for the patriarch now who lost 4 of his siblings when he was young or this place would have been overrun by them. Harry thought for a moment, I guess you are correct in your opinion. Even the House of Black had many branches before the First War. Now it stands on the brink of extinction along with House Potter and Longbottom. Say Harry, it's okay if you really don't feel like doing anything, but would you like to celebrate Samhain this evening with me? she asked shyly. Harry felt bad to refuse. Sorry Isabel, but my godfather is coming over for celebrations today. I will be joining him. I would be delighted if you could join us for those celebrations. She nodded. I will be there, Harry. The bell rang at that moment. They parted ways to go to their next classes. Harry kept watching her go. She seemed to be just another ordinary witch. He did not know why he had invited her to the celebrations. Perhaps it was because she actually showed interest in getting to know him, sharing in his grief, that made him amenable towards her. Bitter spat. Flitwick was teaching them the levitation charm that day. He had told them to form pairs for practice. Since everyone could pair up as they wished, Harry chose Ernie to sit with. Neville sat with Hannah Abbott. The professor came into the class. After taking his seat, he banished feathers to each student. He started speaking in his squeaky voice. We have finished the unlocking charm in the last class. I am reasonably sure that you all can do it if needed. Today we will start the levitation charm. The wand movement is a swish and flick. The incantation is Wingardium Leviosa. Remember to pronounce the incantation correctly or you may end up with a buffalo on your chest like poor Barafio who saw Eads, instead of F. He found himself on the floor with a buffalo on his chest. He made them pronounce the incantation properly before he let them practice the wand movement. After he was satisfied, he allowed them to practice the spell. Harry had no trouble with it. Neither did Neville. Hermione, as usual, was the fastest to do it after them. They were too fast for her liking. What she did not know was that they had already learned a great deal before coming to school. Susan, who was sitting with Justin, was close to accomplishing the charm before Hermione succeeded. She usually did her best just after Harry and Neville. Others were similarly in different stages of accomplishing their tasks. Seamus, who was sitting with Dean, had set his quill on fire. Flitwick doused it with aguamenti. He set Seamus to do lines for exploding the quill when he was supposed to be levitating it. It was a normal class until Harry heard Hermione trying to teach Ron. You are doing it wrong. You will take someone's eye out that way. The pronunciation is Wingardium Leviosa, not Levio's AAA, Hermione was saying. If you think you are so smart, why don't you show me how it's done? Ronald challenged her. Hermione did it. The smirk that was on her lips did not bode well to Harry. Harry had noticed things like this happening all the time but paid no heed to it. Those two were fighting most of the time. Today, he was not in a mood to listen to them bickering. As they were leaving the classroom, Ron came over to them. She is such an insufferable know-it-all. I really don't know how anyone puts up with her condescending attitude. It's no wonder she hasn't got any friends. Harry could see that Hermione was right behind Ron. When she heard him bad-mouthing her, she shoved him out of the way and charged off to the tower. Harry regretfully observed, I think she heard you, Ron. I would agree that sometimes she is condescending in her behavior toward others, but shooting your mouth off like that is going to get you into a lot of trouble. I will thank you to refrain from running other people down in my hearing. Samhain. Neville let their friends know where and when to join them for the celebration. They did not have to be told twice. Sirius had made the necessary preparations for the celebration. When they reached, he had a roaring fire going with stones lying in piles and blankets spread on the ground for them to sit on. The only thing lacking was that there were no decorations. They were just inside the border of the forbidden forest within cover of the trees so no one could see them. To Harry's amazement, he noticed Dumbledore was there with them, sipping pumpkin juice. He was laughing at something Remus had just said. Even Hagrid was invited. He was there sitting with a tankard in his lap, talking to a wizard Harry did not recognize. Sirius hugged Harry tightly when he saw him, and then greeted his other friends. Sirius then went on to introduce the other wizard Harry had not recognized as Aberforth Dumbledore. He was brother of the headmaster. The only family resemblance Harry noticed was that they shared the same brilliant blue eyes. Remus gave Harry a wide smile which was always sufficient to tell him that the werewolf was fine, enjoying things as they were. Once they all sat down, Sirius stood. I know many of you are not acquainted with the celebration of Samhain. It is the day when the veil between the two astral planes is so thin that the dead can walk among us. This day we celebrate our dead, honor them. There are stacks of stones in front of us. I want you to pick up stones, write the names of loved ones who have passed away, one for each stone. When you are done, cast the stones into the fire. Inhale some of the smoke from the fire as you do. Finally, write your own name on a stone and cast it into the fire. When the bonfire has died, you may either pick up the stone with your name on it or leave it here. They say that the burn pattern on the stone with your name can tell how the next year will be for you, but it requires a seer to read them. I don't think we will get a seer here. Isabel sat beside Harry. To his amazement, she had picked up only one stone. She wrote a name and dropped it in the fire. Harry wrote Charles, Doria, James, Lily and Cassiopeia's names on the stones and dropped them into the middle of the fire. He did not even know the name of his Muggle grandparents. After taking a whiff of the fire, he wrote his name on a stone then dropped it into the middle of the fire. He had already decided that he would not be picking up the stone. He would brave whatever came his way. When they were sitting sipping butterbeers, eating refreshments, fairies came out of nowhere. They started dancing around the fire. Harry noticed that almost all the ghosts of the castle were there around the fire, mingling with each other. A few even stopped to have a very animated chat with the marauders. Isabel observed, "I saw you toss a lot of names into the fire." "Too much grief." Harry nodded. Then he said, "I saw you drop only one." She nodded, "Yes, my grandmother. She died of dragonpox when I was 6. She doted on me. She always said that I was her splitting image." He murmured, "I have not even seen anyone from my parents' family. My grandparents all died some time before I was born. My parents died when I was 15 months old. I grew up well loved but I do miss my parents at times." She told him simply, "Just because someone had to die, it does not mean that they left us, Harry. They are always there in our hearts. Look inside yourself. You will find them there." Sirius chose that moment to come over. "Godson, would you not introduce me to this charming young lady?" Harry looked embarrassed at this breach of etiquette. "Godfather, this is Isabel McDougal." "Isabel, this is my godfather, Sirius Black." Sirius performed a courtly bow to her. He asked, "Exactly what do you see in him?" She was confused. "What do you mean?" Sirius spoke slowly as if explaining something to a child. "I mean he is runty looking, has a scar, a bird's nest for hair." "Exactly what made you want to sit beside him?" She snorted, "Maybe that's just the kind of guy the first like, Mr. Black. Call me Sirius please, Mr. Black sounds too heavy on my poor ears." Remus saw that Sirius was making trouble. He came over to drag him away. "Come along Sirius. The adults are talking over there. Leave these children be." The celebration did not go long after that because the feast was waiting for them. Dumbledore had already disappeared sometime while they were talking. They returned to the Great Hall to sat their hunger. None of them had bothered to pick up the stone with their name on it. Troll in the dungeons. The elves had outdone themselves. The feast was so extravagant that Harry could not even have imagined that so many kinds of dishes actually existed. Everything was available to him under the roof of Black Castle, but generally the fare at the table was kept fairly simple. It was never more than 2 or 3 dishes because that was all anyone ate. This, however, there was no word to describe it. The feast was well underway before he realized that Hermione was not among the gathered students. He knew that she generally sat beside Parvati, but there was no sign of her there today. He hollered for Parvati, "Parvati, where is Hermione?" Parvati looked around her to make sure that the said girl was not present. When she realized that she was indeed nowhere around them, she turned to him. "I had heard her crying in the girls' washroom on the 2nd floor after Charms class. I have not seen her since." Ron's comment was too cruel. Harry nodded. Ron had no filter on his mouth. He tended to say whatever was on his mind. It was a quality worthy of one sorted into the House of the Brave, but at times, it was actually an embarrassment. He turned to Neville. "Mate, we need to go find her. As soon as we are done here, we will go and look for her with the map." Neville nodded. Of course he would follow Harry to the end of the world if he wanted. They were not just friends but god brothers. Neville would never let Harry go anywhere without him. Meanwhile, Harry was taking Ron to task. "Look what you have done, Ron. You will apologize to her for your words. It does not cost us anything to be kind to others." Ron did not say anything. He was feeling bad for having said those words by now. His mother had not raised him and his siblings like that. If his mother knew about it, things would end up badly for him. Before they could decide on any further course of action, the double doors opened. Quirrell came running in. He was panting and was exhausted. The sweat on his face said that there was some trouble. He fell down somewhere in the middle of the great hall while shouting, "Troll! Troll in the dungeons! Thought you ought to know." Then he collapsed. His words caused a pandemonium in the great hall with the students starting to run around in panic, shrieking and shouting. Dumbledore roared above the din they were making, "Calm down, everyone." His words had a calming effect. Immediately everyone froze in their places. Harry could see the headmaster's eyes glowing with power. He calmly ordered, "Prefects, take the students to your houses. Slytherin prefects, take your students up the North Tower where the old dormitories are available. Teachers, follow me to the dungeons." Percy was beckoning the Gryffindor students to him. He started herding them out of the great hall up the stairs. Harry turned to the duo of Neville and Ron. "Guys, Hermione does not know about the troll. We need to go find her and tell her about it. We will break off from the rest of the group when we are on the second floor. Then we can go to find her." They both nodded. On the second floor, the trio who had been walking at the back of the Gryffindor students dropped back and hid around a corner. While hiding, waiting for the other students to clear the second floor corridor, they saw Severus Snape walking up the stairs toward the third floor. Harry asked the other two, "Didn't Dumbledore ask the teachers to follow him to the dungeons where the troll is?" Neville replied, "Yes, he did. But we cannot go after him now. We need to find Hermione first." Suddenly, Harry's nose wrinkled up in disgust as he caught a whiff of a rank odor in the air like meat gone bad. He asked the other two, "Do you two smell that?" Ron replied, "Yes, like rotten meat. Where is it coming from?" Just then they heard a low rumbling sound and saw a gigantic shadow on one of the walls of the castle. The troll was not down in the dungeons. It was right there on that floor. It was enough to make them quiver in fear. They momentarily forgot that they were looking for Hermione, not the troll. They followed it. They saw it entering a washroom. The key was in the door. Hiding themselves in the shadows, making absolutely no sound, they slowly trudged forwards towards the door. When they realized that the troll was fully inside, Harry quickly locked the door. He turned looking smug at having captured the troll, but the horror etched on Neville's face was enough to make him go weak in the knees. "What is wrong, mate?" he nervously asked. "Harry, you idiot. We were looking for Hermione. You just locked the troll in the girls' bathroom with her," he bellowed. Harry silently cursed himself. They were gormless idiots indeed. They had lost sight of their target. He got tied up in heroics. They needed a plan to follow. Harry turned to Neville, "Mate, I am going to get Hermione out of there. I want you to go find anyone who can help us. We need help. Do anything you have to, but get help in time. 'Cause the cannon bang on the great staircase. It will attract others' attention." Neville asked him, "Are you sure? I can be of some help here, mate. I am more handy with a wand than Ron." Harry shook his head. "It is his fault that she is in there in the first place. Now hurry up. We don't have much time." Neville took off at a dead run. Harry carefully turned the key in the lock while keeping his wand ready. When he opened the door, he took in a scene of chaos and destruction. The floor was flooded, covered with shards of shattered porcelain from the broken fixtures, bits of splintered wood strewn here and there, ragged bits of the broken stalls hanging from the walls. The smell of rotting meat was overwhelming. Worst of all, Hermione was crouched in a corner hiding beneath a stone basin which was half gone. It would not have withstood another mighty blow. Harry shouted, "Hermione, run! He is going to kill you." Hermione did not move, perhaps frozen with fear. The troll, however, hearing Harry yelling, hesitated mid-swing. Harry knew that he had to act fast if he was going to save Hermione's life. He fired off 3 cannon blasts with his wand in rapid succession. That got the troll's attention. It turned around slowly, probing with its dull eyes, looking for the source of the noise. When it spotted Harry and Ron, it lumbered in their general direction, dragging its massive club behind it. At first, Harry thought, "Great. It's not going to smash Hermione into pulp." Then as the troll got closer, he thought, "Oh. It's coming straight at us." Ron raised his wand and roared, "Wingardium Leviosa." The troll's club was out of his hand, levitating in the air in a moment. Harry thought there could be nothing better than its own club to knock it out. Perhaps Ron was of the same mind, but as he dropped the club, the troll had moved. They were without anything to stop it now. Harry tried the tripping hex, a stunner, a bludgeoner in rapid succession, but they fizzled against its magic-resistant skin. His other spells were equally ineffective. All he could do was keep the troll's attention, dodge and wait for help to arrive. Ron took Hermione out from under the broken stone basin. Harry was finally cornered with the wall to his back. With nowhere to go, he had a moment of thought where he laughed at himself that his life was going to end at the hands of a dumb troll. In desperation, he stuck his wand right up the troll's snout and fired off another stunner. The effect was immediate. The troll's eyes went wide and he bellowed in rage and pain. The creature pulled back both fists to pummel Harry into paste when with a mighty roar and an even mightier sweep of his arm, Hagrid knocked the troll aside. With the troll occupied, Harry scrambled for the door. The troll scrambled back to its feet and lunged for Hagrid. The half-giant was ready for it. As the troll charged him, Hagrid got a hold of its arm and sidestepped. The troll flipped and landed on its back. It got back to its feet again and this time, lumbered up to the half-giant, flexing its massive fingers. Harry could see that the troll seemed to have the advantage when it came to size and weight, but Hagrid definitely had the edge when it came to skill and brains. For a moment, Harry was concerned that the half-giant was going to get seriously hurt, but then he realized that Hagrid was grinning. He was having fun. Again and again, the two figures collided. Again and again, the troll wound up on its back or eating wall. The troll stumbled back to its feet yet again. It staggered toward Hagrid as the half-giant egged him on, "Come on Lud. Ye've still got somethin' in ya." When the troll got close enough, Hagrid batted its outstretched arms aside, then with a left jab to the belly and a right cross to the jaw, the troll went down like a felled tree. Hagrid stood up straight, shook out his fists and said, "Don't know what Lud thought 'e was up to, wandering round the castle like that. Too bad, 'e's too stupid to ever tell me." Then he turned to Harry, "Ya Ari." Before Harry could answer, Professor McGonagall shrieked, "What is happening here?" She stood in the doorway with Professor Snape and Professor Quirrell right behind her. Her mouth formed the thinnest of thin lines. Professor Quirrell looked like he was going to pass out. Professor Snape had his wand at the ready, his face fixed in its perpetual sneer and, Harry noticed, limping. Harry looked at his legs out of curiosity. He observed that the lower part of his robes had been mangled. There was a wound on his leg which he hastily covered when he found Harry looking. Professor McGonagall was shouting at them, "What are you all doing here? You were ordered to go to your dormitories. And this is a girl's bathroom," she added as an afterthought. Hermione said in a very feeble voice, "They were here to save me, Professor. I did not know about the troll. I was in the bathroom when it attacked. I froze in fear. If Harry and Ron had not arrived when they did, I would not be alive at this moment. Ron levitated its club away then got me out of there while Harry kept it busy. They put their lives on the line, fighting that creature until Hagrid arrived and saved the day." McGonagall turned to Hagrid, "Thank you Hagrid. If you had not acted promptly, we might have lost these students." Hagrid blushed a bit, as Alry, "Professor, it's me job isn't it? If you'll all excuse me, I'll be getting Lud, back to the Forbidden Forest." They all stood aside as Hagrid, with the war club over one shoulder and the troll over the other shoulder, carefully walked by and down the main stairs to the main doors. She then turned to Harry, "Mr. Potter Black, what happened here?" Harry's mind was confused. Hermione Granger had just lied to a teacher for them. She could have told McGonagall that they had locked the door from outside but she had not. She took the blame on herself. Right now, he had to answer McGonagall's question. He started speaking cautiously, "Professor, I heard from Parvati at the feast that Hermione was here in the bathroom. That she had been crying the whole day. Neville, Ron and I decided to find her after we had our dinner. We wanted to be sure that she had taken dinner. Before that could happen however, the troll entered the castle. We went to find her to alert her about the situation. We saw the troll entering the girls' bathroom. I asked Neville to fetch help. Ron and I kept it distracted until Hagrid came and beat him." She pursed her mouth in a thin line for a moment before she started speaking. "You were lucky to have evaded a mountain troll for so long. That was quick thinking to send Mr. Longbottom to fetch help. 5 points to each of you for your nerve and dumb luck." She then turned to Hermione, "Why were you not at the feast, Miss Granger?" Hermione lied again, "I was homesick, Professor. I was missing my parents." McGonagall nodded, "If you are uninjured, then return to your common room." Dinner is being served there. They walked to the 7th floor while discussing the events of the evening. Harry asked Neville, "Mate, how did you find Hagrid?" Neville started telling it a bit too enthusiastically. "I was at the grand staircase just making the first shot when I saw Hagrid coming up the stairs. He asked me if I wanted to be put into detention for making such a racket. I just said, 'Harry and Troll,' and pointed to the girls' bathroom. He broke into a run. I swear I have never seen anyone move as fast as he did at that moment, yelling something about saving Harry Potter. On the way, I ran into Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall. The dungeon bat wanted to put me into detention. McGonagall asked me why I was not yet in my common room despite Dumbledore's orders. When I told them, she walked at such a brisk pace that I could hardly keep up with her. Hermione walked ahead of them and reached the common room before them. Once inside, she turned to them, "Thank you, all of you, for saving me." That day, Harry felt that a new friendship was being born among them. After all, death-defying adventures have a way of bringing people together. For some reason, Harry forgot to tell Lord Black about the troll incident. He didn't think that it was anything linked directly to Harry, yet. Black Townhouse. A Hogwarts owl arrived at the Black Townhouse the evening before the Gryffindor-Slytherin match. It was for Sirius. He opened the letter. "Dear Mr. Black, you are cordially invited to attend the Quidditch match of Slytherin vs Gryffindor. It is to take place tomorrow. It is my fondest wish that you will take some time out of your schedule for this occasion. Albus Dumbledore, Headmaster, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Sirius showed the letter to Remus. "What do you make of it, Moony?" Of course, Remus knew what it was all about. But it was crucial that Sirius did not know about it before he saw it for himself. He said to him in a neutral voice, "Perhaps Dumbledore is trying to get into your good books, Padfoot. Why don't you go and see what it is about?" Sirius nodded. "All right, I'll bite. And, you are coming with me." Gryffindor vs Slytherin. The day for the match arrived. It was hard to believe that the same boy that had faced a full-grown mountain troll just 2 days ago could be so nervous about a game. Facing life and death was one thing, but the honor and glory of Gryffindor was at stake here, and that was quite another thing. Harry's dormitory was on the top floor of the Gryffindor Tower. From there, he had a pretty good view of the pitch. He had spent a few evenings, watching the pitch, through his omnioculars, watching the other teams practice. They knew what they were about. The Slytherin team tended more to size than talent. But they had dominated the competition last year and they were the team to beat. Watching them practice, Harry knew that they would play a very physical game. That did not bode well for the youngest and smallest player in 100 years. Harry woke up that morning to a bright, clear and cool November day. The adrenaline immediately started coursing through his body. It was a blend of nerves, excitement and anticipation. His team was good. Harry knew they were good. He had been with them during practice. Wood was a South Avenue driver and he knew what he was about. He had been selected as team captain in his 4th year, which was young for a team captain. That was because he had the talent, the drive and the leadership. In his 2nd year as team captain, now he also had the experience. The beaters, Fred and George, even though they were only 3rd years, were large for their age and practically telepathic the way they made their plays. The chasers were all girls and they had drilled passing, shooting and dodging until they could do it with their eyes closed. The only potential weak link in this team was Harry himself. Harry was determined not to let them down. When he entered the common room, Wood saw how pale and shaky he looked. He said, "This will be your first game, Harry. I know that you're feeling it, but I'm telling you, you have nothing to worry about. We're all behind you. You have real talent. When you catch that snitch, the snakes won't even know what happened." The twins gave him a pat on the back. The chasers all messed up his hair and made a fuss over him. When he exited the common room, the team surrounded him. They were followed by the 1st years, then each year in their turn. They marched to the Great Hall. Along the way, many of the Ravenclaws joined them. When he sat for breakfast, Hermione was on one side of him with Neville on the other and Ron sitting across from him. He was playing with the food on his plate. He had no stomach to eat. Neville tried to get him to eat, but he refused. Finally, Neville convinced him to at least drink some pumpkin juice. He said, "Mate, if you pass out from lack of food during the game, we don't have a backup seeker." Harry reluctantly sipped at the pumpkin juice. As soon as the cool sweetness hit his dry mouth, his appetite picked up a bit. He was able to choke down some hot cereal and another glass of pumpkin juice before he gave up breakfast as a bad job. The team rose from the table to go out to the pitch. That was when many well-wishers came over from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. They paid a lot of attention to Harry, saying things like congratulations on making the team as a first year to he was their best hope to defeat the Snakes this year. No pressure there. Even Daphne gave him a warm smile and a high sign when she thought that none of her housemates were looking. Isabel decided to come over and join him while they walked to the lockers. She looked at him and realized he was nervous. "Are you nervous, Harry?" He nodded. "This is my first game. I do not want to let the team down. They have all worked really hard and we all want this win." She assured him, "Harry, you sound like you're carrying the weight of the entire team on your shoulders. That just is not the case. You have one thing and one thing only to worry about. Find that little golden ball and capture it. This is your first game. Even if you do make any mistakes, you will learn from them and come back even better in your next one. Just be yourself. I am sure you will have people's heads turning with your skills." Since they had reached the lockers, she went to sit with her housemates while Harry went in with the team. Inside, they quickly changed into their Quidditch robes. Since wands were not allowed in the game, Harry had left his wand in the care of Neville before he came into the locker room. Oliver started giving them the pre-match speech. "This is the chance we have been waiting for. This is going to be our year. The year that we will win finally. We have the team that is hard to beat. We will crush our foes." He rambled on for some time. Every word made Harry more nervous. He was probably banking on Harry's talents a lot. The jitters just got worse. Fred however patted his shoulder. "Worry not, Harry. Oliver always gives the same speech. In fact, we have learned every word of it." Finally it was time for them to fly out to the Quidditch pitch. Hermione, Ron and Neville took a place in the stands with Dean and Seamus behind them. Dean had a banner which read, "Potter Black for Minister of Magic." Shortly before the game started, Hagrid came up to the stands. He made a place for himself beside the little group rumbling, "Hello Ye 3. I thought I would come and watch from here. Can't see anything properly from me hut." Lee was on the mic. "Welcome to the second match of the season. The most anticipated. On one hand are the Gryffindors, the brave of heart, the men with courage. On the other are Slytherins, the cunning, the ambitious. Most believe that this match will be a one-sided pounding on Gryffindor. But this announcer has it on good authority that Slytherin is in for a rude awakening. May the Gryffindors, may the best team win." A few seconds later, he announced the arrival of the Slytherins. "Here come the Slytherins, Flint, Warrington, Pusey, Urquhart, Bull, Bletchley and Higgs. The same old team last year which defeated Gryffindor by sheer luck." His statement was greeted by jeers from the Slytherins. Unsurprisingly, the Snakes got support from no other quarters of the school. The other three houses were pitted against them. Lee continued, "Now here comes the Gryffindors flying in a hawk's head formation with 3 each in 2 rows with the youngest Seeker in a century bringing up the rear. I give to you all the Gryffindors. Johnson, Bell, Spinette, Wood, Weasley, Potter Black." In the spectator stands meant for teachers and visitors, Sirius Black gasped, "What? Harry. Is he their Seeker?" Merlin's beard. "But he is a first year." Remus chuckled, "He is the youngest Seeker in a century, Padfoot." The rules were bent to accommodate him. While they were talking, Madam Hooch flew out to center field with the crate of balls. She barked out, looking significantly at the Slytherins, "All right. You all know the rules. I want to see a clean game." Then looking at Harry, "I wish you all good luck. Captains, shake hands." Wood and Flint shook hands while menacing each other. The wincing on their faces was sufficient to tell Harry that they were trying to break each other's hands. Harry looked up at the sky. It had become overcast since dawn. Although it was cold, the snow had not yet begun to fall. Cold, yes, but visibility was perfect for spotting the snitch. This was going to be a short game. Madam Hooch kicked open the crate. The 2 bludgers and the snitch took to the sky as the teams took up their positions. As soon as the keepers reached the goal posts, she gave a mighty blast on her whistle and hurled the quaffle into the air. Harry had kicked off hard to gain altitude. As soon as he took to the sky, all feelings of nervousness left him. He felt more alert and clear-headed than he had for days. The game plan for him was to stay high and out of the way of the bludgers until he spotted the snitch. Higgs was right on his tail. Not too smart, Harry thought. He was nearly half the other guy's size and on a much better broom. Higgs had no chance at all of catching the snitch by following him around. If this was the Slytherins' tactic, they had already given the game away. Lee started the play-by-play, and they are off. Angelina comes up with the quaffle. She's leading the charge. That girl gets better every year but she still won't go out with me. Jordan, Professor McGonagall admonished him. Sorry Professor. It's Angelina with the quaffle flying towards the Slytherin goalpost. She dodges a bludger, a chaser. She takes her shot. And Bletchley saves it. Alicia in possession of the quaffle. She's flying like an arrow straight towards the goalposts. A bludger from Urquhart forces her to drop the quaffle. Picked up by Pusey. He dodges a Weasley bludger. He chucks the ball towards the hoop. Suddenly he bellowed, "Come on Wood. Save it," then continued, "Yes. Wood saved it." Bell in possession of the quaffle flying to the Slytherin goal. Pass to Angelina. She's wide open. That's a goal. 10-0 for Gryffindor. The stadium erupted in cheers, whistles, stomping and applause. Of course, the Slytherins booed and hissed, but they were well drowned out by the rest of the crowd. Meanwhile, Harry had spotted the snitch while leading Higgs a merry chase around the other side of the pitch. He didn't try to catch it just yet because Higgs didn't seem to have a clue and Wood hadn't signaled the play yet. Suddenly he saw a flash of gold on the edge of his vision. He took off after it. He had spotted the snitch again. Higgs was still on his tail. A bludger collided with his broom, almost throwing him off. He remained on the broom by holding onto the handle. Higgs had to pull up hard to keep from colliding with him. In the confusion, they both lost sight of the snitch. Gryffindor was awarded a penalty shot. Angelina took the shot. She converted it into a goal. The crowd went wild again as Lee announced, "It's 20-0 for Gryffindor." Soon thereafter, Flint collided with Harry, for which Gryffindor was awarded a penalty and Alicia took it, but it was saved. The twins decided that Flint deserved some payback for nearly knocking Harry off of his broom. The next time he got possession of the quaffle, they took the double beater stance and blasted the bludger at him. The overpowered black ball hit him square in the chest, breaking some ribs and knocking him clean off of his broom. There was no penalty called on the play because although it was a dirty trick, there were no rules against hitting the guy in possession of the quaffle with a bludger. There was no timeout either because they had put the captain out of commission. With the Snakes short a chaser, the Lions scored again easily. At a score of 30-0 for Gryffindor, Harry thought it was a good time to make his move. Then everything started going wrong. His broom started vibrating, going out of control, and tried to buck him off. He knew well how to fly and he held on tight, trying to bring the unruly thing back under control. There was only one reason that a Nimbus 2000 would act like this: someone was jinxing it. He had no attention to spare to look for the perpetrator. It was all he could do to stay on the broom as it vibrated, bucked and climbed higher, away from the game. It was Fred and George that noticed he was in trouble first. They flew under Harry, ready to catch him while the rest of the team tried to play on with no beaters. In the confusion, Flint managed to get back on his broom and score 4 goals. Sirius was furious with the broom acting like that. He stood up with his wand out, ready to cast Arresto Momentum, before Moony stopped his hand. "No, Padfoot, you could end up harming him. We will cast only if he is unseated from his broom." His friends were equally worried. Hagrid was watching through his binoculars. He said worriedly, "Looks like somebody hexed his broom." Hermione borrowed the binoculars. She looked through them to find that Snape was muttering an enchantment. She turned to Neville and Ron. "It looks like Snape is jinxing his broom." Neville asked her, "Do you have any idea what to do?" Before Hermione could answer, Harry regained control of the broom. What they did not notice was that when Sirius abruptly stood up, he had caused a few of the other teachers to fall down. Whatever or whoever was interfering with Harry's broom, the effect stopped. As a result, Harry was able to climb back on his broom. With Harry out of trouble, the twins got back into the game. When they saw the scoreboard, they were furious that nobody had called a timeout. The bludgers flew fast and furious, wreaking havoc on the larger, less nimble Slytherin players, especially Flint. There would be some Slytherins in the infirmary after this game. It took 10 more minutes for the score to climb to 60-40 for Gryffindor. Harry spotted the golden ball again. It was flying near the Gryffindor goal. He caught Higgs napping and went blazing off toward the Gryffindor end. Urquhart blasted a bludger at his head. Just as it looked like the bludger would break Harry's nose, he did a barrel roll. The bludger hit Higgs instead. He was knocked off course by the impact. Lee announced, "Higgs takes a bludger from his own beater. Potter Black is in hot pursuit of the snitch. It is going in a steep dive. Potter Black follows it while dodging another bludger. I can't believe it. He's going faster. The snitch is almost level with the ground. Higgs is back in it, but he has some ground to make up and it looks like Potter Black is not giving him the chance. Higgs is pulling up, folks. Looks like he's afraid of getting plowed. Potter Black pulls up at the last second. He's standing on his broom. He has tumbled from his broom. Harry saw that the snitch was so close to the ground that there was no way to catch it from his broom and stay mounted. He swung down with his mouth wide open as time seemed to slow. In the split second that he lost sight of the snitch, he felt something scooped up by his open mouth. He tumbled across the field to land back on his feet. He spit the golden ball out into his hand and held it up for the crowd and especially for Madam Hooch to see. Time sped back up to normal as the stadium erupted in cheers. Lee was shouting into the mic, "That's it. Harry has the snitch. It's all over, folks. Gryffindor beat Slytherin 210-40. Flint was arguing with Madam Hooch. He did not catch the snitch. He nearly swallowed it, but she was having none of it. The team mobbed him, thumping him on the back. Oliver kept jumping up and down in excitement, yelling, 'That's my boy. That's my boy.'" After the team was done expressing their joy, his friends came up to him. They group hugged him. He knew they had been worried about him. He had had a real scare once or twice in the air. As they were leaving the pitch, Harry ran into the Marauders who were just coming down from the stands. They immediately hugged him and did not let him go for a few minutes. Finally Sirius extricated himself. He said to him, "I was so worried, pup. Are you all right?" Harry smiled, "I am fine, Padfoot. I was scared a little though." A Marauder's birthday. It was Sirius's birthday the day after the match. Harry had no idea about what to give him as a gift. For all his life, most of his shopping had been done for him by Moony or Arcturus. He had always been a tag-along. Now he was to choose a suitable gift for an adult wizard. He had absolutely no idea about what to get. He had asked Neville too. The other boy didn't have any ideas about a perfect gift for Sirius either. He had the same problem. He never had to buy a gift for an adult wizard before this day. Whenever it was Moony's birthday, Harry could give him a gift hamper of chocolates and be done with it. But Sirius was not so fond of chocolates. Finally, Harry had asked Professor Dumbledore about it when the headmaster had sent for him and Neville to talk about the troll incident the next day. When they entered, the headmaster had a pensieve on his desk. He was emptying some of his memories into it. He beckoned them into chairs, then with a motion of his hand, asked them to wait. After he had added the memory, he turned to them, "How are you, Harry, Neville?" Harry chose to answer, "We are in fine health, headmaster, thank you." "What is it you are doing with that pensieve?" He waved off the question, "A little of this and that. I am just trying to document something while I still have the time because I fear the next few years are going to be incredibly busy. Now, I have called you here so that you can tell me about what happened on the day of the feast. Would you tell me what happened?" Neville recounted the version of the story that they had told McGonagall. They had decided that they would stick to that version of the story because if Hermione did not want to tell, it was not their secret to give away. After they were done, Harry asked the headmaster, "Professor, I have heard that the wards around Hogwarts should keep creatures such as a troll away from the castle. How did one enter then?" Dumbledore took a few moments before he started to answer their question. "The wards certainly can keep trolls out, but not if someone had brought one in. I suspect that someone in the castle let it in as a practical joke." Harry frowned. "It could have killed Hermione if we had not reached her in time." "That is not a joke." Dumbledore sighed. "That is right. It was not a joke. That is why I have called you here. Since you were the first to see it, can you make a guess as to what it was doing in the castle?" Harry thought hard for a while. An answer eventually started to form at the back of his mind, but it was not the one he was going to give Dumbledore. He gave one completely harmless answer instead. "Professor, I suspect someone brought it in to create chaos, pandemonium in the castle." I cannot see any other reason for doing so. Dumbledore looked disappointed for a moment but hid it well. Very well, you both can go now. Harry decided to ask him the question which had been bothering him. Headmaster, can you tell me what would be the ideal gift for a wizard like my godfather? His birthday is coming. I have no idea what to get for him. Dumbledore smiled genially. It varies from person to person, but I have found that a bottle of Rosmerta's oak matured mead often makes for the best gift for me. Harry stood. Thank you for the suggestion, Headmaster. We will be taking your leave now. Later that evening, the duo snuck out of the castle. They headed to the Three Broomsticks. Rosmerta was not about to sell mead to two firsties from Hogwarts till Harry convinced her that it was really meant to be a gift for Sirius. Rosmerta even gift-wrapped it nicely for them, then handed it to them. Harry and Neville split the bill between them. Harry called his personal elf, Kreacher. He ordered the elf to decorate the townhouse tastefully that night of the 2nd of November. He had Flo called Remus to discuss the birthday. Remus had reluctantly agreed that he and Neville could sneak out of the castle once everyone was asleep in their dormitories. Kreacher and Travistor could get them out of there by side-along apparition to the townhouse, and return them the same way before they were missed. Shortly before midnight, the post-victory party was winding down. There were only a couple of stragglers left in the common room. Harry and Neville came out of the common room. As the portrait of the fat lady swung shut, she said, "First year's out after curfew. You had better not let Filch catch you." Harry made a shushing motion with his finger to his lips, then whispered, "Don't worry. I have a cunning plan." She yawned widely and said, "Suit yourself. I'm going back to sleep." Then putting action to words, promptly dozed off. Harry and Neville quietly made their way to an unused classroom nearby. Travistor and Kreacher were waiting for them there. Travistor never served anyone except Arcturus. It was implied that he was only there under the old wizard's orders. Holding the doorknob with one hand while applying pressure to the middle of the door with the palm of his other hand, Harry closed the door without any squeak, thump or click. He carefully twisted the doorknob until all the tension was off of the springs, then took the pressure off the middle of the door until it settled into position. Neville asked him, "Mate, where did you learn to do that?" Harry responded, "I may have read a spy novel or two, when Remus wasn't looking." Once they were in position, the elves disappeared with a low pop, with taking the two boys with them. The townhouse had been beautifully decorated with streamers having been hung from the walls, the portraits decorated with ribbons and balloons, their occupants expressing their displeasure at being treated that way. There was an enormous cake in the meeting room topped with figures of a shaggy dog, a stag, a doe and a werewolf. Not surprisingly, it was a chocolate cake, which Remus perhaps had ordered more in keeping with his own taste than Sirius's. Lord Black was sitting in a chair in the meeting room looking amused at the preparations made right under Sirius's nose. Remus took the two kids upstairs. They entered Sirius's room stealthily. When they were around his bed, Remus let loose a cannon blast from his wand. Before he was even properly awake, Sirius rolled from his bed, wand in hand, and crouched down behind his bed, looking for the source of the blast. Even after 10 years in Azkaban, he had not forgotten his Auror training. They started singing, "Happy Birthday to You," before he could curse any one of them. Sirius looked at Neville and Harry. "Did you two sneak out of the castle at this hour? How did you get here? Did you break into a professor's office to use the flow?" Harry chuckled. "No. We used our elves to apparate out of there." Sirius grumbled, "Elves. We never even thought of doing that, despite having every opportunity to do so." Remus guffawed, "Of course we didn't. We had enough brains among us to get what we wanted done. We never had to bring in any outside talent." The celebration was great. They all enjoyed to their heart's content. By about 4 a.m., even the most hardcore among them had to admit that he had enough. Kreacher and Travistor took the boys directly to their dormitories. After a long day of Quidditch and partying, Harry thought nothing had ever looked so welcoming or inviting to him as that four-poster bed. The elves had hardly left the room before the snores were rising from the beds which had been empty only a minute ago. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.